Hey everybody, how are we doing this morning? It is Monday morning. Hopefully everybody's wide awake. Make sure everyone can hear and see me. I actually pulled a cord on the camera when I was getting ready and the camera wasn't showing me and I was like, "What's going on?" And I was like all freaking out. I was like, "Well, I might have to take a webcam and literally have like a webcam put up over here." So it would have been very interesting if I didn't figure out that I'd literally just pulled one cord on the camera. Oh, you bet it's Mega Mondays, Ben. It's going to be 10 points. People can get up to 50 points today. Remember, up to 50 points on these. You called it. Mega Mondays. Here we go. Mega Mondays. Mega Man's all excited right there. Are you guys hyped for some Mega Mondays? We got Ben just getting some 10 points right there to start. Oh, wait, Ben. Ben, you're from 201, right? I see the names. I'm like, yes, Ben was in 201. Wait, and then Ben's in 201 in 320 now. My brain is still turning on. I got some watermelon Red Bull. I went to the grocery store and I saw it, and it's the new summer flavor. I was like, oh my gosh, watermelon Red Bull. I still like coconut berry better. Coconut berry Red Bull is the best. That is. Has anyone else had coconut Red Bull? It's coconut berry, I believe, but coconut Red Bull is probably the best Red Bull there is. And watermelon is good. It's good. I probably like blueberry better than watermelon, but watermelon, maybe I don't like watermelon as much as I used to. The blues are awesome. Coconut, you gotta try the coconut. People think you're crazy, be like coconut Red Bull, and they'll be like, that doesn't make sense. But I promise you, it's really good. If you haven't tried it yet, coconut Red Bull on these Mega Mondays, because I love seeing that Mega Man. There we go. He's excited about Mega Man. You can email me at the end of the week. I prefer you do it like you can do it every class. You can update that email you have. So once again, make sure you understand the process that these points you get. We'll see if Streamlabs is awake yet. I saw some people checking Streamlabs a moment ago. Coconut LaCroix. Oh, really? Where LaCroix's alcohol? I don't know. Lemon Coke is really good. Lemon Coke. That sounds interesting. So usually, sometimes Streamlabs takes 5-10 minutes to start up. I don't know why, but it's a thing. And so, oh yeah, LaCroix is those water drinks. Those regular. Yeah, I would try it. I would try a coconut. That does sound good. Like it's a nice little hint of it. So if Streamlabs is not working, don't worry. It usually just takes a little while to wake up. 5-10 minutes and Streamlabs is on the job. It usually happens. A bunch of people are doing points, and all of a sudden Streamlabs is like, "Oh, is someone talking to me? Is someone saying I need to show the points?" And then it wakes up. But once again, and I want to point something out right now. I don't know how many. Usually, I see like the people who are watching start to build up. The biggest thing right now, and Andrew, are you still here? Andrew, are you still here? I hope Andrew's still here. We'll see if Andrew's in the chat because I'm going to confirm with Andrew that when it comes to coding, you need to be here. You need to be practicing. You need to be watching. You need to be following along. And so, Andrew, so good to have you. With your experience with coding, especially in 320, do you have to stay on top of the topics, especially during the summer? So I know it's an 8 a.m. class. Like my brain is still waking up. I know what it's like. Don't worry. I'm here with you, Stat Nation. I'm waking up. I'm getting my brain starting up for the day. So don't worry. I'm gonna say some things that don't make sense. You're gonna think some things. You're gonna be like, wait, and then your brain's gonna start to work again. But we have to be here. We got to code. It's essential. You got to be here. You got to be working hard. So everyone who's here right now, you get 10 points on these. You called it. Wrong button on these Mega Mondays. That's what happens when I hit a wrong button right there. I go down real quick and I just hit the wrong button. I can't even show you the Streamlabs thing. It's got the wire on it. But on these Mega Mondays, as we quickly switch over to the outro screen, I think I double clicked the outro screen and it skipped the animation. I didn't know I could do that. I learned new things. I get 10 points for that. So I can double click it and skip the stinger transition. But once again, you got to be here. You got to be practicing because there is so much to know. I'm trying to get to the sequences, which is where we got to. Did I pass sequences? We talked about spaces. We talked about E, right? We did vectors, and then I think we were making vector sequences. We were on rep. I could just Google rep. But I looked at where we were at. We were right here. And this is where we got to last. And this is a pretty big slide. And so I want to also say something is later today. I wonder if it's let me drop this in the chat right here, and if there are any questions, feel free to ask right now, or whenever ask. But I made a video this weekend, and I'm trying something new with this. I made a video that is going to be released later today. Does it show like upcoming release? Maybe not. Doesn't show premiere? Oh, there it is. So cool. Oh, and it lets me watch it, I think. So a lot of people were asking how to do things like box plots in Plotly. Is this not? Oh, it's in good. It's in auto right now. So a lot of people wanted to know how to make really great graphics. In emails, people had to me. Yeah, we'll talk about assignment 1. You bet. And that's a huge thing. So let me drop this in chat. And then is it, how is it pronounced? Chow? Maybe pronounce, feel free to correct my pronunciation. But with this right here, we have a video that I made that will be released later today. It's how to make box plots in Plotly. You don't have to watch it, but it premieres at 5, but join in. Also, people can watch that, and if you're watching it live, I'll throw you 20 points if you watch one of the premieres live. So remember that. A lot of people say, well, Brian, I can't show up to class. So I'm always trying to give point opportunities outside of class where people can be like, okay, if I watch this video live, I can get 20 points. A little bit of the honor system, but show up to the premiere. New video on how to do stuff in Plotly, because a lot of people were like, hey, Plotly's really cool. So I made a 10-minute video where I start from scratch and work all the way up to, I start from scratch down here and I work all the way up to some really nice plots. And I explain every bit of the code as I go through. So it's a very kind of concise 10-minute video, but it starts off very, very easy with the very first arguments you would need and then builds up to a pretty nice plot. So check that out later and all the good stuff there. And related to the first assignment is a pretty big one. Has anyone started the first assignment? Has anybody started the first assignment and taken a look at it? And here's what I ask you to do. When you are working through the assignment, if you are stuck, great job, Ben and Nicholas and Alex and Jonathan. You guys, awesome job. Yeah, Mila and I, we emailed. Oh, no, don't worry, Connor. So it's pretty long. And then people have been emailing me. People have been emailing me whenever they're stuck. If you have not started, start today. And whenever you're stuck on something, email me. Who has emailed me about the first assignment where they got stuck on something? Who has emailed me where they got stuck on something and I emailed you back and I'll give you hints. I'll kind of walk you through it. There you go. And I'll explain like, oh, do this. Don't look at it for like 20 minutes. Don't worry. Just email me. Say, hey, Brian, I don't know how to do this one. I'm stuck. And then I'll drop you some hints. I'll be like, well, we need to do this, and then we need to do this. And I kind of break it up into parts. I'm trying a new strategy where I'm like, here's the first thing you need to code, and here's the second thing, and here's the third thing. And if we email back like 3 or 4 times, it'll eventually go to where I kind of even write out the answer and walk you through it. But it's like a progressive hint. Does that make sense to everybody? There's a lot of questions, and if you are asking about specific questions, then I'll walk you through each part of it, and eventually I'll kind of just explain it to you like I would in person, because that's my teaching strategy. Is I keep asking you questions and I keep trying to push you forward, but I do want you to learn it. So if it gets to the point where I feel like I kind of need to explain it and then maybe you'll see it, I'll almost and I have just given people the answer and been like, but I don't do that right away. You don't email me and I say, oh, here's the answer and here's how it works. I'll kind of push you through it a little bit, and it's more of a conversation we're having. So I do try to email you back as soon as possible. Please start the assignment early. If you are starting these assignments at 11 p.m., you're going to have a lot of trouble in the class. You're going to have a lot of trouble. Do this. If I was in this class, here's what I would do. I'd put on like a TV show or some music. It's kind of how I work sometimes. And then I'd be like watching the TV show and I'd be working on the assignment. I'd be looking at the question. I'd be thinking it over some. But you have to start on these like the day before they're due. I know it's the summer, so it's a quicker time frame. So starting it maybe early in the afternoon the day it's due is acceptable. But even with this assignment due tomorrow night, I would not wait till like 5 p.m., 10 p.m. tomorrow. You're gonna be running out of time. And then at that point, I have a lot of emails maybe. Don't worry, I'll still answer every email. But the ability to have a good dialogue and learn is gonna be harder. So Brian's advice, start the assignments early. Whenever you're stuck for more than 5 minutes, email me. Let's talk about that real quick right here. I'm gonna hop over to the main screen here. Okay, when you email me, everyone take a note on this. First person put this in chat gets 20 Mega Monday points. You have to put all 3 of these things. 1, email title. 2, picture of problem. 3, RMD. Who can put all 3 things? I need to see all 3 things for 20 points. I'll throw 10 points right there to Ben and Brennan and Alex and Casey and Jordan. Who's going to get the mega 20 points? There we go right there. Sylvia right there. Nice job, Sylvia. Awesome. Everyone else, 10 points in the chat. Remember, you can get up to 50 today on these Mega Mondays. Crazy Mega Monday points. So I need you to do all of these things. Do the email title, give me a picture of your problem, and give me the RMD. The RMD is the file that you're sending me, but make sure you do these 3 things because sometimes, especially later on, problems you have with the code may be due to something earlier that you wrote. So if you're like, here's what I would do is if I have like, here is my randomness thing. This was fun. I was trying to make a function and everything. If this isn't working, here, I'll full screen it just for the moment. If I'm running this, which maybe this won't run. Yeah, it doesn't like that. Yeah, hey, if this didn't run right here, I would take a screenshot. Here's my screenshot of this. Let me go over here. I think you guys can see me take a screenshot. It freezes my screens, but here's the full screenshot. So if you look, here's a full screenshot of everything that occurred. If we scroll down, you can see where the error occurred. So I'll drop this in an email to Brian right here. Awesome job, Connor, 10 points. Everyone getting 10 points right there. So I'll drop this in an email to Brian. And it's quite clear that I tried to run this line of code. That's where the error occurred. And then I would send, this one isn't an RMD. I should have just said the file. So technically speaking, you'll work, technically your file you're working with. I was working with an R file right there, so I'd send Brian the R file. But if I was working with an RMD, I'd send him an RMD. And you can see that this is an R file because right there it says R file. And if we made an RMD, it would look red. Once again, you don't need to memorize that. It literally might be hard to see, but that does say RMD right there. I can see it just barely on my screen, so maybe you can too. And this just says R right there. So that's an RMD. It's in red, and that's an R file right there. And I was trying to learn about our project this weekend, and then I got distracted. So I was getting distracted. But let's put that back to the screen. Let's hop back over to the lecture screen right here. Let's see what's going on. Have we already learned everything we need to know for assignment 1? I think so. I think we've learned like 90% of it. I'm trying to think. I looked through assignment 1 and I was thinking, I don't think there's anything that you wouldn't know. Did we do logic yet? Maybe there is some, I'm trying to remember. My brain's still booting up. I recently saw that we received data camp through UTK emails. Is data camp helpful for practice? Did we receive it? Nicholas, did I miss an email? Because I put in a request for data camp. Did UT Nicholas, explain further. I didn't get, maybe, sorry, this is like news to me. Like once again, brain's waking up. Data camp is really great for practice, and I do support data camp, and I sent them a request for our class to be added, and I haven't heard back from them yet. So I don't know if UT did some partnership. I logged in the other day and it didn't charge me. Oh, well, you can do like a free sign up for data camp. You can do like a free course. Yeah, there's like a free course for data camp. You get like one free course, but data camp is really great. And hopefully they get back to me because I emailed them, I think it was like Monday last week, and they do, not one free course. They do like 6 months free if you're a university. So great news coming along that we will have, it's yet to not happen, but we will have, and I bet Austin's going to see some points here. We will have 6 months free of data camp as soon as data camp just kind of does it. I don't know why. They're probably got a lot of people talking to them right now, and they should just look back through and be like, look at that. Streamlabs is doing its job. So I will keep everyone updated on that. I'll take a look later today, Nicholas, but data camp is really great practice. Is Andrew still here? Andrew, I think, used data camp some. He can clue us in on his experience with data camp. And thank you so much for swinging by, Andrew, because it really helps to have someone who just took 320 in here to maybe offer advice. And Andrew, if you want to drop any other advice to students, he's probably like across the room. He just hears me keep talking about Andrew. But if he wants to drop any advice to students in the chat, I always know it helps to hear from someone who was in the class and is like, this is how I was successful. This is what I utilized, because I think Andrew's doing a great job, and he's in 474. Yep, he's in 474 right now. Well, I think I can say that. Yeah, he's in the 474. Data camp is super helpful. Yeah. So hopefully we get that today. Maybe I'll write them and I'll say, hey, assignment. Oh, Andrew, let me just say, Andrew's so right. A lot of people freak out because of assignment one. A lot of people are like, no way, I can't do this. A lot of people, I will say this, maybe a quarter of the class, assignment one is one of their drops. A lot of people, assignment one is one of your drops. And I've had people who fail assignment one who make an A in the class. I have people who, I would say, if you don't attempt assignment one, you're more likely to fail or make, you can still pass. You can still make an A if you don't attempt assignment one. But this is the getting your engine going on coding. This is the getting your mind, like, it's, put it this way. I'm taking you and I'm tossing you into the deep end of the pool. That's so mean. But I'm there for you. I'm like swimming beside you and I'm like, I got you. I got you no matter what. You get stuck, you email me. So you're fine. You won't have bad things happen to you. But you are in the deep end right now of coding. And it's quite scary to see, like, wait a minute, I have to do this now, I have to do this. But start today. For those of you who are afraid, start today. If you make a 90 on this assignment, no, Ben, email me immediately right after class. Be like, Brian, I don't know how to do this one. You can flat out say that in an email. You can email me here. Like, here's a possible email. I'm gonna do a smaller screen of it. Here's a possible email. You ready? I'm gonna just put it right here. Possible email. You ready? This, I would totally be happy if someone sent me this email. BAS 320 Q2 Q3B. Brian, I am drowning. I have no idea how to do this one. There we go. Yes, I will toss you some floaties, Brennan. 10 points. There you go. 10 points, Ben and Brennan. Some floaties right there. So, Jordan, you're right. It's how it is. 10 points, Jordan. So, you can email me this right here. I have no idea how to do this one. That's fine. But here's the thing not to do. On Q3B, staring at it for like an hour and just getting mad. I mean, yes, you can go to Stack Overflow. Yes, don't post your question on Stack Overflow and have someone solve it for you. Stack Overflow is a site where people oftentimes explain how to code things. You can do a lot of different options to help yourself and look stuff up. But come to me. Come to me. I will help you out. Yes, Jonathan, yes. And that's what we're here to do, is we're here to promote positivity. You've still got like 36 hours to do the assignment. You got 40 hours to do the assignment. 40 hours. That's a lot of time. But of course, sleep, eat, relax between that time. This is a tougher assignment. It's due Tuesday night. And don't worry, it gets easier. As Andrew has said, Andrew, by the end of the semester, how hard were the assignments? Well, Andrew, I think, Jordan, are you in 474 also? I see the names. I'm like, I think I know that. I'm trying to remember everyone. And I do recommend buying the book, especially if you're going to, the book is really helpful and it has tons of code in it, especially for later on. The last assignment was easy. Yeah, that's what I thought, Jordan. I was like, I know Jordan's in 474. By the last assignment, the coding is the easiest part of it. And the coding gets easier, I would say. And you learn the syntax. And it's like the first time you trying to read like Mary Had a Little Lamb, or playing that on piano. Like trying to play Mary Had a Little Lamb on a piano. And then for anyone who plays piano, now that's like, oh, just da 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 da. You're just like, I play that, I can just sound it out. Somebody needs to stop here. Last assignments were progressively easier. So everyone remember this, Jordan and Andrew, 10 points. And thank you for being here to offer some positivity, that it just gets easier with each assignment. Don't freak out if for some reason you make like an 80 or a 70. I've had people who are just like, that's it, I can't do this class, I'm going to fail, because the first assignment it's pretty tough. Now, don't dodge the first assignment. It's a learning experience. Remember, we have 2 drops. Any other last questions? I have to remember all these things. Like, I didn't teach 320 last semester, and I have to remember that the first assignment is really scary. I have to remember that I'm not seeing everyone in person to see a lot of the, oh no, oh gosh, this assignment is, it's ruining my life. But don't let it. Email me. Whenever you're stuck, be like, I don't know how to do it. I'm stuck. And then I'll help explain it. Okay, we are ready to go here. Let's do it. You ready? Can I get some I'm ready's in the chat? Come on. Let's get some power right here. Let's get some I'm ready's on these Mega Mondays. Come on, I want to see it. Let's see it right here. Who's ready to go? Who's ready to start learning right here? Corbin's ready. Corbin's got 10 points. And Alex and Jonathan, let's do this. Let's get ready on these Mega Mondays. Oh, man. Everyone in the chat gets 10 points. So I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. You know, I channel those thoughts. Because Brian mentioning SpongeBob. No, I'm not. I mean, yes, I am. Let's go. Okay. Don't make me do it, Andrew. Oh. Okay. Sequence. Sequence is a pretty, I would say, interesting and easy code to learn. When you do sequence, I think we're just going to start up with a little bit of review right here from last time. So let's go to our new file right here. One of the easiest ways to make a sequence, which I don't mention nearly enough, is this. This is one of the easiest ways to make a sequence right here. This clears the bottom console. Please ask if you ever see me do something, you're like, what the heck did Brian do? So I'm just going to click that and clear the bottom console. I'm going to hit Control-Enter, and that runs the code. I'm on a PC, and if you're on a Mac, hit Command-Enter. Please email me immediately, especially if you can't get things to work. If you're like, my code's not running, I can't get anything to run, don't sit there for an hour and be like, it won't work. Just email me. Code won't run, Brian. Send me a screenshot. Send me your file, and I'll figure out what's going on. So with this right here, this is just a sequence from 1 to 100. This is all the same sort of code, though. This is the same code right here. This is the same code right here. Okay, can anyone tell me what argument this is? What is the name of that argument right there? This argument in this spot, what does that do for 10 points? What is it? Close. I'll give you 10 points, Alex, right there. From, yes. You got the next one, too. You got 20 points right there. This is the from, this is the to, and 10 points right there. Why can't I think? Anton, there we go. It's reversed. It's messing with my mind. And then by right there. Great job in the chat. This is the from this to this by this. But here's, watch this. You want to see something interesting? No, not that. Watch this. Oh, this will be weird. I think this will just do 1. Yeah, it does. So the length argument, which I think we'd have to do 0. I think we'd have to do 11 numbers. There we go. So the length argument controls how long the sequence is. And as I mentioned in the video, watch the videos on these. Once again, has anyone been watching my 1-minute videos? They go over these topics. I do them very concisely. Check them out if not. But the by argument and the length cannot be used because you can't make, good job, Nicole, right there, 10 points. You can't make a sequence of 11 numbers that go by 2. It breaks it. It's saying, this can't do this, won't work, can't do this. So understanding that you could say, you know, by 2, that works perfectly fine, and you will get the sequence. But just think of this as things you're telling the computer to do. You're saying, go from, and this is the default right here. You don't have to put that in. So that's what we're saying, but you don't have to put from, to, by. But you can, and I want to mention this, this goes to default ordering of arguments. You could say to 1000 from 100 by 55. As everyone knows how I've switched my to and my from right here, you can call them, but if you don't have the from and the to, this will do reverse number scheme. It'll now go from 1000 to 100. So you're going to see it start with 1000 here and go down. What did I do? Wrong sign in the by argument. Oh, did it get mad at me? Oh, it has to be negative. Huh. So we really do it. There we go. So now it has to go down because I can't go by 55. See, it even said wrong sign in the by argument. I was like, oh, I guess I do have the wrong sign. So you have to go by that. And I don't usually put a by in here. If I do this, it'll go by -1, I think, by default. Yeah. I usually just let the by do its thing. And I didn't know that augments, which is interesting. That's cool. So it augments and it controls and goes by -1 because it's like, oh, he wants a descending series instead of an ascending series going up. So it's pretty intuitive, and then just try to read the errors. But once again, if it doesn't work, just email me. Say, hey, Brian, it doesn't work. And I'll say, oh, let's figure it out. Lots of examples going on right here in the code. So you get lots of examples with hashtags showing you what it is and what's going on. The rep function. Did we do that? I don't think we did did we do the loot box example last class? Did we get to do the loot boxes last class? I should have looked. I mean, I did look at where we were at, and I was like, we got the sequences. Did we do loot boxes last class or no? No, we didn't. Oh, let's do some loot boxes. This is my favorite example to do right here. Right? Oh, wait, I got to keep the code for you guys for later on. I do post these files. Look for them with the date. So if you want these files, take notes along with me. But these files are posted for you for examples of what's going on. So let's do some loot boxes right here. Watch this. Rep. What do you think rep does? 10 points in the chat. Someone tells me what rep does. What is the default for rep? 1. The default is 1. What do you think rep does? They're posted under the modules. Modules, 10 points everybody, Jonathan and everyone else. They're posted under modules. It repeats something. So let's repeat winner 5 times. Let's repeat loser. Let's repeat loser 995 times. So if you notice, it's just repeating it down there. That's all it does. And then we're going to go here. We're going to join these together. So please look at what I did. I know I did that quickly. What I did is I took 2 things. Just think of this right here as X, and just think of this here as Y. Does everyone see that? I have 2 things, and I'm putting these 2 things for 10 points into a what? I'm taking these 2 things and gluing them together into a what? I've got 2 reps. I've got the rep of winner 5 times. Close. I'll give 10 points for that. Close. What does the C do? It somethingizes this. Starts with a V. I'm not saying it. You're saying it. It concatenates is what it does, but it vectorizes Dennis right there. 10 points. You're right, Dennis. It vectorizes them. So look at what we're putting right here. Does everyone see I switched back to it? I'm taking these 2 things and concatenating them together into a vector. It's just going to glue this to this. And when we look at this right now, it's going to be really long, but we can see right here. Here, we'll clear the bottom screen. It's really good. If you clear the bottom screen, it's easier to then scroll all the way to the top and be like, okay, look at that. We have the 5 winners, and then glued to it right here. Here's where the glue happened. So the glue is kind of this comma between the arguments right here, and that's where we glued together the 2 things. So just kind of like trying to visualize and understand what's going on with the code is important. I just have X thing, I have Y thing. They're going to be glued together into a vector. That's what we're trying to do right here. That's what C does, and you can practice. Just try your own thing. Be like, I'm going to glue together this right here. Now it's been glued together into a vector. You could also say, let me glue together the word Brian right here. Now this will change it to strings. There we go. So just understanding that it's kind of just gluing everything into a vector right there. Very important to know what each code is doing and just being able to talk through it as though it's a sentence. We'll put that there. I just want to use this. We're going to call this loot boxes, and we're going to store into it. So what we just created will be stored into loot boxes. Now we've created it. It's in the global environment off the screen, just so you can see. Ooh, there's loot boxes right there in the global environment, which is the brain of R. What function would you need to use? When would you use the rep function? You could use it right here. The rep function is really great when you have like a repeating sequence. Like maybe you're assigning numbers to people. Like let's say you are assigning numbers 1 through 12 to people. You could randomize the people, and you could make a sequence. Like there's a lot of ways to assign numbers. But whenever you need to repeat something, which happens quite a lot, like maybe you need to repeat a sequence like A, B, 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 C, C, and you need to repeat that 20 times. So rather than like copy paste it down, you would just put whatever your sequence is and repeat it. Also, this loot box example here works. There's a lot of other ways to make these fake loot boxes. Watch this. Sample right here. Loot boxes. And so now we literally have that there are literally 5 winners and 995 losers. So we're going to sample the loot boxes. We're going to choose X amount. We need replace equals true. Replace equals true means you always have the same probabilities. Now, don't do this, but let's say you're a kid and you got your parents' credit card and you like Fortnite. I don't think Fortnite has loot boxes. What has loot boxes? Apex Legends? I've been thinking about playing Apex Legends. I've been thinking about it. I'm like, maybe I'll start playing it. It's more fun when you got like friends to play with. I don't got friends to play Apex Legends. But Fortnite was just like, I was like, I gotta learn how to build. I gotta learn how to do this. Apex is a game. I should play Apex. And then I'm gonna be horrible at it. Oh man, maybe I will. Maybe I will. And I don't have a headset for Xbox. Anyways, Apex was fantastic. Awesome. How many loot boxes are you gonna buy, Ben and Austin? You'll play. How many loot boxes are you gonna buy? I want to play some Transformers War for Cybertron. Warzone is where it's at. Maybe I'll try Warzone. 4. Are you gonna buy 4 loot boxes? Let's see how this goes. Gotta buy more than 4. That what is it? That platinum, that legendary item. None because you're broke. Austin, I will buy you 20 loot boxes in this example. I'll buy you 20. I'm sorry. 21. Okay, I didn't get you the 21. Oh, it's not good. You know what we can do with this, though? Watch this. You can take this right here, and put it inside of a table. Did everyone notice that? 100, Jonathan, let's do that. Let's get 100 loot boxes. Jonathan got a winner. Did everyone see what happened right here? It took this right here, this vector of data, which kind of looks like this, and turned it into a table. Does everyone see how it's augmenting what we have? Like this right here, I can run this line of code. It'll be different this time because it's going to resample it, so we might not see a winner. So it's going to take this line of code, which this time there are no winners. This time there are no winners. You got really lucky right there. It's much easier to read. And then you could just take it right here and put it into a table. You can write it again and again and keep losing. 2 winners. Wow, that's really good with a 0.5% chance of winning. How about this? Let's go here and go to bar plot. And guess what? Now, we go to plots. Oh, wait, what does this say? Error in height. Oh, I think because of the window. Oh, it's getting really mad at me. What are you getting mad at for? Oh, I know why. Haha. We have to go here and go bar plot of a table. Been doing too much ggplot lately. There we go. Okay. And now I think I've got to... Oh, they're all losers. That's why. So there's our fun bar plot of the graphic. When you do bar plot, you have to do a bar plot of a table. And things jump out of my mind too. So we could keep making a bar plot right here. Oh, we got a winner. Barely see it off the side screen. So there's our winner right there. There is our winner of our results. So once again, what's loot boxes again? Loot boxes are like you can get random items inside of them. So, you know, it's it's a fun example to say, like, you have a 0.5% chance of winning. There's an heirloom set in those loot boxes that have less than a 1% chance, but is guaranteed to drop once in 500. Yeah, there you go. And so they kind of make sure you know these things like, hey, if you buy 500 crates or you open 500 crates, you will eventually get this. Like on your 500th crate, you will get this. And they're just kind of, they have code written in there to say, okay, it's 1% chance or like a 0.3% chance. But on your 500th crate, if you haven't gotten it, then boom, you get it. So pretty cool how code works. I like it. So we've got here how to use rep. You can do fa la 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 la. And you see here, what have we done? We've got the fa right here and the la repeating 8 times. Lifeline, I'll have to see what that is. I'll have to find out more about that. I've been having hard times finding a new video game lately. I've just been like playing Binding of Isaac still. So, because I don't know, it's just easy to pick up and fun to play. The sequence A, B, 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 C repeated. Just depends on when you need this. There's different codes for different things. So there's so many codes. So we know what rep does. Letters is an easy one to remember. It's really helpful too. Oh, look. And I will say this. Dennis, once again, thank you because we were using the Discord some, and please post questions in the Discord, post everything. How do you avoid excessive output in the Word documents with questions, the sequence? Don't worry if it asks for a certain sequence, just post it. And the grader is meant to be pretty nice, but you wouldn't want to do something like, here's a good way to get excessive output. Don't do that. Be careful. This is like where you will definitely get excessive output. If the questions say something like a sequence, I'm basically going to do one right now. A sequence from 1 to 5,000, a sequence from 1 to 5,000, and the 45th number. So this is the 45th number in a sequence of 1 to 5,000 going by 2. I could just put comma here by 2. Sure. So it's going by 2. So this is the 45th number. So you wouldn't want, here's what you would not want to do. You would not want to print this sequence, which is all right to do when you're practicing. You'd want to show the number it wants. Like if it says the 45th number in a sequence going from 1 to 5,000 by 2, starting at 1, from 1 to 5,000 by 2. And that's the 45th number. So if it says to show something like this, then show the number. Don't show this sequence also, because then you'll get hit for excessive output. Just look, and when you read your questions, make sure you're not showing like, I usually say about a page or 2 pages. If you show like a half page of too much output, it's not good. But if you show like 2 pages of 2 pages that's just flooding the screen with something no one's going to read, that's a problem. If you ever have a question about excessive output, feel free to ask. Is there a way to make a sequence go indefinitely by a certain amount? The computer couldn't. Great question, Alex. 10 points, Alex, and Jordan, and Austin, and also Ben. But there's no way I would say to make an indefinite sequence. If you find out I'm wrong on that, please tell me. But the R could not handle that because it has to hold it in its memory, and an infinite sequence a computer would not be able to like think of because it's infinite. I mean, you can do things with like infinite series, or you could like kind of, I don't know. It's a really good question right there, but I don't think a computer can hold an infinite series in its mind just by definition, because it'd have infinite numbers. It would require infinite memory. But really good, pushing me to think. I'm like, I don't think that's possible. With this right here, letters. Watch this. First person in the chat, 10 points. Tell me what this code will produce. First person in the chat, tell me what this code will produce. Who knows what that code will produce right there? You got it right there, Jordan. You are right. Emily, I'm throwing you 10 points because you actually knew my next question, Emily. My next question was, what will this produce? And technically it'd be in quotes because it's a character. Remember, don't worry, no one put it. But technically it'd be in quotes. And thank you so much, Chad. You guys are rocking out. You're learning how to code right now. We could do this. What's the 5th letter? A, B, C, D, E, F. It's F, right? It's E. I don't know how to count. Yeah, because D is 4th. And you guys see the small differences right here. Emily, 10 points, getting it right because I got it wrong. And that's lowercase c. So we understand what this code is doing right here. This code is producing letters, and this produces the position. Remember from last class, we have right here, just a review. These are for functions. These are for, and this code will not run. This is not meant to be code, it's meant to be notes. So I guess you know what I should do. I should put a hashtag before it. And these are for positions. These right here, which we will eventually use, especially in 474. That's that. It's hard to see that. Those are curly brackets. These are for running code. Code with no P. So very important we understand the small, subtle differences here. And I do post these. Remember that. But knowing your just your regular parentheses are for functions. We put functions inside those. So sequence is a function. This right here calls positions. So we're asking for the 45th position. And then we'll see squiggly brackets later on when we're putting code inside of it. I can do a quick example of the squiggly brackets with this right here. Let's just do a for loop real quick. Do not worry, we're not covering this right now. But for variable I in vector 1 through 9, go ahead and just print I. So the function that is running is print I, and what does that do? That prints numbers 1 through 9. So if you look, this is the code right here with the squiggly brackets. We're not doing for loops, don't worry. But this is code running inside of it right here. The code that is running inside of the for loop. So we use the squiggly brackets running code. We use the parentheses for functions. So for loop is a function right here that is going to go through the sequence 1 through 9 and replace the variable I. So if I read it that way, it makes a little bit of sense. It's a for loop. It's going to use the sequence 1 through 9 and replace I. And what is it going to do? It's going to print I every time it runs. Who here thinks they kind of understand the for loop when we say it that way? Does anyone I kind of understand what that's doing? I kind of understand that it's just looping around and just doing this thing and replacing I. That's what we want. We have not done for loops yet, but if that makes a little bit of sense, you're on track. It should just kind of make sense a little bit. For loops are very, very powerful. If anyone who's ever coded before, they'll tell for loops, you need to know for loops. So elements in a vector. So we have right here the positions. So hopefully everyone's seeing here that we just put positions in the vector. You can call positions 4 and 1. Great job right there. And here's how we can replace an element in a vector. Like maybe I want to go back to my loot boxes vector. So I could go to loot boxes, 50 points. I'm going to max someone out. Who here can write in the chat the start of the code? I just want the first thing that I'm going to write the end of it. I want to change the last element of loot boxes to a winner. Who here can write the start of this code for 50 points? I want to change the last element, and here's your tip. I want to change the last element of loot boxes to a winner. I want to change the last element of loot boxes to a winner. So what should I put right here? You get your max 50 points today. Who's got it? Who knows what I need to put the start of that to change the last element of, and there's a lot of ways to do this, but we kind of know what the last element is. I'd probably do it a little bit differently if I might not show it. I don't know. Yes, Dennis, amazing job. And look, it auto-completes it. Nice job, Dennis. And then we go right there. And so you could like remake the vector, Ben, 10 points right there. Dennis, you're completely right, because this is going to store into the 1000th position of loot boxes and put a winner right there. So that's stored into the 1000th position of loot boxes. We can even look, and look, the 1000th position is now a winner. These are the positions over here on the left. Great job. So we stored into the 1000th position of loot box. You got to be careful, though, because watch this. If I go here and do this, it's a bad idea. This will overwrite everything in loot box with winner, I believe. Oh, no, it just wrote one winner. Haha. Yeah, that's a bad idea, too. We can go back up here. I should have realized that. I was thinking of something a little bit different. I just rewrote my loot boxes because I want them back. There's my loot boxes. I'll mention that just briefly here. If you take a data frame, like, let me just show you what happens in a data frame. I'm wondering, what was Brian thinking would happen? If you take a data frame like MT cars, we'll be talking about data frames here soon. Has anyone ever seen something like this before in their life? What does this look like right here? This is what Brian's calling a data frame. Has anyone ever seen something that looks like this? Like another program that looks a lot like this right here? Has anyone ever seen another program that looks like a spreadsheet? What program makes stuff that looks like this? Excel table, boom, Henry, 10 points right there. It's Excel, Brennan, everyone. Yeah, it just looks like Excel. This just looks like Excel, and all I had to do was go over here and click this, and it opened it up for me. It just says, oh, here's your Excel data sheet. I'm like, oh, cool, it's just Excel. And what's interesting is this is in cell, or it's in row 1, column 1. So I'm going to go down here to the very bottom of the screen. I think let me do this. Let me pull up the screen here a little bit. There we go. Okay. So we couldn't see the bottom of the screen. It was kind of getting to me. We couldn't see the bottom console of it. And so I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to ask for MT cars, which is the name of the data frame. And I'm going to get row 1, column 1. And it's going to report to me 21. You ready for this? Oh, give a graphical error. There we go. It reports to me 21. Now I'm going to ask for row 1, column 2. Row 1, column 2. And what's it going to say? 10 points in the chat. What's this going to say when I ask for row 1, column 2 in the MT cars data frame? 6, Brendan, you're on track. You know what's going on. You understand that it's rows and columns, and you can just manipulate this right here. Let's see, another 10 points. Who's going to get this one? What number will this say to me? What number will this say? Who knows this? If it overwrites the data every time you return the original function, the loop boxes winner won't actually do anything unless you just looking at the vector afterwards, will it? It'll, every time I run that, it'll just write into position 1000. So, and I think, yep, you guys are at 22.8. It'll write into position 1000. So after I run it the first time, it's like, make this winners, although it's winners, so it won't do anything again. So if I rerun that code, it'll overwrite the position with winner, but it's already winner, so it doesn't do anything. Does that make sense, Dennis? Running it again won't change the code. Like, it won't change the vector because it's changing to what it is. So it's not changing it. Hopefully that makes sense. It's like not, it's overwriting it with what's there, so it is technically doing something, but it's not changing it. And great job. You ready for a confusing one? Watch this. How about, and this is a big thing what we're doing right now, what will this return? This is a big note. This is a big note about how data frames work with positions. So after this, I'm going to start showing it on the main screen. If there's nothing there, it returns everything. So don't worry, 10 points everybody. Oh wait, who said everything? 20 points Casey. Wow, Casey, great job. This returns, I'm going to go back to here, everything. That returns the full data frame. That returned everything. It wrapped around the screen a little bit, but that returned everything in the full data frame. Don't worry, that's a graphical error. Don't worry. So I really hate that it does that, but you can see right here it didn't give the error this time. It just does it once, then you just rerun the code. I always wonder. But it returned the full data frame, everything in the data frame. So if nothing means everything, what will this return? Nothing means everything. Someone tell me in words what this means. What will this code return, right? The line 21. What will line 21 return? Henry, 10 points. Henry, you are so right. And Anton right there. Anton, sorry. When I read that, I always read the first thing that's last verse. Brad, there you go. And so everything in the first column, you're totally right. How about this, which I need to stop changing. I need to copy it. How about this line of code? The one that I just wrote that we haven't ran yet. That line of code on line 22. How about code line 22? Yep, getting it. That's everything in columns 1 and 2. Everything in columns 1 and 2. How about this line of code right here? How about this line of code right here? 10 points. Keep answering. Keep just deciphering what this means. What will this return? I've stumped everybody. I've done it. No error yet. No error yet. Nope, no error. You can cheat and do these in the background. It'll return everything but. It'll return everything but column 5. So this returned everything but column 5. So it's hard to tell, but column 5 is missing right here. You see how column 1 is MPG? Watch this. MPG will not be included now when we run this. Do you see how MPG is not in here? That's the first column in the data frame. These are technically row names right here. So this data frame has what are called row names. So this is not returning the MPG cars, and we can confirm this by looking at it. These are row names right here. They're not a column. They're the names of the rows. The first column of data is MPG right here. And then when I ran it right here with the -1, it didn't return MPG. Does everyone see empty cars? -1 in the column space. This is the column space. This is the row space. This is the row space, column space. Be very careful. It can get tricky. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense right there. Let's try one more. Let's go right here and do the following. Good. Let's say can we decipher this? I might just say it because it's a mouthful. It's a lot to say. This will return rows 2 and 3 and columns 1 through 5 for those rows. So there's rows 2 and 3. So this is row 2. This is row 3. And columns 1 through 5 for those rows. Nice job, Emily. 10 points. Great job, Emily. Yep. And if you're starting to get, because look at this. This is the row space right here. Don't get tricked by the concatenate. This is the row space. And then this is the column space right here. And let's do this. Let's copy that. And let's put that at the start of here. Because we're just trying to take as good of notes as we can so we can kind of see the progression of it. Now that row and column thing won't run. But it kind of shows us what's going on. That we have row space and column space. And this is how we manipulate it. And we kind of went up learning how to use it. Is there a reason in the row space you couldn't have used? Yeah, Henry, 10 points, Henry. Henry gave a great idea. If you just want 2 through 3, you could have just made a vector of numbers like this, and you get the same output. Great answer, Henry. Love it. Does the comma mean verses? The comma is another argument. So we are making a two-dimensional argument. Sylvia, 10 points right there. So why do you use C after empty cars? Because we're taking a vector of numbers. This makes the numbers 2 through 3. And here's, I'm going to write this right here. What dimension, if I did the following, let's say I did the following right here like this. This would say my thing is a what dimensional data set. Look at it. it would try to go to how many dimensions and positions in those like dimensions. This would treat this as a what dimensional object, 3-dimensional object. So you can see if we have a vector of data, which I'll talk about this here next. This here is a vector because it's just a vector of data. This is a 1-dimensional object. Does everyone see how this is just a vector? Look at this right here. It's just a line of numbers that wraps around the screen. So it's just a line of numbers. And I'll talk about that dollar sign here in a moment. So now this is a 1-dimensional object. If I do this, I think it'll get mad at me. Yep. Incorrect number of dimensions. So I can't go to a second dimension in this because this only is a 1-dimensional object. You might say, wait a minute, it goes like this. Well, that's because it's just a long vector of numbers that wraps around the screen. I can show that by going here and making it wrap around the screen even more. There we go. So now it's wrapping around the screen even more, and the way you're viewing it is just by like the length of the screen that it has to wrap around the screen. Graphical errors. I really want that do TriCast to stop. I hate it. But this right here is a vector inside the data frame, which brings us to an important note. How do we reach? I want to see it for 10 points in the chat. Everyone's getting crazy points on these Mega Mondays. How do we reach inside of data frames? What connects vectors of data in data frames to their data frames? What connects a vector to a data frame? What is the way we reach inside of a data frame? Anyone know? You got it right there, Mila. You got it. It's those dollar signs. They are very important. And look what happens. Once you type in empty cars, you type dollar sign, it automatically auto-completes. Please try to use autocompletes. 10 points, everyone in the chat right there. You have to know that dollar signs connect data frames to vectors inside of them. And autocomplete is awesome. Like, if any of you have been coding in R or trying it out, autocomplete is your biggest help. Like, you can just scroll through here and click what you want. You'd be like, okay, that. Don't try to type it out. Just let autocomplete do its thing. And there you go. That's a vector right there. Easier to see because it didn't wrap around the screen. And I could say, okay, what is the 15th? There we go. The 15th was 4. So I guess it's right about, that might be it right there. We could check. Let's see here. Is the 16th also 4? It is. Is the 17th 4? It is. And then the 18th is 1. Whoa, my eyes are good. Why can't we run? Oh, because, great question, Ben, right there. So if you do empty cars and then you're reaching inside of it and getting miles per gallon. So where you're at right now, Ben, is you've reached inside of here and you've taken this. So you reach inside of the empty cars data frame. So you reach inside of empty cars and you take miles per gallon. So you are existing right here, right now. You're inside of this. So is HP inside of this right now? So is HP inside of this, like inside of where you're at, is HP here? No, HP's over here. So if you want, you can show the MP cars and then you can get the HP because where is HP located? It's located inside of empty cars. Does that make sense there, Ben? So the HP vector is inside of, yep. So you can't go inside of this data frame, go inside of here, and then go inside of HP because it's over here. So it's just telling it like, take this vector that is inside of this right here. Hopefully the visuals help a lot. You got to think through it. You got to ask these questions. Ben, 10 points. What if you want the console return the 15th and 18th row in MPG? Yeah. So in MPG. So you can. Great question right there. You would use the following code, concatenate 15, 18. Please notice that right here, I'm going to bring this out of here so we can kind of manipulate it and show it to the screen. So notice right here that I'm treating this as a how many dimension object. Here's a big note, and I think this is where I used to make mistakes. How many dimensions is this object right now? How many dimensions am I treating this with? Oops. You're right. 1 dimension. But you're like, but wait, there's a comma. But the comma is inside of the concatenate, telling it that everything here is the row. This is all just, I guess we'd call it position or element position. It's not really row anymore. It's just like element because there's not a row and column to it. It's just the element position. And so everything there is just this because it's a vector of numbers we're taking. So this is going to get the 15th and 18th. So when I was checking earlier and I got, what was it, the 15th of MPG. So I could have said, 15th through 18th right here like this. Or was it HP? Whatever I did. So something. But that gets the 15th through 18th. Light bulb just went off? Yes. As in like went off, like good thing, like went on. So I hope so. You have to keep this is why you have to be here. This is why you got to practice. Let me mute myself. Are you able to select multiple vectors using? You'd have to do each one individually. Great question right there, Brandon. 10 points. You'd have to do each one individually. So if I want multiple vectors, I have to go here and do something like empty cars $ this, and then I need to do empty cars $ that, and then I would select them. I guess you could do things like this where you append the code and then it prints multiple to the screen. There's lots of ways to do this. So lots and lots of ways. One thing also I want to mention right there, and this is big for your assignments. Yes. Let me mention this, and I'm going to mention what Andrew said. If you write, let's call this Brian. Does everyone see that this does not exist right here? Does everyone see that we are not getting anything when I type Brian? If I do this right here and type 5, and then I go and look at my data set, look what's at the very end. Brian, and Brian is 5. This is one of the things I was thinking of when I was thinking of winner. If someone went back and like, why did Brian think that winner would be replacing everything? I wrote a new vector to the data set, and I can do this. I don't know if it'll update right now. Let's try this. Let's call it Darren. And Darren's going to be the word Darren. Will it update when I do? Oh, it does. Wow, I don't know if it used to that, but that's cool. So Darren is now Darren right there. It's been appended to the data frame to a new thing that doesn't exist. But watch this. We'll do one more. You ready? If I go here and I go to empty cars, and I go to, let's say, carb right there, and I overwrite it with, like, let's go 999. Look at that. It's almost like I can adjust this data frame by doing these things. If I go here and I go to, where's gear at? We're going to find gear. Row 1, column. Okay, cool. Gear is probably like the 10th. Holy crap, I'm good. Sorry. I just guessed. My guessing ability is on point today. Do you see how I'm overwriting this stuff? Now, I wouldn't do this. Is there any way to save a code on R other than copying and pasting? Saving your R file. I'm sorry, Ben, expand upon that. Like, I usually don't write, is there any way to undo these things? Oh, Jonathan, I'm putting max points. I can't believe you asked that because that's such a good question. No. Nope. I've just ruined that data frame. I can fix it though really quickly. I'll show you how here. It's like empty cars is something that's saved into R, and this should fix it. Oops. Oh, it didn't? I wonder if I broke empty cars. That'd be funny. I think when I reload R, it'll be fixed. But empty cars is a data frame that it has in here by default. And I've broken it for now. Hopefully I didn't break it for forever, because that'd be funny. My empty cars data set's just broken. But so I'm not putting that code in there because I don't know if I don't want you guys to break your empty cars. I don't think. Let me try this. Let me reset R. Yeah, wait. Cancel file. I want to know if I broke it. Today is the July 1st. I highly doubt I broke it. R's smarter than that to let me break it. June 1st, not July. Okay. I highly doubt I broke it. Highly, highly doubt it. Not the empty cars, I know. Oh, no. No, Jordan. Oh, wait. Empty cars data frame. There we go. And let's go back up here. You can run my code basically in order. Did I not load the empty cars like that? I guess oh, wait, here we go. Here we go. I'm pretty sure it's fine. You're fine, empty cars, right? Look at that. It's fine. It's back. I didn't break it. So if you do this, if you reload the file, we'll fix it. Yeah, empty cars is a data frame that's like, it's like base R, which means it comes with R. And there is no command Z to undo these things. Like, you can undo what you write in code, but if you overwrite stuff, you can't undo and overwrite, because you're like, it'd be cool if you could command Z it, but it's not there. That's why a lot of times we'll create a backup of our file. So you're saying it's like imagine if you overwrite something in your computer, there is no undo and overwrite in your computer. Like if you overwrite a file, if you delete a file, you can undo that. But if you like overwrite a file, you can't undo and overwrite. So lots going on right there. Now, so this is a huge thing. This is a huge note. The NA What is NA? Please write this in the chat for 10 points. NA is missingness. I'm about to critique something right here. I'm about to critique it, and I'll show you why. But NA is missingness. Don't worry, you're going to get the 10 points, but I'm going to critique what you write. Let's see who writes it correctly. Because there's a very specific thing you need to do. I'm going to critique it, and hopefully, yes, Anton right there. Be careful. Only Anton has done. Be careful. Sylvia got it too. You get it. And I'll show you. But look at this right here, how it's written. NA. Very important. Very important. This right here is very important. So what we have right here is that N, and watch it. Watch it right there. Watch it. Ready? A. Did you see it? What happened? Please, someone tell me what happened when I wrote N and then I wrote A. What happened? Something happened. Let's do it again. N. It turned blue. 10 points right there, Mila. That means it's a special thing that R is recognizing. And if we run this right here, it says NA. But that's not the same as N. Well, can't do it because if we do like NA, it says there's no object NA. So when I run NA, it looks for the object NA. What if I do this? Now it's treating it as a what? Look at these small, subtle differences right here. It's going to treat this 10 points, who knows? Sylvia, 10 points, great job. NA is reserved, you're right. Treats it as a word. Emily, you're right. String, Anton, you're right. And Brad right there, you are all right. It's going to treat it as a word. Notice the differences in color. Special character, reserved for missingness, which means nothing's there. This is an object in the environment. It doesn't exist, so can't find it. This is a character. It's like a string. It's just words. So if you make a vector and you say like 4, 5, 6, NA, 1, you notice right here in position 4, there is NA. So if you want to replace position 1, let's just call this vector. And we want to go to vector, and go to position 1 and replace it with missingness. There we go. We've done it. Did everyone see how I wrote a vector, saved it into vector, then I overwrote what's in position 1 with missingness, and then I called the vector to take a look at it. This counts as printing to the screen. If something says print it to the screen, you don't have to do print because I think it'll just literally do it. I see a lot of people do this, which I know it says print, and then you're printing it, but you don't have to. It prints it to the screen if you just call the object and then have it display the object. So that is what is going on there. I just print a screen like that. It shows it. But amazing work today so far. We're covering a lot. I know it's a lot, but don't worry. Practice, practice, practice. Omitting certain elements, we've already talked about this, where you just do the minus. So don't worry, everything's in the notes. Lots of examples today. But if you want to omit an element, you use the minus, and that takes the element out of the vector or the data frame, depending on the dimensionality. The which command. Whew, here we go, is a big one. Time for a big one. Okay. The which function. When we use the which function, it has to take, let's do, okay. I do have a video on this also, but it's a big one to learn. Okay, so what is a logical check? We covered this last time, I believe. Logical checks would be things like 2 equals 2. What will this return? What will this return right here? Everyone should know this one pretty simply. I'd love to put this on the test. Oh, wait. Is 2 equal to 2? You got it right there. True. So watch this. Let's go here and let's grab this. And let's put this inside of here. Let's run it. It returns 1. Oh, don't worry, Ben. Don't worry, Ben. 10 points, Ben, right there. It returns 1. Caroline, everyone, 10 points. And Corbin and Nicholas, great job following along. How about this? What will this return? We'll return this. What will this return right here? Any ideas? What will that return? Line 41. What will line 41 return? Line 40. Sorry, I'm moving the line. Caroline, I will take that because ones and zeros are trues and falses. Ones and zeros are trues and falses. I will take that. So Caroline and Mila are right. This will return true, false, 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 which this is ones and zeros. We can confirm this by going around this and going as numeric and putting it inside the as numeric, and we can confirm the answer right there. Nice job. That is right. It does return true, false, 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 and those are seen as one and zeros. Extra 20 points right there, Caroline and Mila. That is very, very correct. Those are ones and zeros. Trues and falses are ones and zeros, and that is an important note to know. So this code right here, I want you to look at, let's just look at it originally. It's going to return the position of the trues. So what will this code return? What will this code return right here when you look at where the trues are at in this vector? It'll once again just return what for this line of code right here. When I run this, what will this return? What will this line of code return? 1. Nice job right there, Brennan and Mila, 10 points. It will return 1. How about this code right here? Let's go ahead and take my vector and mirror what my vector looks like. Let's do the vector here. Does everyone see the vector? It's right there. I'm going to put it here in the order of line of code. And let's do vector equals 1. What will this return right here? What will this return right here? Vector equals 1. It's going to run all of this right here. You got it, Henry, 10 points. You are right. Because look, here's where the true is at. When we run it, does everyone see what it's doing? And it can return more than, let's do greater than or equal to 3. What will this return right here? What will this return right here? It will return the positions of the vector that are greater than or equal to 3. You got it. 2 and 3. Yep. Now you want to get confusing? Here's where it gets a little confusing. This is the high level. I'm going to go inside of this vector, and I'm going to return the elements in those positions. I'm going inside. Don't worry. I'm going to go inside of the vector and return the elements in those positions. So what will this code return? So when you look at this code right here that I just written, only think of it as that. The code I have written inside of there is literally just that. So don't overthink it. Just be like, oh, that code just does this. So what will this code do right here? Since what's inside of it is just this. That's what's inside of it. No one's got... Oh, wait, I think, yes. Brad, you are right. Great job, Brad. 10 points right there. This code will return just the elements in positions 2 and 3, which are 5 and 6. If you understand this, you understand the which very well. There's a lot more we can do with it, but I went from kind of the easiest forms of which to a much higher level form of which, where we're using it inside of another thing. But don't look at this right here as a very complex, like there's so much going on right here. Break this down to a logical test. This tests to see with trues and falses if something is greater than or equal to 3 in the vector. Now the which is going to return the positions of the trues. So what happens next is we turn the trues and falses into positions, and we get the positions of the trues. So it's going to say 2 and 3. Now I'm going to take, because this code inside of here is just 2 and 3, I'm going to return the elements that are 2 and 3 in the vector. And what are the elements in 2 and 3 in the vector? They're elements 5 and 6. And we can see that by viewing the vector. The vector right here are the elements 5 and 6. That was a pretty big example. I have a video going over this too, but how do you omit the NAs? So they do exist in the vector positions. Like, are you saying, like, how could I maybe rewrite my vector without the NAs? Like, rewrite the vector without the NAs. Let me do that real quick. It's a really good question. Like, if I wanted to remake my vector without the NAs, so what I'd want to do is I'd want to find is.na, didn't come out quick there, is.na in the vector will tell me if things are RNA. Here's a logical flip to this. So now it returns the things that are not NA. Then I would go right here, and I'd go to my vector, and I would go just to those positions. I could put this inside of a which and do that, and there's the elements of the vector that are not NA. Really good question, but that's how you could take your vector and get the things that are not NAs. Alex, 10 points right there. But good questions like that, and then I should know how to like think up a code that does that. Like I want to find the positions that are not NA, and then I want to report those positions from my vector. So here's the things that are NA. Here's the things that are not NA. Let's get those positions for those things, and let's get the elements in those positions. Does that make sense? Once again, let me repeat that. Here's the things that are NA. Here's the things that are not NA. Let's get the positions of those things. Let's report the elements in those positions. Did that make sense, Alex? So really good, really kind of quick example right there. And then we should be able to, like, when we get better at coding, and I've been coding for 6-7 years in R right, 5-6 years in R right now. It's been a while. You're welcome, Alex. Really good question. I like when you guys ask things. I'm like, can I, like, if it takes 10 seconds to code, I'm like, we got this. But if it's like a bigger thing, like, man, that Plotly Basics was so much fun. I'll show you guys the picture at the end. But I had fun making that video. It's fun to code. You get to solve stuff. So logicals. Okay, we need to talk about logicals here for a little bit because some pretty big stuff going on right here. So once again, the notes are all here for you, but I'm going to cover some big stuff. I think everyone knows what we did. Double equals is a logical check. This is not equals. So I just showed you an exclamation point flips something. So if you were to see exclamation mark true, what will this return? It flips it to the other thing. Remember what the other thing is? What's 10 points in chat? Who knows? What is this going to flip it to? What will that flip it to? False. And here's the big thing. Capital false. So when we do false, this right here, this is false. This is false. And also this is false. This is true. This is true. And that is true. So let's put a note right here. Trues. And these are all false. And I can write a word false like that, but this is false right here, that's false, and that is still seen as false inside of R. This is true, and that is seen as true inside of R. Like if I were to say true equals to 1, what will this report? True is logically equal to 1. What will R think about that? R will tell me, and I'll be shocked if it doesn't say it. R will say this statement is that true is logically equal to 1. It's true. True is 1. At least the way R sees it. So understanding that you're saying, is true logically equal to 1? How about is true not equal to 1? That's false. True is equal to 1. So true is not equal to 1. That is a false statement. So understanding what's going on here with these is very important. But what about this code right here that I did earlier, where I did something like this? This is asking, is 2 equal to 2? Is 2 equal to 3? Is 2 equal to 4? Is 2 equal to 5? So it's going through each element of that vector. Does that make sense to everybody right there? And then I could flip this whole thing if I want by going outside of it and flipping it all. And now it'll say false, true, 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 true. It's the same thing if I had put the exclamation point here, but a lot of times I like to flip it on the outside. I just take the whole vector and flip it. It's my favorite way to just like say all the trues will now be false and all the false will now be true. I love that trick. Once I found that, I was like, oh, it's cool. I can just flip my trues and falses. Very, very useful to flip trues and falses. Probably the most confusing one right here is the percent in percent. So percent in percent needs to be read, and this is important for your assignment. When you see the word contained in, this is very important for your assignment. So please, someone write this as a sentence, and I will give you your full 50 points. Somebody read this as a sentence. Start with this, and then read the word proper right here. Who can write this as a sentence? You get full 50 points. Give it a shot. Try to read this as a sentence versus the one above it. But I'll take that right there. I'll take that right there, Sylvia and Emily. It wouldn't be 2 is contained. It's more of a question. So is 2 contained in the sequence 2 through 5? So we're not saying it is contained, but is 2 contained in the sequence 2 to 5? How would you answer that? Just pretend you're is 2 contained in the sequence 2 through 5? What would you say to me if I asked you that? Is 2 contained in this sequence 2 through 5? What would you say to me? You'd say to me what? That is true. It is contained over there. How about if we do this? This asks, Is 2 contained in this sequence? Is 8 contained in this sequence? And the answer for this would be true, false. Because 2 is contained, nice job, Brandon, right there, and 8 is not contained. This takes practice. I know someone's probably watching this being like, I am so lost. It takes practice, and we're hitting you with a lot right now. So keep practicing, keep reviewing, practicing. When you get stuck on the assignment, email, please, please, please. Don't wait till tomorrow night, very end of the night to do it. It's a lot to do, a lot to practice. So we have right here the ands and the ors. That's where I got to with the other class, so we're way ahead. We could say true and, where's my and symbol? True and true. True and false. Try like that. Let's take a look at this right here. So this is your ands right here. When you have an and, everything in the and needs to be true to get true. When you have one false, it'll return false. But with the or, you only need one true. Does that make sense to everybody? This is key stuff right here. That when you have, everyone's checking out the points now, when you have trues and falses connected by ands and ors, if there's an and, everything needs to be true to get true. That's the key note. When there's an and, everything needs to be true to get true. When there's an or, you only need how many trues? When there's an or, you only need how many trues? When there's an or, you only need how many trues? Whoops, that's... When there's an or, you only need how many trues? You only need one. So when there's an or, you only need one true. Because that's true or false or false or false or false or false. But with the ands, if you have one false, right here, it's going to report false. Because everything has to be true. So remember how this works, that with ands, what is the symbol for or? It is, so let me drop it in the chat. Great question. Let me just drop this logical, and I'll drop the single thing. I think it's called a pipe is the name for it. It is the symbol, I can't show the keyboard, below the backspace key. Below the backspace key, it is above enter and below the backspace key. Does that help right there, Brad? So it's above enter and below the backspace key. It's called a pipe, I think. I think that's the name for it. True or true, nice job right there. Great job, Corbin. 10 points. And Brad for asking. Good practice. Good stuff. So much going on. So many examples. The percent and percent. Note on selecting element factors. Alternative subset. We got this. We got this. We will finish up everything tomorrow. And I think we've done... Yep. We are way on track. We got this. So the subset function right here, let's just talk briefly about this. You ready? With the subset function, subset takes what we want to subset. The first argument of subset is what do you want to subset? So let's put here, first argument, what do you want to subset? How am I going to add in an extra argument? How will I add in, someone put in the chat for 10 points, how does Brian add in an extra argument within functions? How do I put in an extra argument within a function? I want to go to the next argument. I want to be like, okay, now we're going to do this. You got it right there, Andrew and everybody, 10 points. You know what's going on. You can hit enter right here and it goes to the next line. And now the next line, we're going to put our comment back up here. Cool. So now we're going to put in, and I think this will run, we'll see if it likes the comment. I'm a little bit afraid with that comment there. We're going to see what's going to happen. The second thing we're going to do, cross fingers, is we're going to put in a condition. We're going to say MPG greater than 20. Does this run with the comment in the middle of it? I think it did. It did. Let's say MPG greater than 30. Yep, it did. I've never tried putting a comment in the middle of this. So this is conditions. So now I'm going to stay inside of this, and I'm going to say and. I'm going to say and let's say DISP greater than 90. What car will this return to me? What car will be the only car in my subset? How do you know the end of the comment? Because it didn't end with the comma. I've never really tried this before. The comment, if you notice, it didn't go green right here, and that's how I knew it. And I'd never tried this format before where I put a comment kind of inside the code. And I think people are seeing, yep. So it reads through those spaces, and let's put here still in conditions. See how it does the sub indent? And so this is not a new argument because we haven't done a comma. If I put a new comma, I'd be in a new one. Is it necessary for the code to be separated on different lines? Preference. Here, I'll write it. Great question right there, Brad. You don't have to do it like this, but you could just do this code will return. I can never find the end. I'm so bland. Great question. This code will return the same thing as this code right here. I clicked the wrong button. So those codes do the same exact thing. Really good questions. These are the questions you should be asking, but especially if you're doing a lot of conditions, like if I had like a wait condition right here, and I made a mistake. See, there we go. If I do a wait thing right here, like I say, and I'll learn where the and's eventually. Wait greater than 1. So now this right here gives another condition. So the only time I leave this right here, we'll put a comma now. You notice how it goes down. And I'm in a new argument right here. Select MPG, these been quotes. And this will only report these columns. So that only reports the columns. So you don't have to put a comma between the conditions. That's correct. The conditions, because if you put a comma, you would go to a new what. If I were to put commas right here, I would go to a new what. And you notice this is saying I'm still within the reason I like doing this, I like hitting enter, is because it shows me I'm still within this certain thing. I'm still within this argument. Anton, yep, you are right. Antonio, sorry. Antonio, you are right. I'm still within the argument for the conditions. So the sub indent right here, which I really like seeing, shows me I'm still within this same argument. And as soon as I put a comma, I go into this right here. So it's easier to kind of notice the flow that I'm going inside of here. I'm still inside the same argument. Here was my first argument. And then here's my second argument right here, which is all conditions. And they're connected by ands because I'm saying I want a car that has this and this and this. And then my last argument was reporting certain columns. So the select took a concatenated vector of the columns I want to display. So these are the only columns I have reported for the subset I've created. This was really complicated. It joined together a lot of things we've been learning. Who feels like they understand this? Like, who'd be like, makes sense? I know I'm asking that a lot, but I'm just hoping I'm not losing people. Usually I'm looking to the class and I'm watching, and if people are just like, then I'm like, oh no. Always be telling me Brian makes sense, doesn't. For the most part, yes. It's a lot. It's a lot. Like practice. But just hopefully you feel good. Oh man, that you guys are awesome. They think you got it. I like hearing that. Subset. Here's subset examples. So you can see what's going on. This is a one-dimensional object. Oh, wait a minute. So wait, the subset is of X. That's what we're making a subset of. And then this is the what for the subset? What is the second argument by default for subsets? It's the condition. How would you do the argument for categorical data? Yeah, here I'll do one real quick on categorical. So I'm going to go to library reg class, and I'm going to load up survey 10. So it's just a data set I've worked with a lot, probably too much. It's my favorite data set. And then if I want to only get like males or something. So if I were to subset survey 10, and I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go gender equals male. And then I have made a subset of just the males right here. And I could go and, where's my and? I seriously will learn where that key is eventually. GPA greater than or equal to 4.0. So now we've made a subset of males who are, oh, there's only 3 males. There you go. So these are males who have GPAs, and I guess it only went up to 4.0, but these are just males in my data frame who have GPAs equal to 4.0. And if you look at how, when you learn these codes and you know what to do, if someone's like, I just want this reported, you can be like, okay, there's the conditions, here we go. And then you could add in your final argument if you want, and you could say, just select, there's another way of doing it, but we'll select only, their text per day. I'm going to misspell it, aren't I? And we're going to select their height. It'll put them in this order now. But now we just have their text per day and their heights. How would you report the row number of the data that falls within the... Okay, wait, let me think. How would you report the row number of the data that falls... Are you talking about these row numbers right here? These row numbers right here? You want to know the row numbers of the... Phone, you need to behave. We're turning off ringer today. You want to know the row numbers of these row numbers? You could go right here and go to row. I think row names will do it. And we can get the row names of the data frame right there. And then you could store them as numeric if you want. It's reporting them as actual names, but we could turn them to numeric right here, and we can get the actual numbers. Does that make sense right there? Or in the last example, if you want like just the... So these row names are actual names of cars, which is interesting. Here, I'm going to go here and call this sub, just to store it into that, and go to row.names, and go to sub, and it's the name of the car. And let me think right here, because... And then we could go here and go to empty cars, and go to... I know what we could do. Go to row names... empty cars, and equals this. It's probably doing this with way too much code, and go to which. There it goes. The 28th car. Does that, and that's using a lot of what we learned today. I'm using a logical. So I went to the row names vector, which just gets me all the row names for the cars. And then I asked for it, what I said, which one of these is equal to the row names. Yeah, that was a really good question, Alex. 10 points right there. You're trying to... I like it when you guys ask me, how could we do this? And then we used a which to do it because we want the position that is equal to, and I did a logical check. So we're kind of doing a lot of multiple things. Like you guys are writing a homework assignment for me right now. What if we want to know the average GPA of males with over 5 weekly hours of week? Yeah. So great, man. You guys are... That's literally... This could be homework questions or take-home questions. So we want the average GPA of males that with over 5 of weekly hours of video games played. So how do you spell weekly hours video game played? I'm going to go grab the name of that variable. I can do it quicker. Column names is a code that gets you the names of the columns. So it's weekly hours video games played, right? If you notice, I don't want to type stuff. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to paste that right here. And we're going to go weekly hours of video game played is 5 with over 5 hours of video games played. And so there's over 5 hours of video games played. I'm going to remove this last condition right here. And I'm going to make this the subset of male gamers. So there's the subset of male gamers. And I'm going to go to male gamers. I'm going to go to their GPA. So there's the GPA. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to go mean of this vector. There we go right there. We've done it. Does that make sense, Jonathan? Do you see what I've created to answer your question? And how we can kind of easily find answers to this with code. That's the beauty of code. If you like, hey, that was nice and easy when you asked me, hey, find the males, find the ones who have at least 5 hours of gaming, more than 5 hours of gaming, and report to me the mean of their GPAs. Boom. Got it for you right there. And I'm trying to think if there's anything else major. Let's talk about one last thing here really quick. One thing that you can do, this is a huge thing. Please, this is our last minute. And I'll start next class with this, but I think this will cover everything for the assignment, is when you have a logical vector. So let's make a logical vector right here. This is our last minute. Don't leave yet. Does everyone see my logical vector? If you do sum of the logical vector, it'll add up all the trues as ones. If you do mean of a logical vector, it'll tell you the percent of trues. This is a huge note. Sum of all the trues, which are 1. Percent of all the trues. So when I do this, this vector is 75% true. So what if I wanted to see here, I could take my male gamers and I could say mean, this is my last question of the day, we'll end right on time, mean of male gamers GPA, so greater than 3.8. So what would this tell me right here? This would tell me the something of male gamers. Last question of the day. Someone gets max points right here. Who's got it? Who's got what this would do? If you understand this, this will return to me the something of male gamers that are something. P word for the something. The something of male gamers that are something. So change mean. You're basically right. Not the mean, but this is a logical check inside of here. This is a logical right here. So that's a logical right there. That's a logical check. So this will tell me for the male gamers, the percent of, Brad, you got it, the percent of male gamers that have a GPA above 3.8. There we go. I keep clicking the wrong button. That is the percent of male gamers that have a GPA above 3.8. You got it. And last, this will return to me how many male gamers. So there was 5 out of, who knows, I could look. I could look how many male gamers there are. Male gamers, there are 20 male gamers. Wait, in rows. That's how many columns there are. There's 81 male gamers. So 81 male gamers. That's got it. That was a lot. So if you want so we are done. We are done. Sorry, I think I'm at 1 minute over. I'm sorry. Mega Monday is going crazy. So if you want a percent in your assignment 2, you want, either or is fine. I mean, percent is decimal or percent. I mean, it's the same thing. You're welcome, Sylvia. Really good class. Oof, I feel it. That was a lot. Lots of good practice. I will post this. Remember, you can always look for my code. Take notes while we do it. Keep practicing. You too, Emily. Have a great day. But you're welcome, John. Lots of good practice. We're working really hard. And I know you're feeling your brain just being like, like my brain's expanding. What does replace equals true and replace equals false mean? Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me talk about that a little bit here. So when you saw in sample, that was the function. When you saw sample right here with replace equals true, so these are the defaults. Well, right now it's showing me the default, but the argument is set equal to false. Now, this is kind of like storing into the argument right here, replace false. So it's not doing a logical check. So remember, equals is a logical check. So this is not logically checking replace to see if replace is equal to false. It's saying this argument right here, we will not use replace. So what you could do is you could say numbers 1 through 10 and give me 10 numbers. So it's going to sample 1 through 10, give me 10 numbers, and replace is equal to false. So that's saying do not replace the numbers. So this will actually give me all the numbers, a randomly generated sequence of numbers 1 through 10. So let's say I have 10 people come into a room, and I say, we're going to give you guys a random number, and that's how we're going to call on you. But imagine this. Imagine I say, when you walk into the room, you will get between 1 to 10 cookies. So I don't know. Just cookies are awesome. You get between 1 to 10 cookies. And you could get, like, first person could get 10, second person could get 3, fourth person could get 3. It can repeat. So I'm going to go here to replace equals true and take a look. Now you see repeating numbers because they've been replaced. So this changed how the argument works. So what you're seeing right here is not that we're doing a check to see if replace is equal to true. We are saying in the argument, you will replace things. Like, this is how the argument works. It's saying sample numbers 1 through 10, sample 10 of them, because it's what are we sampling? How many are we sampling? And then this argument says, how will we replace them? We will replace them. It is true that we will replace them. And so now you see here we get this. What's interesting is if we put replace equals false, which is the default, and we do this, can I sample 11 numbers from 10 numbers? Can I sample 11 numbers from 10 numbers? Can I do that, or will this break my code? Can I sample 11 numbers from 10 numbers? Can I do that? Nope. Code breaks. Code says, nope, can't do that. You can't do that. That's too much. Cannot take a sample larger than the population when replace is equal to false. So if you set replace equal to true, you could sample how much ever you want. You could sample 100 for all it matters. And now it'll sample 100 numbers, and you can get 100 random numbers because it's able to replace them. It's sampling with replacement. Does that make sense right there, Ben? What it does, replace equals true and false, and how arguments, we tell it how to use that argument. We're not doing a check to see if replace is equal to true. We're saying when you do this, use replacement. And that's why we say replace is equal to true. So it's saying this is what replace will be used as, not check to see if replace is true, which is equals equals. So the replace, which we don't do, but if we did this, that would say check to see if replace is equal to true. This would be a logical check. But when we use arguments, we do this right here to say replace is going to be used as true. So that's how that's used right there. Really great questions today. Man, whew. I know what it's like first learning how to code, but please, please, please start on the assignment today. Email me. And once again, I'm going to drop it in the chat. Maybe some 474s have dropped by. But later on today, we've got the Plotly video, and I'll show the graphic. But here's the Plotly video in the chat, and I'll show you the graphic you get to see me make. You will get to see me make the following graphic. Hop over to the screen. Don't worry, class is over. Once again, class is over. But you'll see me go through the following code, and you will see me make, I guess we could go down to the last graphic. Could not find Plotly Pi. Oh, did I grab the wrong? Oh, wait. Oh, no. Did I change my code? Oh, please tell me I didn't delete my code. File. Open recent file. Plotly box. There we go. There we go. So, great job, everybody. Here's my last code, and you will see me make, I ran the whole file by accident. You will see me make the following graphic right here, and I will explain to you, hopefully, and I'm hoping people tell me whether or not I explained it, but you will see me make the following graphic, and you will kind of learn how to make these things where you can hover over and zoom in and do all these cool things. I'll mention this to 474 again. The slides should be under modules. Let me hop and show you that real quick. The slides should be under modules, and they're in the same spot for both classes. Here we'll go for 320, though. I think you're in 320. Correct me if I'm wrong. They should be under modules. They're under coding basics under modules. Where's modules at? Help me from modules. Where are you at? There you are, modules. It's too much on the screen. Modules right here, and lectures, the basics right here. So, and hopefully, please tell me if anything is not available, but it should be right there, Sarah. Does that make sense? As you should see module 1, and then you've got activities connected to it. So did I move the assignment down to here? Cleaning and validating data. I don't think there's cleaning and validating in here. It's all the way down here as assignment 1. It does awesome. And then here, I'll show this here to the next class, but we'll take a quick break here, I think. I'm going to grab a little tiny bit of breakfast, but I will be back here in a moment. So if you are here, hang out. I'll be back. Let me get the graphic up here on the screen, and we'll start class. With that, I'll talk about this when we start class. So if you're in 474, be back soon. What's up, Adam? I will see everyone here in a moment. Bye for now, everybody. Hey everybody, how are we doing? Good morning. Good to see everybody. Awesome stuff. I've got a big announcement for today. Who here thinks I'm going to show you this graphic right here that I've created? I'm very, very proud of this graphic. If you can't tell, make sure I've got the right video right here before I send out the video link. But some people have asked me, they say, Brian, I can't make it to class. I've got everything going on, lots going on. Hey, Ahmed, good to see you here. They say, lots going on with my schedule. And so I made a video this weekend, very proud of it. I wrote a bunch of code. You can see the code in the background. And a lot of people have asked me how to use Plotly. It's been one of the big things in emails like, Brian, I'd really like to know how to use Plotly. Plotly gives you the ability to make really awesome graphics. And you've got these buttons right here that you can use that let you adjust what's on the graphic. So you can display just certain things. You can even hover and zoom and just go to that right there and be like, I only want to see this box plot right here. So if you're interested in making graphics like this, I'm going to drop this in the chat right now. But this is a video that will premiere at 5 p.m. today. Show up to the premiere. If you're at the premiere, I think I said the other class, you can get 20 points for being at the premiere. But show up, watch the video, comment in the stream. I'll try to be there too, just like hanging out, answering questions. But it's a 10-minute video that brings you from the very, very basics of Plotly. The very, very basics of it. It starts out very simple and shows you how to just make a box plot like this. You can see the code right here in the background. You'll get to see more later. But the very basics of Plotly all the way down to kind of a more complex, I say a little breakfast, a more complex Plotly object to work with. So we start with the basics, go more complex, and that'll be premiering at 5 p.m. today. So check that out. And, tell me what you think. If you're like, oh, I don't understand this at all, it makes no sense, tell me. Or you're like, hey, that really helped me, and now I want to do Plotly more. But 5 p.m. today, check it out, premiering on the YouTube's channel right here. Let's hop back to the notes. But how is everyone doing this morning? How is everyone doing? I haven't seen too many people talking to the. Sorry, it's like an oatmeal thing. It's making me cough. I swear I'm not sick, but I'm just going to sit here and just die slowly. Hopefully not. We're going to go back. I think the last thing we did was which and logicals. And we did subset. I think we did subset. We did growing appending vectors. We've done so much. Adding a factor. So many things. Rename a factor. Dealing with blank levels. Cool. We talked a lot. Have been working on homework this morning. Awesome. You know what's really good? This homework is kind of tricky. Yes. So here, let's mention a big thing right now. You ready? 1, I will have office hours after class as I usually do. 2, if you are stuck on anything, email me when you're stuck, and will I email you back and explain how to do it? Now, I'm not going to give you the answer straight out, but who here has emailed me when they're stuck on a homework question? I email you back pretty quickly, and I walk you through how to do it. And I'm like, okay, here's what you need to do here. Surely someone's in the chat, hopefully, who I've been speaking to. Yep. I've been emailing people back and forth. Please, you have to start on the homeworks. You can technically start them the day of, but you have to start them a little bit early. A lot of people get a lower grade on the first homework assignment, especially in 320 and in 474. But don't let that be you. Don't worry if you get like a 70, an 80, 85. I know everyone wants to get 90, 95. I do too. Those are great grades. 95, awesome. Just a few little mistakes. But come to office hours today if you're stuck. With the flaws with homework help. Oh, awesome. Yes. I am here to help out when you're stuck. Once again, remember our rule. If you're stuck for more than 5 minutes, please email me. And we wrote this in 320 just a moment ago because I was saying this to them also. So we'll change that. So with the flash, I was like, that must be something I don't know. I like right there, 10 points right there, Casey. But please email me with something like this. I'll help you through it. Don't look at it for more than 5-10 minutes. I mean, you can Google, you can do the things we normally do when we're trying to be like, how do I, do the sequence function in R? But once you realize like I'm stuck, or you're like, I can't be spending more time on this, or even if you like it and you're spending like an hour, please realize like I want you to optimize your time, and I want to give you advice and tips for how to do this. So please don't get this feeling of like I'm stuck, I can't solve it. Email me and I'll help you out. Biggest tip I can give is email me whenever ever you're stuck. But you know what today is? Today is Mega Mondays. So guess what? Here's our mascot, Mega Man, right here on these Mega Mondays. Look at how excited he is. because today the point limit is 50 points. I'm going crazy here on these Mega Mondays. 50 points on Mega Mondays. Remember that in the future. Next Monday it'll be 50 points on these. You guessed it, we're seeing it again. Mega Mondays right here. So with these Mega Mondays, 50-point Mega Mondays, you can get up to 50 points. That's your max points for the day is 50 Mega Monday points. So I'm throwing out some 10-point bundles to people on these Mega Mondays. So let's start learning how to code again. Now remember, you have to be here or you have to be watching the videos. I highly suggest being here because everyone knows how these Streamlab points works. If you're in chat and you're interacting and you're talking, you're getting more points. So the more you talk, the more you interact, the longer you watch, being live, gotta be live, the more points you're getting. Please keep interacting. That's what keeps the class going. Last class was asking me to code some stuff. They're making me think. Can you guys beat them? Can you make me think more? Let's see. Let's find out. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Streamlabs. Okay. We've covered so much. And please realize a lot of this is references right now. A lot of this is references. And we've got issues with using unequally sized vectors. And there's weird things that can happen when you use unequally sized vectors. So let's look at unequally sized vectors here just a little bit. And we could say 2 plus 2 through 5. Just see what happens. There we go. Added 2 to everything. I think it'll get mad if we do something like 2 through 3 plus 2 through 5. Oh, it did it. It added 2 to 2, 3 to 3, 2 to 6, and 3 to 5. And I guess because are they equally sized? Let's do this. Now it got mad. It gave a warning message, though. Here's a really big thing we should note, is that this is a warning message. And one thing you can do is if you don't want to see that, you can go to suppress warnings. And now it won't show you that warning message. So a warning message is just trying to tell you something about your code's a little bit off. It's like, did you know this? Just trying to alert you to this. It's different than an error message, which will crash your code. Error message is like, nope, can't do this. Not happening. I can show you an error message right here. If I go sample from the numbers 1 through 10, sample 11 of them, and we get an error message here. You notice it gave me no output. So these are key notes that we should know. The difference between a warning message is like, hey, you know this is happening. I'm still going to show you what's going on. Still going to give you your code or your output. But did you know this? And then an error message like, nope, not happening. Stop. Game over. It says you can't do this. Not happening. Error. So very important you know the difference between an error message and a warning message. Make sure you know that. Error messages stop your function from running. Warning messages display a red text message to the screen being like, something going on right here. Okay, we know what's going on with errors, warnings, and all this good stuff right here. Adding levels to a factor. We actually did this last class. What's really interesting is when you have a variable that is a factor, you have to be careful with how you use it. Let me make sure I call the library before this. So if we were to go to handedness, which is a vector inside of here, need to call the data frame first. And we go to handedness and we display it, we can see that it has levels. Now, this is an important thing right here. If it has levels, then what kind of variable does it see it for 10 points? What kind of variable does R see this as? What kind of variable does R see this as? Or what kind of class, I should say. Because as I say variable, you can answer it the way I think you might answer it. Factor, yep, 10 points right there. You're right. The R sees this as a factor. Nice job, and everyone answering 10 points. We should know instantaneously that this is a factor right here. This is a factor, and that's how R sees it. We know what is going on. And so if I try to write into here, let's try and do this. Let's go here, R for right-handed. Did it do it? Whoa. I didn't think it would. That was interesting. Let's try doing this. So we reloaded the data now. Let's try going to position 1 and writing R. Good. That's interesting. That was interesting. It overwrote, I think, all of the whole factor thing as itself. And it might have wrote it as a character vector. So what happened when I did this? we'll see right, I think it might have turned it into a character vector. Yeah, it turned it into a character vector. So it didn't actually overwrite it as a factor. It overwrote the vector itself as a character vector of all R. So that's horrible. But when I tried to do this, and let's reverse it. When I try to do this right here, it's still a factor, and it's trying to store into a factor in where? In position what? Put it in the chat for 10 points. See, it's showing you're following along. It's trying to store into the vector handedness in the survey 10 data frame into position 1, Jordan 10 points right there, and it's going to try to store R into there, but it can't do that. It can't do that because the levels factor, or the levels of the factor, does not contain that. So when we go here and we look at this, there's no R, but we could add to the levels vector R, and now we can do it. Oops, I keep hitting wrong buttons. We could add to it R, and now it can do it. So is there like an easy rule to remember when you need to put the name of the data frame and $sign between the name of the column? Scott, good question right there. So when we put the $sign, it's whenever we have basically an Excel data sheet. So let's look at this right here. This looks basically like an Excel data sheet. So this is survey 10. When I do a $sign, I can reach inside and get one of these vectors right here. So what does the $sign do? And this is a key note. Scott, 10 points for asking. $signs connect data frames to vectors. They allow you to go like inside the data frame. So when you do survey 10, you're calling the data frame. And then when you do $sign, you're calling one of these vectors inside of it right here. You're calling a vector inside the data frame. So that's what we have going on right there. Survey 10 is the data frame. And then $sign allows us to achieve one of these vectors inside of it right here. Very, very important to know that. Great question, Scott. So we understand what's happening here. We've added a new level number 4, to the levels of handedness inside the survey 10 data frame. Always try to read the whole thing as a sentence. Now, we probably didn't need to do this. We can see here now the table of survey 10 handedness gets us the following because we put in this right here. So we just did that randomly. If we want to drop levels, like let's say we also added in the L level right here. Nope. If we were to put L right here and do this, I feel like there were times in 320 where we could access them without the name of the data frame and the $sign. Yeah, I'll show you that here in a second. Scott, great question. And there's a trick to that, but it's one of those things that's like, I'll show you that. So look at the table now. Does everyone see how the table now has L, but L has 0? So as the notes say, we can go to drop levels, and we go right here. And I think I did this last class too, but this syntax I always kind of have to remember. And then I think we just take and we overwrite right here. So this is the following code right here to store the vector with the levels dropped into the vector. So when I do this, and now I do the table, it drops that additional level. So look at how before we had the L level with 0 observations in it, all the way back up here. The L level had 0 observations in it. And then I said drop the levels, which will drop the ones with 0 observations in it, and then store that into the original vector. Little tricky right here. We're dropping the levels with 0 observations in them, and then we're storing that vector that we create with the dropped levels into the original vector. We're overwriting it. But Scott, another 10 points. You brought up a really good question with the attach function. I don't know if you used attach, but this is what we can do right here is we can do attach, and now I can actually call handedness from there. That's kind of an iffy thing. It's Dr. Petrie doesn't like that, but I use it. I've done it before. But what attach does, the attach function attaches that data frame to the global environment so that all the vectors in the data frame, which I don't think it shows it here, all the vectors in the data frame can be accessed from the global environment. So I could do like minutes video games or something, or weekly minutes video games, and it'll show me this vector. And hence why it has the tag right there. So that's the weekly hours video games, which is the same thing as if I did survey 10 $sign weekly hour video games. Yep. Would it be the rightmost level of the level with 0 observations? When you report your table, I can make it again right here. It is the one right below it. So when you get a table, it'll always remove the one, like, right, I put this in here. It'll drop the levels with no observations in it. So drop levels is a function that removes from the factors categorical variables that have no levels in them. No observations in them. Because this is kind of a storage space inside of that factor, and there's just nothing there. So you might want that to exist, but if you reported a table, I mean, so imagine we had people at UT, and we have here, let's do this. Let's go here and do a level and think about why we'd want more levels. We have freshmen. We have sophomore, junior, and we're not going to put something. Okay, so we're going to say the people who show up to a Stat 201 class. And these are the people who showed up to a Stat 201 class. And we're just going to look at these levels right here. So remember this. This data stands for people who showed up to a Stat 201 class. And let's go here, save into Stat 201. Okay, so these are the people who showed up to a Stat 201 class, and we can make a table of it. And I'll explain why we might want to add that extra level to it. So here's my table of the people who showed up to a Stat 201 class. It's turning it into, and we didn't turn into a factor. Let me turn this into a factor because I think it's treating those as words. Or did it turn into a factor? Let's turn it into a factor. It is words because it didn't say levels. There we go. Okay. So we have right here, and I'm trying to think of the last thing. If I want to make it ordinal, can't remember my cheat. I always forget the thing inside a factor to give it an order. Ordered, where is it? I so rarely make these from scratch. If you want to turn it into an ordinal categorical variable, it should be here in the notes. Ordered factor sort. I'm so sorry, everybody. Remind me not to eat breakfast between classes. There we go. For some reason, oatmeal always makes me cough. I don't know why. What is the argument again? I know it. I use it all the time. Not all the time, but I've used it many times. Levels. There's levels. Is ordered. Ordered. Why is my brain breaking on it? So, ordered. Why can't I think of it? I can't think of it. That's all right. What we need to do here, and does the drop the last level? It drops any with zeros inside of it. My brain will have to rethink of this in a moment here. Let's go right here and do the following. And let's go to the levels vector. What will this levels vector report for me right now? It'll report the levels right here, or the one all the way at the very bottom of the screen. So the levels vector is going to report for me the levels of this factor now. But I might want for this. And I bet I can create an order to it. It should be is not ordered equals... There it is. Ordered equals true. Cool. And then I'm going to fix it. And there's the levels vector. It is. Okay, good. I did order it. And I'm going to have to do it the hard way of ordering it. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to store into the levels vector. And I'm going to go here and put in position 4. And what am I going to store into position 4? Does anyone have a wild guess on what I'm going to store into position 4? Assignment 1 is due tonight. Assignment 1 is due tonight. To drop specific numbers or just the zeros? Just the zeros. Great question. I am so sorry. And so we're going to put senior right there, but there's a problem. Let's look at our table. Does everyone see the problem with our table? There is a problem with our table. Our table right now has juniors and sophomores reversed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my levels vector. And I'm going to rewrite the levels vector with the levels vector. And I'm going to go here and I'm going to do 1, 3, 2, 4. Does everyone see the small switch I'm doing right here? Is that I'm overwriting my levels vector with my levels vector, but my levels vector will now be ordered 1, 3, 2, 4. Does that make sense? What's that going to do to the very bottom right here when I do 1, 3, 2, 4 in that order? Because I'm going to overwrite the levels vector with the levels vector, but in the order 1, 3, 2, 4. When I do this, now my table has put sophomores. Oh no! I did something really dumb. I overwrote the name of it. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. Always look at your code. Yeah, it's putting the names of them there. Ordered. I gotta remember how to use the ordered again. Just trying to switch. So here's the easy thing I could do. So I could report the table in order 1, 3, 2, 4. That'll do. Oops. Oh my gosh. That is not what I want to do. Brian broke a code. Right here, we have the following, and now it is in the correct order. So this isn't freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, but I want to fix it. I work so rarely by making my own ordinal categorical variables. Ordered is equal to true. Let me scroll down. This is why the help menu exists when you forget how to do a little thing. And you're like, I want to give it a certain order. And where do we see? We're going to take a quick look right here. Labels, class, ordered, ordered, factor, ordered equals true. And where are they specifying their order? Character, duplicates, factor. Really? They didn't do an example? Let me do one thing right here. What does the 4 mean? So what does that mean? Someone in chat, Sarah, 10 points for asking, and someone in chat, 10 points. Explain what the 4 means. We are writing to where right now? Where are we writing? What are we doing? And I'm trying to find my one code right here that I'm looking for. Levels, there we go. That should do it. It's levels. That's all it is. Could have done that. All right. The fourth position, technically. The fourth position, and it is levels. And so we should be able to go here, freshman, sophomore, junior, and then we're going to go here and go senior. And quotes or double quotes works. And let's double check. Is this the last? That is the last. Please note something. You may not have known this, but when you put your cursor right here, it'll show you if it closed. So this one right here closes on this. You can always click your parentheses to see where it closed at. That's a big thing, which has helped me a lot to know, am I closing this? So if you do this, that'll hurt the code. But right here, once again, click on the end parentheses and you can see which function it is closing. That's huge. Let's go ahead and run this right here. Let's go ahead and make a table of it. We no longer need this. I don't even think we need the other code. And look, we've done it. So this is a much better way. So what it is with my table right now, let me remove this. We're going to hashtag this out because we no longer need it. With this code on line 22 has now been put in the correct order because of the additional argument right here. Does everyone see this? This additional argument, which I did have to go and double check for. You can kind of tell because I put a space right there when I do that. When we create this right here, this says, I want it to have ordered. That was another argument. How did I add the additional argument? With another comma right here. So there was another comma, and then we added this. Let me do this. I'm going to full screen it. I'm going to go to the main screen. So, sorry, it just got a little bit smaller. I like to have it on the other screen. If you look at everything right here, this might be a little easier to read through. So if you look at all of this right here, this is just the freshman, sophomore, junior, seniors. Then this is the next argument, and hopefully this makes it a little easier to see. But this is just the creation of the vector right here. This is the next argument. These are not arguments right here. This is not another argument starting. This is all within the concatenated vector. Does everyone understand this? This is the first argument of this factor. This vector will become a factor. That is the first argument right there. Everything is inside of the concatenate. All those commas, we have not left the what will become a factor. So when you read it, this is what is going to become a factor. Yep, you can use the single yep, you can use that, or yep, you can use this, and you can also tell I didn't write this because I didn't put the quotes in there. You can use that. I prefer to use when I code, because that's why you can tell someone's coding. Like, what part of this did Brian not write? Because he would do this by default. So that's how I would write it right there if I didn't. But I'm just using their syntax, which is a little different than mine, but still works. And so great question, Alan, right there, 10 points. Keep asking those questions. You can use the single quote. So you can do this right here. That works. Or you can do that. Both of those are the same thing, and R will just read it the same way. I don't know why it's like two things work, but hey, they work. So this is the first argument right here is what do I want to turn into a factor? The second argument is it will become ordered. And then the third argument is here's the order for the levels. What's the shortcut to quickly? And oh, so great question right there, Jordan. When you have something, if you highlight it, like go ahead and have something highlighted in your code and then just try doing quotes around it and it'll do it. Or just try putting it in parentheses and it'll do it. Try putting it in brackets and it'll do it. If you have something highlighted and you try to put it in quotes, parentheses, brackets, or anything you want, if you have it highlighted and hit quotes, it'll do it for you. So that's why I'll usually, if you saw I kind of quick did it, I would just go here and double click, do a quote, double click, do a quote, double click, do a quote, double click, do a quote. It does it for us. So I just did shift quote and it did it. You're welcome. Great questions, Jordan. 10 points again. So why did you write the names of the columns so many times? Oh, are you talking about right here? So this is the vector of data that we are creating. This is the literal, like, the students who showed up. So these are the students, Vidrana, 10 points right there. These are my students who showed up, and there was a freshman, then a sophomore walked in, then a junior, then a freshman, then a sophomore, then a junior, then a freshman, then a sophomore, then a junior, then a freshman, sophomore, freshman, sophomore, freshman, sophomore. And then I want these to be ordered, and then I want the levels to be in this order. And once again, I did have to check for this code. I don't usually create vectors this way. But if you notice the ability, if you know what to search for, you're like, okay, how do I give? I'll literally show you what I Googled. I Googled like how to give order to vector data. So I made a typo, but here's what I Googled really quick. I specify order for ordinal variable in R, and then was the first link. I clicked it. I scrolled down a little bit, and then I saw something I recognized because I've done this before. Who knows what random videos, but yeah. So they were specifying the order right here with the levels. So I took that line of code, and that's where I was able to, using their line of code, because I've done it before, it's just, there's a lot to keep in your head. So once I saw it, I was like, that's it, it's levels, and then you specify the levels. It also created a level that did not exist, so we could go here and we could create Brian. And now when we create it and we look at our table right here, we see that there's level Brian. But let's hop back. Well, no, I'll mention one more thing right here. If we go here and we go to drop levels, and we run drop levels on stat 201, it'll drop the levels. See, we don't see freshman, sophomore, junior anymore. But then we could overwrite stat 201 with this, and then we could run the table on it here. Remember, I do post these afterwards. So we could run the table on stat 201, and it no longer has it. So I'm going to remove Brian, because that was just me being crazy. So once again, when you run drop levels and you store it into that, it'll remove the levels with nothing in it. So does that make sense? We'll drop the one with NAs as observations also. Oh, good question, Anisha. Right there, 10 points. So if there was an NA, it shouldn't drop that. Let's try that. We should get NAs still reported. So I'm going to add in here 3 NAs. Really good questions. I think I clicked tab. Oh, there's no comma. Sorry. So I added in here 3 NAs, and the table's actually not reporting NAs. If we did a summary, I think summary will report the NAs if I know correctly. I think summary reports your NAs. Yes. So this is a small difference right here between table and summary, is that summary, it's these small subtle differences that I've had to learn over years. Because how would you know that summary reports the NAs and table does not report the NAs? It just does. That's the way it works. Let's do the drop levels on it, and then let's redo the summary. And so the table is going to be missing seniors now, and the summary still has the NAs. So really great question, Anisha. I'm giving you 20 points because I kind of thought it would keep the NAs, but the table never reports the NAs. summary will report your NAs for you. Really good question. And we should know NAs stand for missingness. Ooh, that was a good question. Like that, you guys make me think. Oh, it's Mega Mondays. It's still Mega Mondays. Giving out some crazy points, up to 50 points today. Keep asking these questions. They're pretty tough. A lot to learn. Renaming levels of a factor. We did this. You can actually do renaming of levels pretty easily. Like, you could go right here to my levels vector. And you could overwrite it. You gotta be careful, though. You're welcome. Great questions. You could go to the levels of stat 201. You should always try to do an example of what we ask in the code. And you could go here and call this freshman, sophomore, junior. You're going to run a problem with senior, though. You could do senior right here, like senior like this. So now when you look at your table, we've now overwritten the levels right there. So does everyone see kind of a quick thing we've done right there where we've overwritten the levels? We went to the levels vector and we overwrote it. Now, there are some very, 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 very safe ways to do this. Just showing you more code of doing it. I think we might show the super safe way of doing it. It is right here. This code right here is a very, very, very safe way of rewriting your levels. You can literally take this code, and I'll explain why this works. Let's look at this code that is a super safe way to rewrite. We want to go to the levels of X. You can just take this code for now and learn its syntax, but it's copy-paste for the moment. We want to go to the levels of X, and we want this to be X also. We are going to rename this level right here, senior. Whoops, it lost its quotes. We're going to rename this with senior. This is pretty complex here, but look what it does. Let's go here and let's do this. And now that has been rewritten as senior. So what we have right here is, let's break it down. You ready? This code took me a while to be able to write from scratch. I know I didn't write from scratch, but it took me a while to know its syntax. We are going to go to the levels vector, and we're going to see what levels are equal to senior. Now, we won't get a report for this now. Let's do sophomore. Now, we're going to go to the levels vector, and we're going to see which one. We're going to do a true-false here. And so what will this report to me? What will this report to me? Someone give me the full, and you can abbreviate it with F and T. 20 points, big points here, right here. What will this report to me when I run the highlighted code? This is what we have to practice and learn. What will that report to me when I run that? You got it, Amid. Amazing job, Amid, right there. Yes, abbreviated. Amazing job. Now break it down. What will this do for me? Andrew, 20 points. Great job. Alan, 20 points. Yaji right there, 20 points. Anisha, great job. What will this report to me? 10 points on this one. What will this report to me? What will this report to me? You might max out on points, but you can keep getting those stream up points. What will this report to me? There's a review from last class. Which returns, you got it, Amid, returns the positions of the trues. So there's only one true, it'll return 2. So now all I want you to do is think of this as, that whole code right there is just that. Everything I have highlighted right now is literally just this. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's just 2. So what am I doing? I'm going to the second position in the levels vector and overwriting it with sophomore. I'm just going to the second position, overwriting it with sophomore. So when I run this, it overwrote it with sophomore. Now here's the thing though. If I rerun this code now, what will this return? I think it'll return null. I think it'll return null. Integer 0. The difference between null and integer 0 always gets me. Integer 0 is one time I knew it all really well. NA literally means missing. It's like you have a box and there's nothing inside of it. Null means that it doesn't even exist. And then integer 0 is very similar to that. Integer 0 is also there is nothing there. It's like the empty set, I would say. So there is nothing being reported. It's saying the empty set is being reported. There are no positions to report. So what will this code do now when I run it? This code does nothing because there is no position 0. I think it can't use null inside of here because null would mean that that thing does not exist. But integer 0 is like the empty set. It means that the empty set, it's going to, that's the best way I can describe it right now. It means that it is going to nothing. The vector is completely empty. It's not like the vector doesn't exist, and it's not like there's nothing in the vector. It's that there's nothing. Gosh, it's so weird. It's like a vector of length 0. Yeah. Dennis, that's the best way of putting it. I think that's what it means. Yeah, Dennis, 50 points for the day. That's probably a really good way of putting it. Integer 0 means, let's put some good notes right here. Integer 0 is a vector of length 0. Please don't correct me if this is wrong. Of length 0. NA is missingness. And then null means, and please note I put that in caps because null is a special character, represents the null object reserved for a word. So it's got that right there. I don't know if type integer 0. We'll put some notes on that. Integer, can't do integer 0. Can I do integer 0? What's that do? Oh, so yeah, it's like, yeah, look at that. That was literally it. Dennis, you are a genius. Everyone else is a genius too, but that was literally it. And all we had to do is just look at some code. That integer 0 is a vector of length 0. So it is a vector that contains nothing. Like, and nothing. Here's a vector that contains missingness. This vector is a vector of length 2 that contains missingness. It contains nothing as in missingness, nothing. So it's very, the wording here is interesting. But does everyone notice the small subtle differences here, that this is a vector that contains nothing? I like it. It's just, this is, like even I have to be like, how exactly does this mean? What exactly does this do? So this is a vector with nothing in it at all. So save 0 into length x returns 1. Yep. So a vector, let me copy Nitin's thing right here. Yeah, let's talk about what Nitin wrote. Nitin, 20 points, great thing right here. And we're going to put a comma right here. So that'll append the two codes. So if you notice here, we're appending two codes with the semicolon. Great job right here. And so we're going to store into x 0. So this is someone might say to you, the element or the object x has nothing in it, but they don't mean nothing missingness. They mean nothing is in 0, but it has a length of 1 because it has one object in it. So it's not integer 0. So integer 0 would mean it has its elements are 0. It has 0 elements in it. This has a element in it that is nothing. And I wonder, you know what? I bet we can do this. Here's all the nothings. And let's do that. And then I wonder if we do, I don't know how to say, maybe this will do it. That's what I thought. I was trying to do a null. But you just said that integer 0 has length 0. Yep. This right here. X right here is integer 0, or it's null. So null has integer 0. I think null has integer 0. Null means there's absolutely nothing in it. So the difference between null and integer 0 are so subtle. And I'll tell you how we use null. We use null a lot of times. Let me show you why I use null. The main purpose of null. And these are great questions. So we have data, survey 10. And we're going to go here to the survey 10 $sign gender. We're going to do this. This will do what to gender? It'll completely remove it. It'll null it out. That's when I use null right here. So we go right here and we do this, and we've now nulled out gender. So if I go here, survey 10, gender does not exist. So I have nulled it out. That's how I often use null. And the reporting of null has always an integer 0. It's so subtle, but integer 0 is talking about the length. So a null object does have an integer 0 length to it. Does that make sense? A null object has an integer 0 length to it. So right here, this is not a null object. This is not a null object. This has a length 1. So this is not a null object. This right here is an integer 0 object, which has nothing in it, which is null. So it has length 0, but the object itself is null now because there's nothing in it at all. It has nothing in it, but it's integer 0 because it has no length, which I guess is equivalent to being null. It has nothing. There's no box even. Just out of curiosity, is the zero length vector still an object? It doesn't have a direction anymore. I think you're thinking mathematically. That's a good question. So Dennis, is such good questions. And tell you what, email me because that's so in Calc 3 note, Andrew and you guys, 10 points, Andrew and Dennis for asking. I'll take your guys' answers right there. Like we've branched into how coding and mathematics, that was, man, I can feel my brain expanding right now. You guys are making me think. If you guys can tell, I like asking these questions and I like looking into it, but the subtle differences between those are really big, big difference. Dealing with blanks. Oh yeah. So be very careful when you're dealing with blanks right here, because this object right here, it's very hard to see, is going to be different than this object right here. That object right there, and I'll make it bigger so you can see, you have to be very careful with these objects because you can see it, especially if you go right here. I'm going to call this words, and we're going to store this words as a factor. And then, what did I do? Words, replacement. Is there no replacement? Oh, wait. Oh, it was already a factor. That's why. So, it was already called X. Cool. Okay. Whoa, what's going on? Oh. It was a pending code. And so now we go here, and we go to table X, and take a look. You've got this right here. I think we can see it in summary. No, still can't see it. It's very hard to see. Can we see it with levels? If you can't tell, there's multiple levels right here. There we go. So you guys are so good at this stuff. No, just keep asking the questions. If you notice here, this and this are the open blank and the blank with a space, and you can't even see the difference, and people are not going to notice that. There's so many small things with coding that people will do stuff like this, and you'll see it when you report the levels. And then what you'd want to do here is you want to go to the levels vector, and you want to overwrite levels 1 with this right here. And now that we've overwritten it, it should combine those levels. And now it did. So now, and you could also go to levels 1s now. And now I'm going to go to level 1. I'm going to overwrite it with NA. And now when we do this, there's NAs, which I could see via the summary. So cleaning up your data is so key right here. There's so many little things to do. It just never ends on what you can do with code and what you can learn. Pretty tricky stuff. So it's not easy, I promise you. It takes practice. It's not easy if you don't practice. So keep practicing. Dealing with blanks, we've dealt with those blanks. We got those blanks. Just curious, line 44, can we add the gender back to survey 10? Oh, great question right there. On line 44, once we've destroyed it, it's gone. Anisha, 10 points right there. There's no undo button. Now I can reload survey 10, and now gender's back. So I can reload it, and I'll run this line of code here. It's back. But once I delete it, it's gone. And the only way to get it back is to reload it. You can't just undo it. 10 points, amazing question right there. We should always remember there's no undo button in R. Like, you can use Control-Z to undo what you write, but once you overwrite something, it's gone. It's no more. It doesn't exist. So good questions. You guys are up there with 320. You're keeping it up. You're asking the big questions. You're being like, what's going on? Combining levels, we just did that. Here's the safer way. We did this right here. This is combining multiple levels. So if you see right here, let's go right here, and we're going to use this just to practice. We're going to take our stat201 vector. And let me go to where I coded it as this. So we're going to go to our stat201 vector. I guess we need to run that right here, right? So if you run this later, I want you to run it in order. So we're going to go right here and do this. I'm going to call this freshman, sophomore, and junior. I'm going to call these not senior. So now this code right here goes inside of the levels vector and sees if they're contained here. So before I ran it, which I should show you, it's going to report true, false. Let's run this right here, and it says true, false. And let's put the end parentheses on it. So it says, oh, because the levels vector must not say that right now. Ooh, it does. Oh, because it's levels of X. That's why. So now this is going to say true, 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 false. Right here. Unexpected thing. I got one too many parentheses. I thought I did. So now it says true, 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 false. What will this code, watch as I do this. I want to see in the chat. What will this code report to me now? What will this code right here, if I could get it, it just wants to autocomplete through that. What will this code, it just ran true, 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 false. What will this code do now? So now that true, 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 false is inside of a which. This is what we should know instantaneously. It's like, okay, now that's going to report what when I run it with the which around it. You got it right there, Nin. Great job, 10 points. Yes, you're on track. If you know it's going to report 1, 2, 3. You got it. So what is this going to do? It's only going to go to the levels of 1, 2, and 3 and rewrite those. Does that make sense? It's going to overwrite levels 1, 2, and 3 with not senior. So we go here, and we overwrite this. I'm going to go back here and grab this line of code. And we're going to go here, put this line of code here, and we're going to overwrite SR with senior. And then we're going to go to stat 201. We're going to take a look at it and look at that. There's our NAs, there's our seniors, there's our not seniors. Did I overwrite the seniors? It looks like I, uh-oh. I thought I did everything correct. Oh, we don't got any seniors. What happened to my seniors? Let me try this again because I might have deleted them. Let's run this. And then we're overriding the levels vector with this. Let me look at my table of it. Oh, we had no seniors. Remember, we had no seniors. So we just overwrote the name of the levels vector. You know what we could do? We could put one senior in here. We need one senior, right? So let's take this sophomore out. Let's put a senior. We had no seniors. That was the whole thing. Like, oh, we have no seniors. And so now we go here. Let's take a look at our table. And then there's the one senior. And now we can overwrite this. We can overwrite this. And then there's our one senior. Seniors are greater than not sophomores. Oh, did it the way it reports it? Let me look at the, you're right. So now, oh my gosh. Amazing job. Let me see. Because when we do stat 201, so it's saying not senior, senior. So it needs to be greater, right? So now we need to overwrite. Well, here's what we could do. We could go stat 201, overwrite it with a factor of stat 201, and then, what am I doing? And then we go here and we say ordered, I'll do it this way, ordered equals true, and levels equals senior, not senior. That's right? Because it should go in this order. I think this keeps it the wrong order still. Let me take a look. Oh, what did I do? Senior, not senior. How did I break it? Well, yeah, I broke it. How did I break it? I completely broke it. Make sure to add, it should have taken this as the vector. And so let me overwrite this. Let me overwrite this. Let me overwrite this. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call this backup so I don't have to rewrite that code. So in case I break my code again, I'm creating a backup right here of it because there's no undo button. So senior and not senior. Am I misspelling that? And this takes the vector right here of that. And then we're overwriting with a factor ordered equals true. Let me remove the levels for now. Okay, you see that didn't break it. And then levels is where it got mad. Levels equals concatenate. Did I not concatenate it? I didn't concatenate it. I knew it when I said it. I was like, I didn't concatenate it. Yep, and then we do want it to be reversed. That was it. One thing in your code, one thing in your code. And now we do stat 201 here. There we go. Wait. Senior, yeah, senior greater than. So that was it. Make sure to add the, oh, you were saying that. Jordan, max 50 points. Yeah, Jordan, 50 points. I thought you were talking about the stats 1 for a moment. And Jordan, you were exactly right. Amazing. Jordan, you just got max points by correcting my code. So many little things. It's just the smallest of things. You forget to concatenate the levels and to say, here's the levels vector, because what I did is I added in like another argument. I said levels are equal to this, and that's why we only had, if you remember back, that's why it inserted all the NAs, because it only created the not senior level, and then everything else got NA'd out because there was no level for them. So they became NAs. So that was it. And then it must have read through it treated this as another argument, which it just didn't use. So it said the levels are equal to this, and then this started the new argument. Amazing job, Jordan. That was a really good catch. You definitely, Jordan, you get 100 points correcting my code, and I wish I had caught it sooner. That I was like, well, wait, you're saying I need to concatenate this? And my brain didn't jump to it. You caught the error, and that was a really great job. Amazing work. You were following along. Really great. Let's continue on right here. Catch more errors. I purposely put them in here. Coding on the fly is fun. Ordinal categorical variables. We've been covering this a lot right now. We know what's going on with some ordinals. We got here freshmen, sophomore, junior, seniors. We've got here the ordered levels, and look, it's already in the slides. That was some fun. Yeah, you just practice it. You just play with it. You just like rearrange it and get it fixed, and be careful because you can break it like that with code. So once again, it's in the notes. I should have just looked in the notes. All the answers are in the notes. I didn't have to Google it. Why Google it when the notes have it? Be careful when you change things to factors or characters. R can manipulate objects. I have a really good video on changing between things, how R looks at different vectors. So watch that video. Converting factors into numbers. We see right here that when you take a factor and turn it into a number, what will it do? It will alphabetize them. So then if you go backwards, you have to take it, you have to take a character, turn it into a numeric, but this is what you want to do if you have numbers like this. Please remember this, and we talked about this last class, I think, so this is huge review right here. But that if you have factor vector, and you have something like 5, 1, 2, what will this turn into? I should go get some water. What will this turn into if I do as dot numeric on it? Oh, wait, it is a factor. Good. Oh, it's not a factor yet. What am I doing? About died, and then okay. As dot numeric. What will this return now? This is a very good test question. What will this turn into now? What will this turn into now? If I turn this into as numeric, what will this report to me? Very good test question. I'd love to do this. We're writing a lot of fake test questions on the Discord, so join the Discord. I'll post the link again. Well, what kind of numbers, though? What exactly will it report? Who can tell me for 10 points in the chat what it'll report fully? What exactly will this report right now? Nope. Good, Jordan, 10 points right there. Good guess. Unless I'm wrong. And I have been wrong. I've been wrong once today. It rarely happens twice. Madeline, 20 points right there. Madeline, amazing work. It puts them in order. It puts them in numeric order. So I'm guessing if we add in here an A, it'll be 4 for A. Yeah, because numbers come first. So it's like 0A comes before 0B. Like it's 0 is first. So A gets turned into a number. But it's just alphabetizing them. So if I did something here like Z would be 5 now because Z is the last thing. So Z is 5. You know what I'm interested in? I bet it treats capital Z differently. Is capital Z going to be 6? Yeah, capital Z is 6. Is capital A, what would capital A be? Capital A is now 5. So I think it does like lowercase and then uppercase, but it's like lowercase a first, uppercase A second, lowercase B next, then uppercase B. So just, I'm investigating how exactly the numeric works. Like, will it treat uppercase A the same as lowercase a? No, it doesn't. And we can confirm this by seeing that A and A are different positions. So A is position 4 and capital A is position 5, which I've never had to know that specific about it, but I do know taking a factor and turning it numeric will turn it into the numeric order for it. But if you do want, as the notes say, to take something that is numbers, you have to first turn it into characters and then turn it into numbers. So this is a factor that was numbers. This is a huge, we put this on the test and tricked people. But when you have a factor that is numbers, you have to turn it to words first. To turn it to words, turn it to characters. And then you turn the characters into numeric, and that is how it works. That is how it works. Good stuff right there. Data frames, and we'll easily get through this because we've done a lot with data frames already. So women is a data frame inside of R that is here by default. You have to call it looks like, though. And we might automatically have it. Let's find out. Women, yes, we do. So these are data frames. I think this is the heart rates. Oh, it's heights and weights. So this is just the heights and weights of women. And we should know some basic things right here. What will this return for me? Who knows for 10 points in the chat, what will this return? Who knows in the chat what this will return? I've left both the row space and the column space blank. This is the row space. This is the column space. Yes, everyone right there, 10 points. Same thing, you got it. I stumped. The other class was like nothing. And everyone's like, you guys know what it returns. It returns everything. This will return everything in what? This will return everything inside of what? When I put a 1 inside of there. This will return everything in row 1. This will return everything in column 1. This will return everything in row 1 in columns 1 through 2. So you see, or I could do something like, so now, be careful, this is what we have to look at. This is the row space. Let's put a note right here. It helps if we put notes so we can understand what's going on. That this is the row space, and this is the column space. People often get confused because there's lots of commas here. I know how it's like, wait, comma, 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 chameleon. So what do we have right here? I'm just losing my mind. What we have right here is a vector in the row space. So this is a vector right here in the row space, and then we have a sequence in the column space, which it's still kind of just a vector that's a sequence. But we are asking for all of these rows, and we're asking for all of these columns right here. So if you can see what's being reported and you understand how this code works, and remember that the square brackets means positions. That's key to this. That the square brackets means we're going to take the positions, rows 1, 2, 3, 6, and we're going to take columns 1 and 2. So understanding that right here. And I think we'll report null if I do this. Yeah, it's like, can't do that. Don't do that. Can't do that. Can't happen. So understanding how the positions work is very, very key. We see right here how to create a data frame, which I love to do. It's very easy. You just create your vectors, and then you just call the vectors. I think I did this last class, where I just created my vectors. You can name the vectors if you want. Creating data frames was one of the first questions I asked Dr. Petrie about 5 or 6 years ago. And I was like, how do you create a data frame? And he was like, data frame. And I was like, what? And then what does the data frame takes? It takes the vectors you want to convert into a data frame. So we've created 3 vectors right here, and then we are putting it in X, Y, Z, and look, X, Y, Z. But you could say X is going to be called this, Y is going to be called this, Z is going to be called this, and look, now it has names to the data frame. So it's pretty easy to create a data frame inside of an R file, nice and easy. But you can always create it in Excel, just write in your numbers and then read CSV in. So there's many ways to do it. So right here we've got the data frame, giving it a name, just left arrowing into a name. Usually we use capital letters to denote data frames, and then the vectors inside of a data frame are just spelled normally. So you notice a lot of times that, once again, the women data frame doesn't follow that convention, but Survey 10, Dr. Petrie created, follows the convention where the data frame has capital letters, and then the vectors inside of it are like a normal word. But the data frame, it just kind of helps us know the difference. I don't know if everyone uses this, but I've been trained to do it. And so when I create data frames, I usually give them capital names to them. Just be like, this is the data frame, and then vectors inside of it would have just lowercase spelling. So here's the tips.dad. So, well, one, that's the file for it. So don't worry, that's not in capital because it's not the file, but it does follow the convention. We have comma delimited files, CSV files, reading in a CSV. I think we all know how to do this. Now, here's the biggest thing is you need to make sure that your files are in your working directory. I can't state that enough. Your files need to be in your working directory. I can't state that enough. We've got reading in it as tips right here. I wonder if I have this. Let's see if I have it. No, I'm on the good computer, so nope, doesn't have the tips file. So once again, I would need to make sure I have downloaded the file, that it's in my working directory. And if I download it, put it in my working directory, it will work. This is read.table. You don't actually have to use this one on this because the tips data frame, it's a DAT file. it will read it as a CSV, and then we can just do this. I have a thing about reading in files, but both of these codes should work. For some reason, .dat works as reading in as CSV. Oh wait, I did CSV. It's a .dat file. But both of these codes will work right here. .dat files read in as CSVs. Somehow the CSV function just knows how to do it. Oh, there's my soundboard, so we can mute my. Woo! we can play Punch Out and stuff and all that good stuff. The orange buttons are the Punch Out. But we'll go back right here. Let's see right here. By default, read in text as text. All this is about reading in stuff right here. Don't worry, we don't go too big into this. Once again, knowing how to get data into R is very important, but it's also very specific to what you're doing. When you're reading in a file, you have to know what the format of the file is. I was just working with, and I'm really impressed. We had a high school student, Andrew. Andrew, do you remember this? Do you remember the high school student who came to my office to work on stuff with stocks and was learning how to use R? And I think it was like his first day, and we'd already taught him so much, but he had a little bit of coding background too. But he's basically doing a big project on stocks for his like senior project, and he's learning how to code in high school. And you don't think you're there. He was. Everyone's like, "Oh, what class are you in?" He's like, "I'm in high school," and they're like, people just started to be like, "What? You're in high school?" And he's like, "Yeah, he was a junior, now he's a senior." But he came to UT and to like meet with us and to learn how to code a little bit and to start learning how to do stocks and stuff. He's looking at high frequency trading. And so I just keep saying to him, like, good job. You're way ahead of where you should be. And just keep learning and keep valuing this, because no one's giving him a grade for how good of a coder he is. And once again, just realize, once we get data camp, which many of you maybe have, the more courses you take in data camp, if you learn Python, if you learn SQL, if you learn Java, if you're learning all these languages, when you come out of UT, and I truly mean this, it'll be more valuable to you to have multiple coding languages, if it's what you want to do, than to even like almost like a 3.5 student versus a 3.8 student. There's something about that 4.0, which I don't know. I've only known a few people get a 4.0. But like the student who knows more coding languages and then can show it and maybe can show a portfolio of their work. They can be like, I'll send you some of my work. Here's what I've coded. I've made this app. I've done this. And I can code in this language, this language, this language, this language. And, here's web pages I've done or whatever. Like if you've loaded apps and Shiny stuff on web pages, Shiny being Shiny and R, that's very, very powerful. Does anyone here know any multiple coding languages or working on it? Because that is such a marketable skill when you are cross-trained. Like even I try to learn more coding languages. I'm so stuck on R, but I know I should be expanding my abilities. I should get better at Python. I should get better at SQL, but I mainly use R. Like I'm a pro at R. Dr. Petrie upgraded me to, I was beginner R for quite a few years, Java and C#. Yeah, that's C#, right? So that's some great languages. That's some really good computer science languages right there, and that gives you a real good edge in the marketplace. So what is the most other recommended code besides R? For data scientists, I would say Python. Learning Python right now, yeah. Ishan, great job right there. Sarah, it's not too late. It's not too late. SAS. SAS is very good too. SAS is kind of old school statistics. SAS is still fine. SAS is still used by a lot of companies. It's just more, since R is free, more people are using R. But SAS is very, you got a lot of proc for procedure. I've done a little bit of SAS. Yeah, Vidrana, you're awesome. 10 points for Sarah, Vidrana, and Anisha, and Ishan right there, and Adam. SQL, I didn't even see the SQL from Adam. Yeah, SQL is very important. And I think we were talking about one person works at Ramsey Solutions or knows people at Ramsey Solutions using SQL. These are all, every language mentioned right here. How valuable in the marketplace do you think would be someone who knows Java, C#, SQL, Python, SAS, like and R? We'll throw R in there. If someone knew all of these languages pretty well, or all these like coding packages, they'd be scooped up immediately. Like they would be very marketable. Instant jobs. Companies would be like, we got to have you. You know these things. You can communicate. You can work with all these different people. Like you can be in all these different groups, doing all these different projects. You're so versatile. And a lot of times just having one coding language is good. And that's why you might say, well, why do we teach R? A lot of people ask me that. Please ask me. Like people have said to me, Brian, why does UT use R? it's because a lot of our people, like Dr. Petrie, myself, have been trained in R, and I think Michel Ballings uses a lot of Python. So if you do want, and he teaches a class in Python visualizations. So nobody wants Java coders anymore. Years of academy training wasted. Yeah, Dennis. No, that's Dennis. You're right, and that's the thing is that let me just show this real quick. Let me show you this very important page. I'm gonna go show it because this is so important. Okay, so Bob Munchin. Where's his page at? Did I misspell it? I misspelled it, but okay. So he has a page right here. Might have a Twitter. It shows up. And I'm hoping it shows his page down here. rforstats.com. See, it sounds so biased. rforstats.com. So here's Bob Munchin right here. Let me switch to the main screen. Okay. So Bob Munchin worked at UT. He's I think since retired, but he's really, really great guy. It's funny when I met him, I had seen him multiple places, and when I met him, I was like, "Hey, so good to see you." Oh, like, oh, this was a great seminar and everything because he held a little seminar, and I was like, "Oh, I learned so much." Blah 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 blah, and I asked him questions, and he said, "So who are you with again?" And I was like, "Oh, you don't know me." So it kind of cracked me up. Oh, did it say data camp down here? I saw data camp. Yeah, data camp right there. Yeah, initially maybe you were at that. Was it about the GUIs, the R GUIs with so you might have been there. I think I remember seeing you. I was sitting in the back and it was raining that day, and like I came in like 2 minutes after it started because it was like downpour, and I forget, but there was something I had to do. I think I had 2 meetings back to back. Where is his software reviews? How to migrate the popularity of data scientists. Yeah, that was a crazy day, and it was really good seminar. And he showed off a lot of really good stuff. Coding logic transfer translates as well. Sometimes I've been told that since I started coding in loops, are always loops. Yep, nothing could be more true. My primary language is Java, and the logic is always the same. You couldn't be more right, Dennis. That's why, Dennis, you hit the nail on the head. We don't want to give people some experience in R, some experience in Python, some experience in this. We want to bring you up to a high level in one coding language. So we want to get you we decided we were going to focus in on one and not give you like a smattering of different skills, but focus in and get people pretty good at one coding language. And then R was the one that kind of we're most trained in, and it is very popular still. I think Bob Munchin's a very unbiased guy. He does show that Python is among the top. You see R right here, SQL, Java. This is from 2017 to 2014. So I do agree this could be updated again because things are always changing. Look at that R, that correlation right there. So you might say, wait a minute, why not Python? When you look right here, so there's another graphic coming up here soon. So much stuff. There's R. Oof, I don't like that R is that low on that. There's one where R is much higher. Here's scholarly articles right here. R is a lot higher. Python's a lot lower. And you go down here. There's a RapidMiner. Where's the graphic I'm looking for? There's one coming up here. Once again, look at all those ads. Here it is, it's coming next. I remember seeing this graphic. And here it's the next one that looks like, where you at? I know the graphic's on here. There's so much going on. It's about the data scientist jobs. So I'm trying to find one that says like jobs. And here it is. Surveys of use. So this is Rexler conducts a survey on data scientists every year, asking a wide range of questions regarding data scientists. Shows the tools that 1,200 respondents reported using in 2015. So this is the tools that 1,200 data scientists reported. And one day we might go to Python, but this one here is one of the key ones. These are data scientists that around a third of data scientists are saying that R is their primary tool. A third of data scientists, and just look at how much that outweighs everyone. So Python is very popular. In my book, it's kind of R and Python fighting each other. Not literally fighting, but this is the graphic I was looking for right here, that R is the primary tool, and over 3/4 of them are using R to some degree. And then if you go down here, I don't think Python's not on here, which confused me when I looked at this. But so maybe their survey had bias. I don't know. But once again, I think Bob Munchin's a very unbiased guy, and he's kind of helped guide us because he looks at job listings also, and I'm trying to think where that's on his site, but Python and R are among the top mentioned skills in job listings. So I think he goes to monster.com if that's still the main one. He's looking for job listings, but Python's a very good skill. I can't knock Python. I know I'm an R person, but Python's a very, very good skill set. If you learn Python and R, you got a very powerful skill set there. So once again, the whole point of this being, the student I'm working with, he is not getting any. Yeah, SAS and Jump. Eastman uses Jump, and SAS, because of the price, SAS has really gone down in recent years. SAS is not as marketable. It's still a good skill. It's just that SAS, which Jump is a GUI using SAS code. If people didn't know that, Jump is based on SAS. SAS is so expensive. It's literally why. It's still great. SAS is super powerful. I'd say SAS is among the most powerful. Like SAS is, because they've got proprietary code. They've been working on it for so long, but all this open source stuff, yeah. Great questions. And so if I were to put, like, let's say I was you guys, I think Python is very valuable. The 3 things I would learn, let's say this, if you could learn 3 languages right now, what would they be? I don't want to bias you. And Jump is expensive too. You're right. Especially for like enterprise stuff and for like multiple things. If there were 3 languages if you could snap your fingers and know 3 languages, what would they be? I mean, like Spanish, French, I don't know, but Python, R, and SQL. Yeah, that's literally it. That's literally it. I would do that, and that's it. I would do that. Yeah, you could switch out. Yeah. If you trying to, you're cracking me up. You know what, Dennis? I might do C++ also. Maybe I would do C++, R, and SQL. Maybe I would do that. C++, R, and SQL, if I could know all those languages perfectly, because you're covering a lot of bases with that. So C++ is very, very, computer science programming. And then R is more like data analytics programming, and SQL is more database management programming. And C++, yeah, C++ is it's the high level stuff. Like I don't even think I've done any C++. Is that Klingon? I love you guys. You guys are awesome. I'm like, what language is Klingon? And then I'm like, you guys are making me cry. I'm like, oh, Star Trek. I was thinking you're talking about like Cobalt or something like that, or Fortran. Like I was like, what is this? What is this? I'm actually a bio major. What are the best languages for that? I think biology. I've been hearing a lot of R in biology. So Duolingo class on Klingon. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool. That's like a real language. I mean, literally. I've been hearing a lot of biology majors using R, especially since biology is a lot more times academic with publishing. R is a lot more times used in the publishing world now. I think it would be like SPSS is used in social sciences. I think R is really taking a hold in a lot of the sciences from what I've been seeing. Ruby, I know that one. I don't know as much. I know the name. There's so many. You'd have to email me about that, Ahmed, and we'll learn more. But yeah, in bio as well. Really, there you go, Dennis, giving some good stuff. Good stuff right there. Java's going out of style a lot now, though. Yeah, Java's going out of style. That's why you come back to this class 10 years from now. Who knows what I'll be teaching it in? But Dennis brought about a key thing. If you're freaking out, like, wait a minute, my skills are going to be out of date. As Dennis said, he learned how to code in Java, and a loop's a loop. If you know how to write a loop, it's the same thing. I've looked at Python code, and I'm like, okay, I see how this loop is working. So understanding how coding works, which is what we're covering this first few days of class, to give you a review of that. You can load a text file from here. I never do that. Cool note. Here's how you do it. I never do this. I mean, the reason I'm going through loading files so quickly is because when you load in a file, which there's so many things to this. Well, that's the end of it. Loading in a file is so specific to the file. You have to be very, very careful, because when you load in a file, you have to know the type of file you're loading in. So there's no one size fits all for loading in a file. And once again, you can load from online sites, which is so awesome when you read in a table. It can take a URL. That's awesome. So how do you load in a file? You look at how the file's written, and then you load it in. So we see a few codes right here we should know instantaneously. We see dim, nrow, and ncall. I keep doing that and closing it. I need to switch between. So we see dim, nrow, and ncall. Dim tells you the dimensions of a data set. Ncall tells you the number of columns in a data set. Nrow tells you the number of rows in a data set. Cool. We know that. We go here to the next one. We see STR, which stands for structure. And I'm going to show you guys a cool thing because I'm always about showing those extra things. If we do the structure of a data set, which STR stands for structure, it's going to tell us the different types of the classes of the variables inside. There we go. And it tells us a little bit more. But there's a better thing. There's dplyr. And dplyr has a thing called glimpse. So we'll look at glimpse in dplyr, which we need to update the notes. But we'll look at glimpse versus dplyrs. So let me clear this. And there's small, subtle differences here. So what glimpse does is it actually augments to the size of your screen. So if I did something weird right here, like I did this, and now I run structure wrapped, but glimpse does that. Glimpse always, I don't know how it knows how to do that, but it always augments to the size of the screen. And when you rerun it, it won't loop the vector around. So you can see a vector. So you notice here the structure looped, but the glimpse does not. So we'll put this back here. But glimpse is pretty cool. It's like an advanced structure. So that's a kind of off the notes thing. And it'll expand to the extent of the screen and show you. And it gives that its double decimal precision right there. Also, I kind of like the way it reports this a little bit easier. Rows and columns. This is a Hadley Wickham package. Thank you, Hadley. So we got that right there. Structure and glimpse just show us what's going on. You can do a summary of a data frame. It gives you a summary of every variable inside there. Pretty cool. It's in my video also. Like that. View. I use it. Head and tail. So what does head do? Head is an argument that shows you the first what? Shows you the first 6 by default of a data frame. So if we go to head of the data frame, we will get the first 6 observations in the data frame. We can ask just for the first 2 of the data frame. If we go to tail, it'll go to the end of the data frame and report the last, how many ever we want. So you can do head with vectors, or you can do heads with data frame. So here's a vector reporting the first 6 elements of that vector. So head and tail just report the first or the last of either a vector or a data frame, but that's what's going on right here with tail and head. All of that good stuff. Row numbers and row columns. We've been talking about this today. We'll get pretty far because a lot of this is review right now. Like I think you guys know that the first thing is the row, the second thing is the column. I think we're good. I think we're good on that. Please slow me down if I go too quickly. It's kind of review right here. If you don't put anything, it'll grab all of that. We've been reviewing this. This code right here, you should look at it before reading the comment and say this is going to go to the air quality data frame and report to me rows 10, 15, 18, and it's going to report all the columns because there's nothing in the column space. There's nothing there. Viewing specific columns right here, if we want to call a specific column, we've got a few ways of doing it. So I don't always use all of these ways, but you can see you can go inside the column space and report column 2. You could call the name of column 2, which this really helps. Let me just say, why would you do this? If you have something like the mtcars data frame, and the mtcars data frame right here has all these different columns. It has like VS. And I don't know what column VS is. I mean, I could count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but who wants to do that? When you can go here and report VS like that, and that reports the name of it right there. Now, this is synonymous to writing this right here, where we could go and we could report, oh, and I think someone was asking this earlier. They said, can you report multiple columns? You can't. They were trying to put a $sign here and do like MPG. You can't do this because this says go inside of mtcars and then go inside of VS. You can't do that. But you could go right here and concatenate and go and put MPG. And I should have said that. So now we've put it in that order also. So now we've selected VS and MPG by going inside of the column space and choosing the names of those columns. So the more you practice this, the more you see the utility of a certain way of doing it to be like, okay, this is the column I want. Now I could have given the numbers for it, but I'm calling the names of it and it's choosing just those column names. But that allows me to report multiple columns at one time, but a lot of things don't take multiple column objects. You can always refer to the double quotes. You can always refer to the column name in double quotes for their, yep, okay, same thing. Yay. Obtaining column names. Review right here. If you want the names of the columns, names, I think I used that earlier. So if I want the names of mtcars, it's going to tell me the names of the columns. So there's the column names. I do this a lot because it's a lot easier to like copy paste, especially with survey 10. I remember I just did this in the other class. With the names with survey 10, if I want to grab a name, like I did with them earlier, I didn't want to type weekly hours of video games. So I went here and I copy pasted weekly hours of video games. So copy paste is your best friend. Do not try to write these things out. You will miss a capital letter. So a lot of times I will go here in the code and I will ask for the names of it. And then I will choose this name. Now what I could do is I could go to, that is number 10, and I could just take it that way. That's probably even better. So instead of writing it all out, I can do this right here. Who here can tell me what the following code will produce? Go ahead and tell me. 20 points in the chat. First person, who knows what this code will produce? If you know this, what will this code produce? 20 points, everyone's saying it. Who knows? I haven't asked you guys a question in a while. Chat's been so quiet. We've still got 10 minutes. You are right, Adam. It's GPA. Yes. 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 Sorry, I went like 5 minutes without asking a question. I should not do that. 10 points, all those answers. I think I said 20 points. Good job. The fourth column, which is, or the name of the fourth column. So I went to the names vector and I reported the fourth name right here. So this code will produce GPA. You got it. And an extra 20 points written right there. Put it in quotes because it is a string. Great job. So good practice. Obtaining column names and numbers. Cool. Renaming the columns. You can just overwrite the names of the columns. So if I wanted to overwrite this as like, I think it's high school GPA. So I think this is high school GPA. So I'm going to call it high school GPA. And now if we go to the names of the columns, it now says here high school GPA. So it's a really quick way to overwrite the names of the columns right here. If you notice, I just wrote into position 4 like we did the levels vector. This takes practice. I remember when renaming a column inside of R was like, why don't I would literally do this. I would go and I would I would write the CSV and I would open it up inside of Excel. I would rename it in Excel and then I would load it back into R. But all I need to do is just tell it which thing to rename right here. It would take me like 2 minutes where it just takes me 20 seconds now. So it takes a while. It takes a while because even I at start was like, oh, I'll just open it in Excel. I'll just type it in. But now I'm just like, wait. I just want to rename this fourth thing. Okay, high school GPA. Now I want it to be GPA again. And now it's renamed to GPA. I can just do it right here and just change it right here automatically. So once you know what you're going for, it's a little bit easier. So just practice, practice, practice. I can't say it enough. The faster you get at coding, it's like a superpower. It really is. People are like, how'd you do that? And you'd be like, I just wrote a little code, fixed it up for me. Using vector notation right here, we know how to do the vectors. Okay, one huge thing that is on the assignment. We still got 8 minutes. Don't leave yet because I'm dropping some assignment hints. If you want to go to survey 10, and if you write to something that does not exist, like new variable, and we want to do something like a ratio of somebody's height to somebody's weight, what this will do right here is this will create the new variable on the outside of survey 10. So it'll be at the very end in variable position what? What variable number is this? What column number is this now? What column is new variable? New variables. What column number is that? It is now appended onto it. It is now column number what? Because it'll append onto it. If you write somewhere, you got it, Jordan, 20 points right there. It is now column number 20 because it appended on to the very end of the data frame. It created a new variable. That is key. So you'll see maybe in your assignment where it says like create a new variable in the data frame, you call to a position that does not exist. So you see if I call to like Brian's variable, this does not exist. It's nothing. So now Brian's variable, if we go to it, is just a column of zeros. Why did the autocomplete not start on that? Was it lowercase? That's weird. There. What did I do? And I wonder if I did it. I was just being weird. So, yeah, no worries, Madeline. Everyone got 20 points right there. A lot of people getting their 50 points today. So, creating new variables, we know. Adding a column. Psychic, I know what's about to appear. We still got 6 minutes. Don't leave yet. Adding another column. Same thing we just did. Same thing going on right here. Adding yet another column. Same thing going on right here. Adding column results. So cool. Cool. Removing columns. We saw this earlier. Nulling it out will delete the column. So if you want to delete the Brian variable, what do you store into it? I'm going to take the Brian variable, I'm going to store into it null. Please note the change in color. That means we have created a special character which is reserved for it, and we have now stored into it null, so it does not exist. If we run this, it'll probably say null. Null. Does not exist. It is integer 0 too, though. So you could probably do logical 0. Oh, that's a logic. Oh, that's a logical of length 0. That's what that means. Oh my gosh, I learned so much today. That tells us the type of the object, and it's a logical vector of length 0. So if we were, so that's a logical vector of length 0 because we tried to run a logical check here and it could not return a logical check. So this means, wow, I got my language better on this. This means the logical check returned no returns. There was no returns on this because integer 0 has nothing to check. So we might be able to check is dot integer. We can't is integer 0. Well, this will check if this is an integer. So, but it's not integer. It's like not nothing. So much craziness right there. How does R see it? Which is so important, so very important. We still got 4 minutes. Don't leave yet. Adding rows. If you want to add in a row, you can use rbind or cbind. So just some very important notes right here. Rbind or cbind are used to add rows or columns. When you add rows, you're doing this. You are adding rows to it. When you add columns, you're doing this. So row bind and column bind take, or cbind, column bind, take rows and bind them together, or take columns and bind them together. Here's a very good question. You ready? Don't leave yet. This is I'll put this on the test. I'll put it on the test. We still got 4 minutes. Okay, so Brian and Darren collect data on their favorite basketball players and collect 10 statistics. Will Brian use row bind or column bind? Get ready in the chat to do a poll. Will Brian and Darren use row bind or column bind to put together their data sets? We're going to put vote R or vote C in the chat. So it's about to appear. Let's get ready to start the poll here. Will Brian and Darren use row bind or column bind? Or C bind, row, column. So will we use row or column? Do remember vote? You have to do vote, exclamation mark vote R or exclamation mark vote C. So you have to do exclamation mark vote. So you have to do exclamation mark vote, but then it's just C or R. Brian and Darren collect data on basketball players. And who's going to get max extra credit? I've tricked everybody. No! I'll get someone max, and I'll explain my example here. It looks like vote B. No, there's no B. There's R and C. So I'm waiting for some. Yes, Seth, you get max extra credit. It is that. Let's complete the poll. It is row bind. Let me explain why. Why would we use row bind? The reason is Brian and Darren are collecting data on their favorite basketball players. We're collecting, like, maybe I should have gotten more examples, but Darren and I will combine our basketball players together. Like, look at the cars data set. It's like Darren collects data on these cars here. So we've got different cars. And then I collect data on other cars or basketball players. Does that make sense? And then we'll put together our rows like this. Does that make sense? When you do row bind, it's like Darren collected basketball player, basketball player, basketball player, basketball player, and then we'll bind together the rows of our data frames. But then, and maybe my question wasn't specific enough. That's when you write test. You gotta be very specific. If we were to do column bind, this is like when you're working in a group and you're investigating 50 companies. So if you were working in a group and you're investigating 50 companies and you each collect 10 variables on the companies, you would use column bind because you would bind together each of the variables, because variables go into columns. So you'd bind together each of the variables. But I'm switching the example now. If you were to divide up the work of the companies, like you say you work on these 10 companies, you work on these 10 companies, you would row bind together that data set. Does that make sense? Like splitting up the companies, like these are the names of the companies right here, you would row bind those together, but if you were to collect 10 different variables on the 50 different companies and everyone collects 10 different variables, you would Columbine together the variables together. Does that make sense? This can be tricky, the difference between row bind and Columbine, but you have to think about how the data is structured. Am I connecting together 10 different companies with 10 different companies? Or am I connecting together 10 different things collected to the companies like this? Like how long they've existed, how much revenue they make, all these different things. Who thinks that example makes sense? That's our last minute. That's our time. Did that example make sense? I know I kind of switched it a few times, which I try not to do. But that was a big thing on row binding and column binding. Good, Hannah. Great job. It's a little tricky. So understanding the difference between row binding and column binding. Once again, I'll just repeat it. If Darren and I have 100 favorite basketball players, and we divide it up where Darren collects data on 50 and I collect data on 50, that's row binding, because we're going to put together 50 basketball players here, 50 basketball players here. But if I say to Darren, hey, you collect these 10 characteristics on the 100 basketball players, this is now columns, and I'll collect these 10 characteristics on the 100 basketball players, we'll Columbine these together. And that would be a much better test question the way I've written it right there. With the way one, you work on these 50 basketball players, I'll work on these 50. We're going to row bind those together. Or I'll collect these 10 characteristics and you collect these 10 characteristics, column binding right there. So good stuff. That is the end of class. Sorry, I ended class at the last minute. Once again, we are doing a premiere. So we're doing a premiere later today at 5 p.m. We're going to start on homework assignments now. We might have some 320s walking in the door. So the premiere is going to show you how to make some really cool graphics. Did it actually make my graphic? It did. If you watch the premiere and you follow along, you should have a decent idea of how to make graphics like this. In 10 minutes, I walked through these examples right here. A lot of people were saying, hey, Brian, I want help making Plotly graphics. I'd really like to know how to make some cool Plotly stuff. And I was like, you got it. We will work on a Plotly video. So this weekend I sat down, wrote out the script for it, wrote out the code, got it to right where I wanted, 10 minutes, because that's a YouTube thing, 10-minute videos. Do you think you actually add the extra points that you assigned during the class to the score? So the big thing, and good question. So I add in the points that you guys get that you email me about, but your points right here that you get that everyone's checking right now, you don't have to email me those. You don't have to say, Brian, I'm at 250. If you got in the 50 today, which I think you got, email me and say, Brian, I got 50 points today. You can reply to your extra credit email and just say, I got another 50 today, and I'll add that on. So I add those on manually there, and we'll start working on assignments right here. But great job, everybody. Love it. Love all the point checking. Which is anyone here wanting to do an assignment question? Is anyone like, Brian, how do I do this assignment question? We'll start working on homework now and everything. We'll start working on homework questions. You're welcome, Nitin. Great questions. You're welcome, Anisha. So can we go over subsetting examples? Yeah. Is there any on the homework? R-bind, C-bind? Yeah. I'm trying to think like the quickest way to do an R-bind and C-bind example. So let's say, let me do an R-bind and C-bind. Let me save your guys' work. Okay, we'll do an R-bind, C-bind, then we'll go to subsetting. Homeworks 6, you got it, Adam. Okay, so let's do this right here. We got this. Let's change this, and let's go here. So I do upload these afterwards. And so let's go. And let's put our things in order here. We'll mark them down. So we got R-bind / C-bind example. Then we're going to do subsetting. And then we're going to do, was it question what? And then we got 5C. Where is it at? Sorry, there was a 6 something. Well, have I lost this? Question 6, there it is. Sorry about that. I was looking for it. I was like, where'd it go? And question, let me put a 474 after this. Question 5, CP1. Okay, so you can kind of, if you do come back to this video, which please stay, especially for office hours if you're stuck on assignments. If you do have to go off, don't worry. These are recorded, and sometimes it takes a while. Adam, you are awesome. 10 points to Adam. Q3E. Yeah, let's put that in here too. You got it. Here's the order. Let's start this up. Okay, an R-bind and column bind example. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to create a very small data frame. Let's just call this age right here. So we're going to create age, and age will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure. And then we'll call this homework for some reason. And so what we have right here Let's make it different numbers. 3 through 7. So we created a vector a slightly different way. So we've got an age and homework right there. So we'll make it 20. Everyone's 20 something. So we go. There we go. Now let's go ahead and turn this into a data frame. So what I'm going to do right now is turn this into a data frame. You guys are awesome. Sarah and Adam, another 10 points. I love seeing you guys help each other out. I'm going to call age right here, lowercase age, and then I'm going to call homework. And you see how this turns it into a data frame? Does that make sense how I've made a data frame? Now let me ask you this. My friend collects another variable to this, and I've already, you could use the data frame function. I want to use rowbind for this, but my friend collects another variable, which is GPA. My friend collects GPA, and I want to add GPA to this data frame. So my friend collects GPA. How could I add... Oof, person didn't do it. There we go. How could I add GPA to this data frame? How could I add GPA to this data frame? What would I use? Just look at the structure of it, and what would I use to add GPA to this data frame? How would I add GPA to this data frame? I think it should work. It would be cbind, yeah. It should work. Let's find out. If it doesn't work, I'm going to get mad because it's Columbine. I'll save it as a data frame if it doesn't like it. So we're going to go here. We're going to take data frame. And we're going to Columbine to a GPA. And look, there it is. Boom. Got it. I was pretty sure it would work. I was like, I think that'll work. It did. It put the columns together. It treated it as a column. So this right here is going to be our new data frame. I'm going to call this data frame 2. Now I have a friend that goes out and collects data on a 6th individual. Do you see how if there was a 6th individual, they'd be below here? Does that make sense? So what will I use? Just think about what I'm doing if I'm going to add in a 6th individual. So I'm going to write the 6th individual right here. I'm going to call this 6th person. 6th right there. And we're going to write their data. So their data is the following. They got 4.5. So yeah, and then we'll take the 6th person, and we're going to use, we'll call this data frame 3. You used to see my R files are pretty nuts. We're going to rowbind data frame 2, because that's the one we just created there with this. And now we should see, and we created it. So there it is right there. Does that help right there, Ahmed? Does that make sense on how I'm putting together rows and columns together, and the understanding that this is individual number 6 being rowbind together, and then if we collected another variable, we'd have to column-bind that variable together like this. So you can see how columns are bound together or rows are bound together. Yeah, great. No, great question. Especially, I think that really makes a lot more sense, hopefully, because even when I see it, I try to be like, I can hopefully see. I've been doing this for so long that when I used to think Dr. Peachy coded fast, now people tell me I code fast. Like, you code so fast. And I'm like, I feel like I code slow. Dr. Peachy is still faster than me. Let me change something in this code. There, whoops. I don't think I changed anything. Right there at the bottom. Okay. Make sure this is saved. We've done a lot of coding today. And let's call this office hours June. There we go. And subsetting. There is now Andrew, I don't know if this existed before our 4.0, if Andrew's still here, or anyone else who would know this, but there's now spell check inside of R. My mind was blown when I noticed this. I was like, why is it underlining that word? And I was like, there is spell check inside of R. So this did not exist until, I think, R 4.0, R Studio 4.0, or R, I guess, maybe it was when I updated R Studio, but whatever happened, I was like, wait a minute, that's spell check. Because we used to talk about, wouldn't it be cool if R had spell check? Well, now it does. I mean, 2020, R gets spell check. We're staying on top of it. Yeah, it wasn't there. That's what I was like, it's underlined. It's like, I haven't seen that. It's spell check, which is super cool. I know. It's so basic. It's spell check in 2020. Okay. Subsetting examples. So you can subset a vector, or you can subset a data frame. I often think about data frames being subset. So the first argument of subset is, what are you subsetting? What are you? Oh, my brain's breaking. There we go. First argument is, what are you subsetting? The next argument is conditions. Next argument is usually what columns Okay. So this is like the full version of subsetting right here with what are you subsetting, what are your conditions, and let's hashtag this all out right here because it's really mad at me for writing it that way. Okay, now it's no longer mad at me. Go away. Boop, gone. And so now let's use this format right here. So when we go to subset, I might want to subset my survey 10 data frame. Now this won't do anything because I haven't given it any conditions. So I've just said subset survey 10 with no conditions. Took it all. But let's say someone tell me a condition right here. Name a variable and tell me a condition. So just tell me a variable and then tell me a condition. Any variable, any condition. Let's find some people here. I like to do enter there. I like to go GPA greater than that. GPA greater than 2.5. And then watch this. I'm going to go and you see how it indents right there. So it indents because I have not left this condition. We need one more condition. What else? We could say, oh, is it high school? Oh, and I think it should be fine. That's space. It's mad about this. Because the name of the variable has a space in it. Do I need to put a quote around it? I think, let's find out. Let's make a smaller subset. Or is it mad about that? Yeah, that did subset. This is just the people with 4.0s. So, or greater than a 4.0, right? Nope. Didn't do it. Let me double check here. So the name of the variable, let me think right here. We'll work with the underscore. That name of that variable is very bad right now. Because I called it high school GPA back here. And it's that. How do you call a variable name where the space... Oof, I'm going to give someone 100 bonus points if you figure this out for me. Because that space is causing quite the issue. This is not going to do it, is it? I'd rename the variable. That didn't do it. That's reporting the full data frame. You could do between a certain weight. Yeah, Jordan, I think we're going to have to do it that way. Let me see what it does for that. Jordan, you're right. Jordan, 100 points. Obviously, that didn't do it. That didn't do it. It didn't do that either. That is not doing it. That space is going to destroy everything. Maybe this works. No, that didn't work. That, yeah, that's... And it does this right here because of the space, because it has to keep it all in one thing. I've seen it do that before. Let me do this. Subsetting when variable has space. Probably just rename your variable. How to refer to a variable name with spaces. Here we go. No, that's... I know that. They're talking about how to get it in like column space, and they just put a space. How to deal with spaces in columns names. Yeah, they're using the backticks like we're using here, but it's breaking it. Well, that created quite the problem. Look at one more right here real quick. Connect. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Are they really just renaming it? Okay, wait, no, here we go. Select, replace. They're just replacing it. They're just renaming it. They're like, don't do that. Okay, so as far as I can tell, they're literally saying don't do that. So since they're saying don't do that, every bit of coding's like, yeah, could you use an underscore or a period? Or you, yeah, we tried the underscore. Great question, Vidron, right there. We tried the underscore. I didn't like this. It's like can't find it because that name doesn't exist. We try the period, which these are usual naming conventions right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the 4th position and we're just going to rename it because they're just like, you need to replace that. We're going to call it high school GPA. We could put the period, Vijana suggested. And then we go here, and now we've already got it coded that way. And wait a minute. High school GPA greater than 4. What is going on? Oh, because there's no one with a high... Wait a minute. Was it working before and I didn't see it? We might have had it working. Okay. We might have had it working and I just didn't realize it. Did we seriously have it working? This might be it. I think we did it. Okay, so there is a way and we did it. Okay, so this is actually the way to do it. We actually did it and I didn't realize it because there's no one with a GPA greater than or equal to 4. We created an empty subset. So we could do something like 3.5 and you can see a much smaller subset. Well, we still get a lot of people right here. But everyone here has a GPA equal to 3.5. So we actually did it. It's using this right here, which it clued us in on. So both Vidrana and who was else? Who suggested the other way? I can't find you in the chat right now. Gosh, my eyes are just losing it today. But the whole idea of survey 10, and then I think it worked with this right here. Yeah, that worked. That actually did work. But then we can use this format right here, which actually controls for the variable name. But does that make sense right there? This actually keeps the variable name inside of there. It says like treat everything inside of here as a variable name. And the reason I didn't think it was working was because it just wasn't reporting. There we go. There's a very small data set. These are all people with 3.65 GPAs. And we could now do a desired weight above 150. So we could say here, and, let's go to and. Where's my and? And a desired weight. And you notice you don't get the, oh, we must have attached it. Oh, because I think they've updated so much stuff inside of here. There we go. And now we only get the people with desired weights above 150. Who here is following along with how the subset works that we're now inside of the condition part of the subset? I've got some really great notes on this from earlier. Let me copy them because I think this will help make sense right here. Let's look at the notes on this from earlier that I took with 320. The first thing we have here for the first argument is what we want to subset. Does that make sense? I am subsetting the mtcars data frame. Now I have here my first condition. Then we haven't left conditions till the comma. We do not leave an argument until we write a comma. So notice how these are all arguments. The first argument is we want cars with an MPG greater than 30. The second argument is we want to, whatever that is, display greater than 90. Someone's going to tell me what that is in a moment. And we want a weight or whatever that is, WT greater than 1. And so we can report this, and then the select right here tells us what columns we want to select from the data frame. Just so you can see the mtcars data frame, here's what it looks like. So we're only going to get the MPG and the cylinder reported. Think of each of these as an argument. Think of arguments as instructions. The first instruction is, what are we subsetting? We are subsetting this data frame. The second argument is, what conditions are we going to subset with? Like, how will we subset it? And the second argument ends on the comma. The second argument ends on the comma. If you put a comma here, you have left your conditions. We don't put commas there with each condition. We use ands or ors. So the and right here means it needs to have this, and have this, and have this. You could say or, and then it could be, it has to have this, or this, or this. Next, we see select, MPG, and cylinders. That is going to be the columns it selects, and those are the only columns it reports. Do you guys feel like you understand right here how to create the subsets? Does this make more sense? Hopefully, keep looking at that right here. Let me hop over to the assignment. We go to 474. Go to the questions in the assignment. Make sure to stay after and ask questions. We'll work on it. Let's go here to homework, data manipulation, downloading. Here we go. Data manipulation now opened. We got it. Awesome, Ishan. Great job. And let's see right here. We next had in line, we're going to do question 6. Once again, we're going to use this right here to go quickly down to question 6. And question 6, ooh, Which part of question 6? You guys gonna give me a part of it? I can do the full thing, but oh, we didn't do we've done some which. There's a lot of ways to do the which. There's a quick way. I'll do the which. I'll do this first one right here. So, report the screen that has the largest budget. I think this is box office, and I should be able to run all chunks above, and I think box office will be loaded. It's the movie data frame. So, the largest budget. So, I'm going to insert a chunk right here, and I'm going to code right here, because I like doing that. Is the movie data frame not loaded in? Let me clear global environment. Really? No. So, session... what did I click? What did I click? Ooh. Did we already do the fourth array? I came to ask about it. Fourth? Yep, we can do the fourth right here. I'm just starting with J, F, J, K, and L. Did you use length for B? F, J, K, and L. Let me do that right here. Let me session set my working directory. I'm in 320. Let's go over here to downloads. Let's do that. Let's see if I've got this. There we go. We got the movie. We got the movie file now. And so struggling with parts F, J, K, and L. Let's do it. Okay. So F right here. Oh, sorry. All right. Let's do this right here. J. So F. The 1028 through 1197th elements, including elements 1028 and 1197. These turn out to be the movies from 2006. Use a shortcut to make these integer sequence. Okay, so what will we do right here? I'm going to insert my chunk right here so I can work on this and look at the problem at the same time. And we're going to go to the movies data frame. And I think we're reporting all the rows, right? So let's report. Let's see right here. Let me double check. The following movies. Oh, wait, this is question 4. We're doing question 6, right? Sorry, everybody. Question 6 right here. Question 6 has... People want me to start on F, right? Okay, F on question 6. A, B, C, D, E, F. What fractions... Here we go. We got this. What fractions of movies have runtimes that are multiples of 30? Calculates by taking the mean of a logical. Okay, so the first thing I need help with right here, the very first thing I need help with is writing a sequence of numbers that starts at 30 and let's say goes up to like 3,000. And it goes in intervals of 30. So I need to make a sequence that starts at 30, and I technically don't need to go that high. So, but let's make a long sequence right here of numbers that start at 30 and go up to at least... at least 257. How would we make a sequence of numbers? And we could actually just use this. How could we make a sequence of numbers that start at 30, go up to that value, and couldn't you do... You might be able to. You might be able to. That, I think that's really good right there. So... I think, wow, good. Let's check this. I might use that. Great comments in the chat. So let's do runtime, %, 30, and that tells us the remainder when we divide by 30. And then we do equals 0, it gives us trues and falses. And then we might be able to just do mean. Let's check. I think there can be weird stuff with this. Now we have to do NA remove. I think there's a small issue, and we might see a small difference right here. There's a small difference right here. Let me think. Let me see this. I think I've seen this, and I got to make sure the grader knows this. and then we'll talk about the logic of the codes right here. So I'm going to make a sequence of numbers now, and the sequence of numbers will be starting at 30, going to the max by equals 30. The max right there is just the number we found. So as everyone see, I could just written 270, but I used the max so the code augments. And then it's just mean right there. Hopefully people are following. If you have questions, feel free to ask. But you guys are doing awesome in the chat, helping each other out and asking questions. I love it. So I'm going to call this sequence. This is just a shorthand right here. This is just me creating. Does everyone see why I do this? On line 228, why do I save this as sequence? It's so that I can just abbreviate the code. Like this sequence is literally now this sequence. That's all. When I call sequence, it just calls this right here. And so now let's go here. And we go movie $runtime %in% sequence. And that means a runtime in the movie is contained in the sequence. Now let's check our work. I'm hoping we get the exact same answer. This is the small difference I've seen. And this is the handling of NAs. So this small difference, let me remember if I can remember how it works, because it's such a small decimal difference. And let me find out. Is.NA, and this will explain what is going on right here. Runtime, and then sum of it. So this is how many movies don't have a runtime reported. There's one movie that does not have a runtime reported. There's one movie that does not have a runtime reported. And so the difference right here is so small, and it's like I so little care about it that it's just, I hope my grader doesn't, please tell me if you get either of these answers, they're fine. But what we have right here, if we look at the sum of this and the sum of this one, it might both be 125, it is. But the length of this vector right here is the length of the logical check. And length of, would not do a length of it. Runtime equals NA remove equals true. Oh, and then we need the length of this logical. And then this one's going to have one less. Has the same amount? Wait a minute. Oh, and with the NA remove, that's what it is. Okay, so with the NA remove, this is now 125. Let me go back in time. There we go, okay. This one is 125 over 30, 50, 49, because NA remove. And this is 125 over 30, 50. This is the question. I've thought of this one before. And so this should be that. And that is that. And this should be this, which this is this. There we go. Okay. That was a lot. And the whole thing behind this, so either of these answers are fine. Please tell me if the TA counts you off. I'll try to update the key for them. But it depends on how you look at the question. So if you look at it and you say, we should not count a movie that does not have a runtime in our consideration, like that movie can't be checked, that movie is removed right here because there is no runtime for it to check. So we did an NA remove right here because we're taking the mean and there was an NA. Now, when you do the %in%, it can actually check to see an NA is not concluded in sequence. So it actually gets a false for the NA. So when you run it this way, the NA turns into a false. But when you run it this way, it can't see if the remainder of NA. So it produces an NA when it tries to get the remainder of NA. Does that make sense right there, Adam, that when you run this code this way and it gets the remainder of NA when divided by 30, it produces an NA for that code. And then when it checks to see if NA is logically equal to 0, it produces an NA there. So it's such a small difference. And, oh man, that's awesome. Look at Jordan, you're making me so happy right there. Jordan, 10 points. Like, I love when people are like, I get it. Or like, and then that's what happens with that code. And then this code right here, also be very careful. If you're seeing me work these assignments, don't copy down everything I do. I think the key right now has this one. So I'm highlighting which one I would do. I think the key has that one. But I do understand the logic behind the other one. And it makes more sense if you say we can't check a movie that we don't have a runtime for. So since we don't have a runtime for that movie, we could find that movie and stuff like that. But since we don't have a runtime, also please do not write everything I write down. I write down more. Like, you might get hit with excessive output if you answer everything I answer, because you can't just copy what I copy down. You have to like be listening and knowing what I'm doing. So obviously I'm kind of hinting at the right answer right here, like the only thing you should have that solves the answer. And I put a comment outside there on how the mathematics are done, so I could kind of remember. So when I look back on this, how many levels? Oh, we got. Come on, guys, we got this one. We got this. How do we find out how many levels something has? How would I figure out how many levels it has? Oh, that I think they're, yep. Jordan's giving some key answers in the chat. I like it. That's good hints, Jordan. That's excellent hints. Yep. So let's go here, and there's so many ways to do this. You could go to levels, and you could get the levels of movies, and go to genre. Is it genre? My dad always says genre, and I'm like, that is genre, and he's like, doesn't even do it, Dad. You could go here and go to length, and that doesn't. So ncol would be for the variables in it, like the good question right there. My mind actually said that for a moment. I was like ncol, and then I was like, wait, it's the length of the levels vector. So it's the length of the levels vector. And so you can see right here, the columns, we want to look inside of the genre. And so the genre is what we'll look at, and then we'll figure out how many levels there are to genre, like how many different genres are there. So we say report to me the levels of genre, and then report to me how many different levels there are. So that, does that make sense right there, Vidrana, that we're just getting how many different levels there are? So we go to the levels vector, and then we say how long is the levels vector, which this is right here. You could do, there's another way you could do it. Once again, don't do all the ways I'm doing it. You could go to a table of the levels vector, or you could just do a table of movie $genre. This is a little less intuitive, but then you could probably get the length of the table. Yeah, you could do that too. So you can make a table of it and then get the length of the table. But either way is fine. Don't put them both down here, because you're just going to get 31 printed twice. It's just like you could make a table of it and then ask, like, how long is the table? And then a table is a named vector. So you see, look at all the superhero movies. J and K and L, you got it. So here, we'll just keep working down. We got, oh wait, was that? Oh, there's F. J, K, and L. Let's go to J, K, and L, the update. What fraction of values in the tomato meter are NA calculated by taking the mean of a logical vector? So we're working with Rotten Tomatoes data. So how do we find NAs? So always break this down into parts. How do we find NAs? And great job, Adam. Great job. That's what we're here for, Office Hours, to help out. How do we find NAs? How do we find NAs? How can I find is something NA? I'm giving away a hint right there. How do I find if something is NA? What is the code to see if it is NA? Well, you would think that. You would think it, but and you would think equals, but that won't work. You got it, Jordan. Nice job. 10 points, Adam and Jordan right there. Is.NA. Yep. Is.NA. This is a logical check. Oops, if I could type the NA, it would work. Is NA, and then we're going to see if something is NA. So this is the first thing we're going to do right here, is we're going to go inside of here, and we're going to see if it is NA. What fraction are NA? So it wants a percentage. So I'm going to take this and wrap it inside of what now? I'm going to take this and wrap it inside of what? You get, but yeah, uh-oh. So let's try different things. You ready? Length will tell me how long this vector is. It's just going to tell me how many things I checked. That is how many things I checked. Which will tell me what? Just kind of read it. Which is NA. Which is going to tell me what? Put it in words. What is which going to tell me? It's going to tell me, technically, the positions, but it's going to tell me, just read it as it is, like which movies, the positions of the things that are NA. So this will tell me the positions of the things that are NA. These are the movies that have NA values for their tomato meters. These are which movies have NA. Does that make sense? It's which movies meet the logical conditions. Positions, Vidrana, 10 points, perfect. Which positions satisfy the conditions? Boom, like a rhyme, like which positions satisfy the conditions. So we have right here, How about this? How many movies? Like we're going to sum up how many movies are in A. So that's how many movies. You can see the 8. But last but not least, what's the answer now? What is the answer? What is the answer to this? What shall we put to find out the fraction? And there's multiple ways to do this. There's a longer way. Mean. Great job. Boom. That's the percentage. And if it wants percentage, like fraction, it's fine. The fraction that says a percentage. You could go and you could be, watch out. If the grader ever counts you wrong, please tell me. But you could go right here and you'd have to load the mass package because you'd be like, well, it said fractions, right? So you could technically go here and do this. I would not do this though. There's the fraction right there. So that's how you use the fractions package right there, or the fractions function, is it'll turn a number into a fraction. So you just put the number inside of it and it turns into a fraction, like just so you can see what's going on right here. And don't add these extra codes. You can see this right here will be 1/4. So it just turns it. It's really cool that you can just do that. You can use the, Adam, I think you're doing it the long way, which is all right. Don't worry. I don't mean long way as in bad way. I just mean you can do the following. There we go. You can go and, what is the long way again? Oh, you can go sum, and then you can divide by length of movie $tomato meter. And that gets you the same answer as if you did things like, do not write all these codes. I'm just showing synonymous code. But the quickest code to it is going to be just going here and going around it and doing mean like that. That's going to be the quickest and easiest code for us to write, like just writing one thing and just boom, right there. Does that make sense how all those codes are basically the same thing? Well, they get the same answer, but they do it different ways. Like we find the sum of it, and then we divide by the length of the vector, or we find the sum of it, and we divide by the number of rows in the data frame, which that's how long the vectors are in the data frame. Just kind of seeing similar code and remembering the different functions we know can kind of help sometimes. And do not write all 3 of these. Remember, you're just here to answer the question, not do it 3 ways. The more ways you can do it, though, the better. You could technically hashtag these out. You could do that. How do you convert it to a fraction? This is the answer. It wants this. Calculate this by taking, it just wants this right here, like what fraction. Don't worry. I don't think the key has like an actual fraction. That's kind of like going a little further. If you do want to convert it to a fraction though, which I wouldn't, you go here and go fractions with the mass package. So you would need to load in library mass, and then you would do this right here and run fractions. But I would not personally do that. So the fractions function takes a number and turns it into a fraction, just reports that number as a fraction. What is the average value of tomato meters if all entries that are 999 or NA are excluded from the calculation? So this one right here, there's quite a few ways to do this. I'm thinking of a few ways. Who has an idea on how to do this? Just throw me an idea. There's quite a few ways. I have a way that I'm kind of thinking. It starts with an S, as with a set. There's a few ways I'm thinking of that would maybe like really be helpful here. Yeah, we could use that. That was one way. I was thinking we could use which. So we could use which. And so the NAs are really when you have NA is an interesting object to work with. And when you deal with NAs, you use the is.na function. And so you have to use is.na. You never do like equals na. And let me see right here. Let me try this. NA percent in percent vector 1, 2, 3 NA. That worked. So then let me try this. Let me try the same line, but that worked. Cool. All right, so we can do it this way. So if you notice, it is checking each of those objects to see if they're contained in NA, and then we're able to check if NA is contained in that vector. Okay, so this will work. It is handling NA that way. I know you can't do is NA equal to NA. It might get mad still. It says NA. You have to do, see, and it's giving me this error right here. It says use is.NA. So that's a lot of times what you'll do, use is.NA to do a logical check to see if something is NA. But you can see if NA is contained in something. Contained in works, and it's even alerting me to that error right there. So with the which and percent, let's do that. Okay. So we want to see if something in the movie tomato meter has a value. I've said it. I mean, can anyone write the rest of this code? I want to see you guys write in chat. Is contained in a vector this and this. We've just said it. We want to see if it's contained in this. We want to see if it's contained in this. Who can write the rest of the code? We want to see if it's contained in it. Who knows? Yep. Thank you, Jordan. Great job. Yep. Contained in. So is the value in movie tomato meter contained in the following thing right here? Now, this will run a logical check giving us trues and falses. Now, what we want to do is we don't want these values. How can I easily flip this? Put the one thing in the chat to flip this. I don't want these values. I want the things that are not these values. So I don't want those values. I want the things that are not those values. I don't want the 999s or the NAs. I want the things that are not the 999s or the NAs. You guys know it. How do I flip my logicals? Just take your logicals and flip them. Just trues become falses, falses become trues. Boom. That's how you do it. So now all the trues are falses and all the falses are trues. Just an exclamation mark. So whenever you do an exclamation mark, like exclamation mark true, yeah, don't worry, it's practice. Don't worry, like when there's a long pause, and Jordan 10 points right there. When there's a long pause, and you can get another 30 points in office hours right now. So some people are going to get like 80 or something. But if you've been getting points during office hours, you're getting bonus points. So we can flip our trues and falses like this. It'll flip all of them. So this flipped the whole vector of trues and falses. And now we are going to go and get the positions on it. So now we're going to go here with a which. And whenever we put this inside of a which, it's going to report the positions of the trues. And now I want to just get those movies. So now I'm going to just get these movies right here. So I'm going to go inside of this vector. And I'm going to go inside of tomato meter. And there's the scores of them. And then guess what I'm going to do? I'll go here. And what is the average? There. I'm going to do this a separate way. Let me try it this way, because I was thinking about the subset way. Let's see if I get the same result. I should. Movie. So tomato meter. Because you got to... Wait. We'll copy paste it. Tomato meter is not equal to... I guess we could do it here. Tomato meter is not contained. So let's try this. Is contained in the vector, not... No, wait. Can I do minus 999? I'm going to try a new way right here. And I can do minus NA. It's contained in a vector that does not contain these elements. I don't know if this will work. I've never tried it this way. I'm getting a... Might have done it. That does not look like a full data frame. Looks a little bit short. Yeah, I think it's grabbing just that. So it's grabbing just those. Interestingly enough, this looks to... No, it's grabbing... Oh, that's grabbing the 999s and the NAs. Okay, so it actually just grabbed the NAs when I did it the other way. So can I take this and turn this logical into... Can I flip this logical here? I think that worked. Why would you use the in front of the which? Could you just take the mean of the which function? Oh, good question. So, amazing question right there. Here's where the which ends. No. The which ends right all the way over here. So, this happens a lot. I'll go back to my subset, which I think I completed, which I was just trying a new way right there. So, what will this find? Let's review. You ready? Someone tell me in chat, because we have here a logical condition, the positions, and then if I do this, it finds the what of the positions. So this will return what right here, which this is a common mistake. I'm glad you brought this up, Sarah. 10 points, Sarah. This will return the what of the positions. What will this return for the positions? because then I hope you'll see it right here, because that's a really good question, which a lot of people have done. This will return the what for the positions. What will this return? Because think we just got the positions. Like this code right inside of here finds the positions. It'll turn, it won't be a percent. It'll just be the average position. It'll be the average position. So this is now the average position. This code right here is the average position. So be careful. You only want this code right here. This code right here works. This code right here works. This code right here is broken. So average of the positions that satisfy the conditions. Yes, Vdron, amazing job, Vdron. Another 10 points right there. That's exactly it. And I'm trying to create a second code right here. This is the way I originally thought to do it. Yep. There we go. Just depends on which way you like better. The second code that I wrote, this code is broken. I'll put a hash. I don't want people to write these codes. Don't use that code. That's a wrong answer. You only need one of the codes. I'm purposely trying to, when I do these assignments, I try to do them multiple ways, because that's where I should be at in my coding, is I should be able to, like, how can we do this with subset? How can we do this with which? There's infinitely ways to answer coding questions. So you just want to get better and build your skill set. And the more options you have, the better you get at coding. So you might like the second way better, to take a subset of the things that are not meeting this condition. So I flipped the condition right here. I said, I want things that have tomato meter contained in, just like I set up here, but then I had to flip it just like I did up here, and then I subsetted it, and then I went to the mean of the subset. So that right there was, does it make sense? Does this make sense how I've done this? I know this is a little bit complicated of a question, so we're doing some of the hardest questions right here, but a little bit tricky of a question. Hopefully this makes sense, how we've done it two ways right here, and hopefully it's working out. What movie had the largest box office haul? Oh, we got this. We got this. Let's crush it. You ready? What movie? Yep, two different ways. Yep, you only need one. Please make sure whenever you're answering these that you look at what the question asks. Kind of. Yep, look at what it asks, and then make sure your answer is specific to that. Like, you could even put a little note, like, I put a little note out here. Maybe if I was a student, I'd say, like, the average. Wait, is that tomato meter? Yeah, I guess it's for that. Also, I'd maybe look at tomato meter and see how it's reported. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm going to look at it and just make sure it follows this format of 0.4969. I'm going to be like, don't autocomplete. Oops. What is the largest? How are we going to find the largest box office haul? Who can help me find what is the largest box office haul? Who can help me find what is the largest box office haul? What code can we do to find the, because you're kind of right, expand upon that, Adam, like expand upon that. Like, we want to find what movie. First, we need to know what was the largest box office haul. So break it into parts to be like, okay, I have to find, I think you can do that one right there. Yeah, we'll use which max, which we haven't used yet, but it's a fun function. So which max automatically finds for us the maximum. So little secret function that's not even in the notes. I love it. We can go right here, and we can do this, and that reports for us which one is the max. But let's go here and do it a separate way with which, and then do equals equals to max. And I think we'll have a small issue, but I'll fix it. We'll see what this does. I think it's going to cause an issue. It doesn't. It worked. So if you notice, both of these codes return the same thing. Same code, just finding the same answer two ways. But now we need to know which movie it is. So I'm going to take this right here. I'm going to go inside the movie data frame. And will this go in the row space? Or will this go in the column space? What will this go inside of, the row or the column space? So if I want to find which movie, is that a row thing? Or is that a column thing? Is that a row thing or a column thing to find out which movie? Rows or columns? Which space will this thing go inside of? The row, you're totally right. It's the row because each movie is in its own row. We can confirm this by looking at it. If you look, you got all the names of the movies right here. 8mm, Analyze This, Cruel Intentions. Oh, man, I saw that in high school. Woo! This is Sarah Michelle Gellar. It's such a good movie. Unknown budget, $23 million. Box office, $114 million because that movie was awesome. Running time, 97 minutes. Romance, 1997. March of 1997. That was my junior year of high school. Now you know how old I am. You guys are like, Brian, you're so old. Oh no. Is anyone in here born the year 2000 or after? Like, is anyone here born after this movie came out? Don't say your birthday or anything like that, but you can if you want. Be like, no, don't not say your birthday, but you can be like, I'm born after that movie. No one has to say that. I don't want, since it's a little bit of personal information right there. I was born before that movie. I saw it. I saw it when I was in high school. So, oh man, so crazy. Make me feel old. Year before, like that, Adam. I like that. We probably not as before as I am though. It says that you might delete that, Kelsey. You might remove it. Says it's like identify. I don't know. Like, it's just fine. Oh man, like I could have gone to see that movie and someone be like, "Hey, yo, that's so crazy." Okay, here we are right here. Let's go here. And what's the name of it? What is the name of it? I can't even think. My brain's broken, guys. Is it the movie name is that? Oh, there's a few ways of doing it. So did everyone see movie is the name of it right here? The easiest way to do it is to do this. Boom. Avatar. Oh, yeah, it's Avatar. Wait. You guys know what beat this out now, maybe, right? I think it did, right? Oh, we got to go to Box Office Mojo. I think they changed Box Office Mojo. So Box Office Mojo all time. So Box Office Mojo is a really great site. Yep, it got beat. No longer Avatar. Dataset's old. Whoa. Look at that. That is so close. I didn't know it was that close. Endgame beat it. Infinity War, it was Endgame that wrecked it. I know, right? And then Titanic. So you had James Cameron just going crazy right here. Force Awakens was amazing. Where's the... You see Harry Potter's on here. You see Frozen, Frozen 2, Frozen 3. Was Frozen... Oh, I thought Frozen 2 was 2015. Furious 7. I think that was the Paul... What's his name? Sad stuff right there. Jurassic World. Wow, Jurassic World crushed it. And Jurassic World did too. I'm sure did all right, but not like that. Age of Ultron. So many... Yeah, it's all Marvel. Black Panther, because Black Panther was freaking awesome. It was just like Last Jedi. See, Star Wars slowly got Lord of the Rings. You got Skyfall. I think I saw Skyfall. So many good things. Spider-Man movies. Where's Spider-Verse? Show me Spider-Verse. Is it on here? Where's my Spider-Verse? No Spider-Verse? Why is Monsters University up here and Spider-Verse is not? Spider-Verse. Yeah. Go watch Into the Spider-Verse if you haven't seen it. Who here has seen Into the Spider-Verse? Why did I think it was like all time? It should be. That soundtrack is amazing. Yeah, Spider-Verse, I would dare say is my favorite Spider-Man movie. I know Spider-Man 2 is awesome, and Spider-Man Far From Home was really good. And then there's the, what's his name? Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans, and those are like... Sorry, Andrew Garfield. You've done well in other movies, but I don't know about that. I just don't know. But Spider-Verse was like... My fiance and I walked out of Spider-Verse, and she was like, that was so good. And I was like, I know. And everyone around us was like, that was so good. And then she was like, that was better than Deadpool. And I paused. I said, you're thinking, right? And I said, yeah. She goes, it is better than Deadpool, right? And I was like, it is. It is. Because I love Deadpool. We got out of Deadpool, and I was so hyped when we got out of Deadpool. Yeah, I like some Tobey Maguire, but man, Miles Morales. Miles was, man. What's his uncle's name? I don't want to give away any plot points. Uncle Aaron. Yeah, I'm going to start crying here. Such a good movie. Anyways, go watch Spider-Verse. Go watch it this weekend. Did you ever use MoviePass? No, that was like a big thing, wasn't it? Like you could go see a bunch of movies back when we used to be able to go outside. So, but man, Far From Home is the best. We got some votes from Far From Home. I liked Far From Home a lot. Like, Far From Home, it was maybe more fun than Spider-Man 2. Happy Hogan, I think, is the name of what's his name's character, but Spider-Man. And so we've got this right. We know the name of the movie. We figured it out. We'll hop on to the next questions. But so completed. But Spider-Verse. I'd say my favorite moment in Spider-Verse. I gave a talk. I gave a last lecture, and I included some Spider-Verse stuff in it. I don't want to give away any plot points. Go watch Spider-Verse if you haven't seen it. So those who know what I'm talking about, because this won't give away any plot points, I'm trying to like make sure. It's at the end of the movie. How do I not reveal anything? Not ruin an amazing movie. No, I don't want to do. I don't want to say anything. You can someone can mention this a week. No, I'm not. I'm not ruining any Spider-Verse. Not gonna do it. It's too good. All you know right now is there's an end of the movie. I know, Alex. Dude, it's so good. It's so good. I was dying at the end of it. I think that did it. Okay, so before that, it met Deadpool. Not to say when that's at, but before that, it met Deadpool, and then when I saw that, I just died. I just couldn't handle it. Okay, here we go. Peel said 5C. Let's do 5C right here. You ready? A frequency table showing how many columns of movies are integer, numeric, and factors. Okay, cool. So we want a frequency table right now showing how many movies are integer, numeric, and factor. This one can be done pretty easily. Oh, it's telling us. This is a use lapply. So lapply is not something we've talked about too much. It's listapply. Also, you have 8. You got, of course, we got this. We'll put 8 here at the end. You got it. Adam, we always got time. We got. Was it? It's like a Back to the Future line, like, yeah, like some like. I got a time machine. I can't remember. It's my favorite movie, or one of my favorite movies. I got so many. Donnie Darko, Eternal Sunshine, all this good stuff. Spider-Verse, great stuff right there. So let's check it out. We've got a frequency table showing how many columns of movie are integer. Now, there's a lot of ways to do this. The easiest way to do this is to use the lapply function, which we haven't talked about. All you do with lapply is it applies something over a list. Oh, Andrew, send me a reminder on that. I'll have to check it out. Like Chelsea, I might watch it. So we're going to take the movie data frame, or not. We're going to take the movie data frame, part 5, part A. We got that. Is that on our list? There we go. Now it's on the list. And we're going to put here class. Doesn't like that. Oh, it's mad. I can't write code today. There we go. Here we are. Okay, so let's look what the lapply function does. There's lots of ways to do this, but lapply is the easiest way. So what does lapply do? It's called listapply. So it takes a list, which can be a data frame, and it applies a function across it. So lapply takes a list and applies a function across it. So it's going to run class on everything inside of here. So there's lots of ways to do this. There's much longer ways, but the lapply is super awesome. And now we're going to go here, and we're going to go to unlist. And we're going to unlist it. And now it's taken out of a list. And now I'm going to do an additional thing. I'm going to go to unname. So here we are. Boom. This might be one of the hardest ones because there's a lot of ways to do this, but this is the quickest way and maybe the most concise way. But take a look here. We've run lapply on the movie data frame and gotten the class of every single column inside of here. Does that make sense? We've gotten the class of every single column inside of here. And then we are going to unlist it, which removes it from a list, because lapply takes a list and returns a list. And then we're going to unname the vector. So now all I do, I think this will work. Yep. Done. Got it. So it turned it into a table. I think it's a character table, or it's treating it as I could have turned it into a factor. Like I could have said, turn this into a factor now. Probably I would if I was serious. It's still the same thing because it's able to make a character vector into a table. So either or, I've gotten a little bit crazy right here, but maybe I want it to specifically treat it as a factor, but that works out well right there. Does that make sense what's going on? That's a pretty complicated one. I'm glad we did it during office hours. That is goes a little bit got to think through some things that are maybe a little bit advanced that we didn't mention every nut and bolt to. So we have here A. Let's do A. The object type of movie in the global environment. Command knows it. So we have here, how does RC movie? So we want to know how RC's movie. How do we do how RC's movie? How do we see how RC's movie? How could we see how RC's movie in the background? How does RC movie? Any ideas? You got it. We're going to do class of movie. I'm going to fall out of my chair right here. And then we can do class of, hit the capitalize button. Class of iris. Iris is something it has access to. Species. And that should be a factor, right? Yep. There we go. Does that make sense? It's showing us you got it. Nice job, Madeline, right there. And if I ask specifically, you guys can put it in the chat. Don't worry. I like it. Madeline, keep that right there. So, and especially if I've written it here, it's pretty obvious what the answer is right now. The classes of the first four. So actually, you know what? The code we've written right here can be used to find the classes of the first four. So watch this. If we want classes of the first four, we could go to the movie data frame and we could say this. And are they all characters? Oh, we didn't run class on this. We did run class. Are they all character? 2 seconds, be right back. I am back. Are they all character vectors? Character vector, character vector, character vector, character vector. I'm gone. Hey, go back. I like that I got the buttons right here. You know, we haven't jammed out some music in a while. I guess they're all character vectors. But truthfully, I probably wouldn't use this code for it. Let me show you why. My headphones are all tangled up. So I'd rather know what these are because it didn't want a table. But I did just find the answer to the question, which is good. But and then also I looked at the data frame. Here's something I can't state enough. If you notice what I do, whenever I get answers, when I look at this, I look to see what the first 4 columns are. So I'm actually looking and saying, okay, movie's a character vector, director's a character vector, distribution's a character vector, star's a character vector, because these are all just words. These are all words right here, so they're all character vectors. Always look at what you have to make sure it makes sense. Play a little punch out. So we're going to write a new code right here. Can I finish it in time? You ready? Okay. So we don't want to turn into a table. Oh, no, no. There, we did it. That's way too long. Oh, we didn't take the end of it. We didn't take the end. We almost did it. We need Mega Man for this. There we go. Now we got it. So this, when we look at how this is reported now, this is reported a lot better. Because we can actually see the names of the columns. That's kind of key right here. Just think about how you report things and how it makes sense to talk about, you know, this is, we're not doing the frequency table right now. Let me copy this. Let me go back in time. Good. I think this is this. This or this. We got that. And I'm going to fix that code a little bit too. This needs to be this. And there's the first 4. So when it says the classes of the first 4 columns, it makes more sense to report it. Now, this one says integer, numeric, and factors. So integer, numeric, and factor. So 3, 4, 2. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go 3, 4, 2. And now it reports it in integer, numeric, and factor. So there is character stuff also. But if my boss wants to know how many things are integer, how many things are numeric, and how many things are factor, I'm going to go to them and report them in this order. So you don't have to, but it makes sense. You do get the job done by doing this right here. But if they were to say, you know, I might add in a note, I might, because it's important to know there's other character stuff, but maybe they just want to know the integer, numeric, and factor. Also, they give it to me in this order. I've rearranged my table. Does it make sense why I've added this onto the end of it? When you look at this table, just think of this table as something that's being created right here like this. This is the table, and we're going to go to the table and add on to it where we take only these elements, or we report them in this order. So if you look at table, it looks like this. But now I'm going to go inside of table and report the third thing first, right there, the fourth thing second, and the second thing third right there. So because that's integer, numeric, and factor, and then it reorders them for me by using the positions and calling them. Does that make sense to everybody? This is kind of key understanding each part of this, that I'm concatenating a vector inside of here to call multiple positions, and the positions are noted because we're using this, and this is being done to the object table. So this is kind of the most advanced, like the most concise answer we can give. And we expanded upon this code and made it really good. How's everyone doing with this one? We've pretty much done. We did all of question 5, so we're doing a lot of this assignment. I mean, we're just gonna keep answering questions right here. Who knows? I mean, you guys could be like, do this one next, and I'll do it. Okay. Answer 3E. Let's talk about 3E some. What does 3E say? What does 3E say? Where you got 3E? Here we go. One of the simplest ways to handle missing numeric data is to replace the missing values with the median. Okay, so did I do IQR for 5? Let me double check. Going back. The object. Oh, whoops. 20 points right there, Sarah. IQR is going to be a function. There we go. Nice job, Sarah. Yeah, I missed it. Uh-oh, Brian didn't get 100. I'll say a lot of times that I'll make like a 95 or 98 on the assignments. So watch out. Sarah, great job right there. If people copy just what I do, I can make small mistakes, or I might exclude something or not go enough in depth. I'm not trying to make errors for you guys, but Sarah, really good catch. But like you just said, you just have to include that right there to do it. And great catch, Sarah. Well earned 20 points. Thank you for correcting that right there. And so now we've got, oh yeah, Adam Milligan. He just graduated. Yeah, he's so awesome. He created a lot of these data sets and everything. So he was an MSBA student. He created tons of data sets and lots of work, amazing stuff. One of the simplest ways of handling missing data is to replace it with medians that are present and So I'm going to do this question, but I'm going to do it differently. So if anyone copies this down, it's going to be very bad. So remember how tomato meter had a missing value? We can find the missing value of tomato meter. And so there's all the tomato meters. And this will tell us if it is NA. So this will tell us if something is NA. And this will tell us where the NAs are at. So those are the NA values of tomato meter. Does that make sense? Is everyone following along that these are the values of tomato meters that are NA? And I'm doing a different version of this question. Like think of what I'm doing. The first thing I'm doing is I reported the tomato meter vector. Then I said, is it NA, which tells me if it is NA, true or false. Then this gives me the positions of the NA, which we see reported below. Once again, watch this as we highlight each part and run it. This tells me the tomato meter values. And there's an NA. This tells me the if it is NA, true or false. So you will see the true somewhere. There, I thought I saw it. It's here somewhere. There's a true. So that one did not have, it has an NA value. And then this tells me those positions of those trues, which that one is 650, 649, 650, 651. So that one is this one right here. We've identified the positions of the trues. Now, what we want to do is we want to go here, and we want to go to Movie, Tomato Meter, and please always run your code after you write it to make sure it's working. So, because I broke it, not on purpose. Is it that? Uh-oh. Where's my parentheses? This is working. Uh-oh, that's it. Okay, missing parentheses here. I must have deleted one. So that is missing a parentheses. And that is an error I need to talk about. And there's that, and there's that. Okay. So this right here reported the values in the positions which are NA. Does that make sense to everybody? What I changed about my code right now was I went from the positions to going inside the vector and going to those positions. So now I'm getting the values in those positions. But I need to overwrite them. So now I'm going to overwrite them. You have to do it in parts here. You don't write the whole thing at one time. Write it all in parts and run the individual parts. This is literally what I do, is I think through it step by step. I'm like, okay, I need to find the things that are NA. I need to go to their positions. I need to then go to the elements in those positions. Then I need to store into those. And what do I need to store into them? I need to store into it what? Guys, help me out here. What does the question say we need to store into it? And this is not the answer. I'm doing a slightly different version, but it's still the same work. So if someone writes this down, they'll get this wrong because this is not the answer to it. But it's the same work. It's the same rigor we're doing. So what do I need to store into it? Yep. But watch this. There's going to be a problem here. Will my code here work? Yes or no? What's going to be the problem? You're right, Vidron, right there. I need to do BAS. Make sure you're doing it with BAS. What is going to be, what's going to break now? What is going to have a problem right here? Because this will give me NA. What do I need to do here? And what do I need to change? Kind of. Not really take them out, but yep, Vidron, you're right. And that, it kind of removes them, but it removes them for the calculation purpose. So it removes them for calculation purposes. They're not removed completely. It's just for calculation purposes. They're removed out of the code, or they're removed out of the calculations. So it's a rather long code. I wanted to show it all on one time on the screen. But now right here, you can go to tomato meter, and you could do mean of tomato meter, and it'll work. Where before it wouldn't work because it didn't. You don't have to do na.remove anymore because we overwrote the NAs. So now you'll notice, and I think it was that before when we did the median, but because we overwrote a bunch of values with the median. So does that make sense right there? We had to add in the extra argument, NA remove equals true, and now it works 100%. Little tricky, pretty tough question right there. Probably one of the toughest ones. We're getting some of the toughest questions done, but that long bit of code right there, and we didn't write it all to start. We did it in parts. You have to do each individual part, and you have to do them slowly right there. Great questions. Question 8? Yeah, ask more questions. We don't want to end yet. More questions. We got question 8. Let's do question 8. Okay. All right, that's 7. I thought it jumped to 9. Maybe I'm going crazy. That's L. Question 8. Create a subset. Wait, was it question 8? Is it question 8? Wait, that's not question 8. Question 8. Okay, I'll do parts of this. Okay. Create a subset. So we need to make a subset. Call it this. So this is the part, like once you see this, you should immediately go down here. We'll go over here. Here we go. I like to do it when I can see the code. So I don't know what sub does. Look at that. So right now we're creating our subset. What's the first thing I'm going to put into subset? It's what we are subsetting. So the first thing I'm going to put into subset is what are we subsetting? What am I going to subset here? What are we going to put into subset this time? What will be subsetted? What will we subset? What will we subset? What will we subset? Movie. Cool. Now I'm going to put a comma. I'm going to hit enter. You don't have to hit enter. I just like it for syntax. Once I hit enter, I've gone to a new... once I do a comma, I've gone to a new what? Once I do a comma, I've gone to a new what? Once I do a comma, I've gone to a new... Starts with an A. The enter will bring me a new line. Adam and Madeline right there, and Vidron, everybody, 10 points. Great job in office hours. So this is a new argument right here. So after the comma, we hit enter just to start a new line, which you can do. It'll read through to the next line. Nice job, Ishan, right there, 10 points. So, and Andrew. So we've got here the condition, and let's set a condition for its rating. Now, we need to make sure we spell rating properly. I'm going to go down here and just do a throwaway command. So I do commands down here to just double check to make sure I have the spelling correct, because I don't know if rating is capitalized or not. I could have guessed because these are capitalized, but I want rating, and now be careful. This is not the right answer. I want you to think about this for a second and think about what this means. What is going on here? And I think will we get a subset? Yeah, it's mad. And I think it got me part of a subset. It did. It actually took me a while to understand exactly what this is doing, and this is wrong. But the way this works, and we talked about this some, I think, last class. The way this works is it checks the first movie to see if the first movie is G. It checks the second movie to see if the second movie is PG. It checks the third movie to see if the third movie is PG-13. And then it checks the fourth movie to see if it's what? It checks the fourth movie to see if it's what? It checks the fourth movie to see if it is G. It loops back. Yep. And we won't get the error if we do this because the movie data set is an even amount. So you won't get this warning message that it had a problem. And you're like, oh, everything worked fine. I mean, you could do it the other way. You don't want to do it either of these ways. They're both wrong theory. But now it's checking the first to see if it's G, the second to see if it's PG, the third to see if it's G, the fourth to see if it's PG, the fifth to see if it's G, PG, PGP, TG. You don't want that. What do you want to change this to? What do I want instead of flip-flopping? Is it equal to this? 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 I want to see what? What do I want to change on this? What do I want to change? There's one thing in this code I want to change. Yep, exactly. And then read it. Always try to read it to say, is the rating contained in this? Does that make sense when you say, is the movie's rating contained in one of these ratings? Like when we look at our movies, we're going to say, great job, Jordan and Madeline. We'll do that condition next. You got it. We're going to say, is the movie's rating contained in one of these ratings? So when you do this right here and you create your subset, look at your ratings now and make sure your ratings, where's my ratings? They're here. If you look at your ratings, you should just have G, PG, and scroll down, PG-13, and we don't see any R's or anything at the end of this, LMNOPQR. So if there was an R-rated movie, it would be at the end. We have confirmed we did this part correctly. And now, what am I going to put after this? What will I put next? What will I put to do another condition that I also want? Oh my gosh. Oh. What do I do to put another condition that I also want to be true? What shall I put to do another condition that I also want to be true? Remember, don't do a comma yet. Don't do a comma yet because I'll leave the condition part of it. You got it, and you got it. Both of you guys 10 points right there. If you notice, it does a sub-indent here, meaning I'm still in the condition part. So we haven't left this argument. So now we want a year. We're going to do year equal to 2009. And now, interestingly enough, we could do, if you wanted, you could technically do this. If you notice, it did not change. And you could call this a vector if you want. It's just, it doesn't make a difference. So everything I've written those three ways, if you look, the data set didn't change, but maybe someone wants to come along later and also say 2008. So you're kind of future-proofing yourself. So now, like, and then and, I don't think you can write and. Let me try that. I'm giving you 10 points for just suggesting it, and then, nope. It needs the and symbol. So you have to use the and symbol, but I was like, maybe it's something I don't know. So you have to use the and symbol, and we'll use another and symbol here. Please notice how it is sub-indenting still. It's still on the sub-indent. We're still in the condition portion. We have not left it because we haven't put another comma in. And now we need budget between 10 to 20 million. So budget, and so there's a few ways to do this. Probably the easiest way is going to be budget greater than or equal to. Does it say including those values? Yeah. Okay, so what logical statement will join these? Yeah, it's got to be that. Will this be an and or an or? Joining between these, will I have an and or an or? Just read it. Because this is where it'll be an and. Yep. Because if you're saying it has to be greater than 10 or less than 20, that'd be everything. Think greater than 10 or less than 20 is everything. So it's got to be and, because it has to be greater than 10 and less than 20. It's between this interval. So we're going to put an and right here between them. And now you're wondering, maybe someone's wondering, well, why didn't you put that to a new line? I'm going to just pull my earphone out. Why didn't you put that to a new line? Because to me, it makes sense that this is kind of my budget condition. So I could have done that, but I kind of like having budget on the same line. Like, this is where I'm doing my conditions for budget. And it just makes sense the way I've ordered my code to me here. Starting a new condition, what am I going to write? What am I going to write to start my new condition? Start that new condition. What are we going to write? Put another, new argument. Sorry, I was so wrapped up in the conditions. New argument, what are we going to write? We're going to put a comma, Jordan, 10 points right there, and everyone answering. If you're here now, you get 10 points. You can get those max. I think it's at 30 points for office hours. We're going to copy paste this right here, and we're going to go here to select. Under select, we're going to put inside of here a concatenated vector, and, oh, those are backticks. It copied them as backticks. Of course it did. Nothing in code is ever too nice to you. And so how do I know this did it wrong? Because of the color of the words. So the words should be in green because these are names of columns, which are characters. So I wanted them in green. And I'm going to double check. I can see up here that it did it, and I can view it this way. But I've now done it. And I think it says we should have 7 rows. But this is just always try to make your code look nice and readable. I think if you look at this, when you read this code, do you feel like this makes a lot of sense on like each step? That's like, here's what I am subsetting. I am doing this condition, and then I am doing this condition, and then I am doing this condition, and then I'm selecting these columns. You always want it to just be easier to read, especially for yourself and others. I try to tell everyone to just try to write really nice and just beautiful code. I've heard that term a lot, like beautiful code. And the nicer it looks, the easier it is for you. Yeah. Print to the screen, this subset sorted on the tomato mirror column, largest up to top. I guess I didn't sort today, so I got to do this one. If I didn't do it, I don't feel like this is too hard to do. There's a lot of ways to do this, but think about this. We want to sort the tomato meter. So sort is not a complicated function. Let's go here. We go to sort. I want to subset my movie. And not that. I want to go sub $, tomato meter. And there's a few ways to do this. Print to the screen, this subset sorted on tomato meter. I think you can do it with sort. Can we sort a subset? I'm going to try. I know another way with order, and that one's more complicated. So sort. Can it take a data frame? Let's try it. Let's go to sub. Sort sub. Error in, decrease equals true. Da, 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 da. So let's go right here. Let me think. It's going to be super complicated with the sort. Oh, can we do that? Oh, I can make it really fun. This is ridiculous, but there's going to be an easier way. Sub $, tomato meter. Cool. There's the sorted version. Smallest on the bottom. So we have to go here and go decreasing equals true. We can do a callback right here. And then we could go and say, we want to go here and go to, see, I think it'll work if we do this. Let me see this. Movie, this. Usually the order wants this. Yeah, no, why did I think that would work? Of course it wouldn't. I'm going to have to do something crazy, which I don't want to do. Okay. So if I go which, sort, equals, sub, $, tomato meter. Wait. Oh, wait. Here we go. Oh, that was that. There we go. 6, which, wait. There's those. Sub, $, tomato meter. I use the order. Yeah, order's way easier. I'm about to do that in a second. I'm showing the ridiculousness of this as I, like, try to make it work. And the ridiculousness of what I'm doing right here is so much easier done by it. It's so much easier done. Like, I think I'm just ready to do the sort version of it. Like, the order version of it. Order is way easier. If you go to order and you go to sub, because I don't think order's in the notes. So this is a really good one. Sorry, I feel real bad about that. So there's the order of it, and you literally just take this and you go to sub $. Please, if you're stuck on any of these, like you're Brian, I don't know how to do this one. And that should do it right there. Tomato meter is being listed this way. Is it decreasing? Yeah. And then we have to put the order inside of here. So we could just call this order. So if you want, just to make your code easier to read, call this order. Boom. And then double check. Please note that every time I look at this, I'm making sure it works. And once again, this is showing how this is way easier than what I was trying to do. The order function is used to order stuff. And let me see. You know what? There's got to be a way with the sort function. So let me take a look. Sort on data frame in R. I bet you they're going to be like, use the order function. Sorted data frame in R. So, yeah, they're using order. Literally, just straight up using order. It's like, don't use sort for a data frame, use order. So, which is exactly what we did. Sort a data frame by contents. Everyone's gonna be using order, I bet. I don't know if I'll ever find anything using sort. I'd like to, it's like I'm gonna have to use like an equals equals and a which. How do you sort on a data frame by multiple columns? So it looks like someone wants to do this right here. Yeah, then literally, like how to sort a data frame by multiple columns in R, boom, the order function. How to sort data in dplyr. So dplyr is great too. Yeah, so using sort function on data frame in R. Okay. How can I sort my data in R? They're going to say use order, aren't they? Sort. It goes straight to order. Like, how can I sort my data? And then, boom, 2 seconds later, it's like, use order. I really want to use this function on it, even though I'm not supposed to. Yeah, it's no one wants to tell me how to do it. I'll throw you guys 50 points if you can figure out how to do it. Don't spend too much time trying to do that. What other questions are they? I feel like I did 7A right, but in the wrong way. Could you explain this if you have time? Which one's 7A again? Did we do 7A? Which one's 7A? Make a column that contains the ratio of a movie's box office. So, and great job, everybody. I guess we'll finish. I mean, I'll take more questions. Make a fraction of R-rated movies are what fraction of R-rated movies are successives? Okay, wait. So we have to add a column to the movie that contains the ratio of a movie's box office, take divided by its budget, and call that performance. So can anyone tell me what I need to write? I need help with this. How do I write a new column into R, into my data frame? How do I go to movies and I make this performance? So I'm going to start creating what needs to go in there. But how do I create that? How do I, because it wants me to take its box office divided by movie $ budget, and now it wants me to store into that spot. It wants me to store into performance. So how do I do that? How do I store into performance? How do I create where nothing existed? How do I do that? Yep, you got it. Yep. And then you call a spot that doesn't exist, and that'll append onto here your new column. So performance has now been created from that column. So what fraction of R-rated movies? So if you just want R-rated movies, you need to go and just take the R-rated movies. So we want to go to movie $ rating, and then we only want the ones that are equal to R. So these are just the movies that are rated to R. You could use a subset for this. A subset would work fine, but now I want just the positions of the movies that are R. So how do I get the positions? I go to a which, and boom, we now have the positions. But now I want to kind of get all the data on these movies. So these are the what's of these movies. These right here are the what's of these movies. So I could just call them this. These are the what's of the movies I want to talk about. Like, what are all these numbers right here? They are the what's of every movie I want to understand. Every movie has its own unique what right now. So these are the what's of all the R-rated movies. Kind of. So these are the positions of the R-rated movies. And then the data set, those positions will correlate to the what's of the R-rated movies. So in the data set, those will correlate to the... Where's the rating at? How am I not seeing rating? Oh, unknown ratings. There it is. These are the positions of the... These are the what's. You are correct. The which got me the positions and the rows. Yep, these are the rows. So I'm going to call this here rows. And then I'm going to go here to movies. And in movies, I'm going to ask for those rows. So if you see, these are just the R-rated movies. So we could have done this with a subset also. But these are just the R-rated movies. And you can confirm this. Johnny Depp, the R-rated movie. So Jerry O'Connell? Oh, man, what movie was this? 2001? I don't know what that was. I remember it. There we go. So here's all this stuff right here. Scary movie. All these. Oh, right, there it is. There's the... Yep, there's the Jerry O'Connell movie, and there's the Johnny Depp movie. So crazy. I've looked at this data set before. It's pretty cool. And Jerry O'Connell, I love that dude. He's got to grow his hair back out. Jerry O'Connell. If you're listening to this, Jerry O'Connell, you need to grow your hair back out. We're doing a quick shout out to Jerry O'Connell right now. Really quick shout out to Mr. Jerry O'Connell in Sliders. Had the best hair ever. Shout out to Jerry O'Connell. So we're going to do Jerry O'Connell shout out in sliders. There we go. There's Jerry O'Connell. And he needs to grow his hair back out. We gotta have the same haircut again, man. I miss it. What'd you do, man? You cut your hair short. I know, right? I loved it. Like growing up when Sliders was on, people were always like, dude, you got the same haircut as him. And now it's back. I know it cracks me up. So Jerry O'Connell, we've all gotten older, and his hair is now shorter, but Jerry O'Connell. Oh wait, I think he has grown his hair back out a little. I gotta do like a 2020 Jerry O'Connell. He's keeping it shorter now though. Yeah, his hair's a lot shorter. Jerry O'Connell, what you doing, man? Long hair forever. Don't. There's Jerry O'Connell now. This is the Jerry O'Connell. Wait, he was in Stand By Me, and so everyone knows him from that movie when he was a kid. So there's him in Stand By Me and future Jerry O'Connell. And he's got like a brother and everything. Okay, enough on Jerry O'Connell. Let's do this. Okay. Jerry O'Connell, grow your hair back out. Okay. So we reported these. Blank, i.e. have the values of performance are greater than 1. Try find the mean. What fraction of movies are successes? Oh. So we can do this. Who's got the rest of this code? Who's got it? Brian got distracted. What is the rest of this code right here? What is the rest of this code right here? What is the rest of this code right here? Does anybody know it? We want to see for these movies, and I guess we want to go here. We can use some code we learned today, and we could go and just get the performance that we created up here. So I'm going to double click it. I'm going to copy it. And here's just the performance of those right there. So now I just have the performance. Does that make sense what I've done? I've gone and gotten the rows that are just R-rated movies, and I'm only reporting the performance column. So I only have the performance column. What do I do now? Yep. That are greater than 1. Cool. Yep. But now what do I do to this? Because it says, what fraction? 0 through 1. What fraction? Put inside of what? We're almost there. This will do it. We got it. Yep, that's it. Yeah, once you do it about 10 times, you're like, oh, just put inside of a mean. There you go. If we wanted to know how many were successful, there we go. That's how many, and this is the fraction. Is it making more sense as we do it? Like, was anyone here in office hours who was a little, like, freaked out? Like, oh my gosh, this assignment is killing me, but now it's starting to be like, okay, it's starting to make sense. I see where it's going. By this time, the third time doing it, I'm like, okay, if we want to find the fraction of a logical, we put it inside of a mean. I can't say how many times it's just practice. Awesome, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan, I would have not guessed that. You were the one answering. I would have been like, Jordan's got it. Jordan's answering questions. Don't worry. It's so, I can't, guys, I can't tell you how many times I've practiced coding, and you're welcome. Feel free to ask any more questions. I'll hang out for a little bit more here. I mean, as long as you guys have questions, I'll keep working. And it was really good office hours. We went like another hour and a half. But I can't state enough that you just have to keep practicing. You have to and when you're stuck, email me, because it took a lot. The first time I went to one of the first questions I asked Dr. Petrie was, how do I make a data frame? When I run that, I get NaN. NaN is such a weird one. That's a special character 2, which, man, we talked about 3 special characters. You must be creating rows that do not exist. Let me try something to break this. Let me try doing this. Yeah. You're trying to do, I'm trying to think what NaN is. Let me see it, because this is nothing. That's integer 0. And then you're reporting a data frame. So this creates a data frame right here of nothing. That creates a numeric 0. And then you're running a logical on a numeric 0. And so that's logical 0. You run a logical, you're taking something that has no spaces that is numeric. It has nothing in it, but it is numeric. It's still nothing, but it is numeric. Then you're creating nothing, and that nothing is a nothing logical. And then you ask for the mean of that nothing logical, And let's see what NaN is in R. Like what? Let's Google it. What does NaN mean in R? So here we go. Not a number. That's what it's saying. That's what NaN stands for. Is not a number. And it means that there's a result, but it cannot be represented in the computer. The second Na explains that the data is just missing for unknown reason. Well, I know what Na is. Let's see what this dude has to say. NaN versus NaNR. So R has two different ways of representing missing data and understanding each important for the user. NaN means not a number, and it means there is a result, but it cannot be represented in the computer. The second Na explains that data is just missing for unknown reason. I know what Na is. These appear at different times when working with R, and each has a different implication. NaN is distinct from Na. NaN implies a result that cannot be calculated for whatever reason. Okay, so it's saying R is saying to us we cannot calculate this, so it has nothing to display. It's not missing, as in nothing is entered in. It's saying I can't do this. 0 divided by 0 will lead to NaN. Square root of a negative, saying you can't do this, can't be calculated. However, adding 2 infinite produces infinity. Oh, that's cool. Hey, people ask about infinity over today too. I don't do a lot of mathematics in R, so I just know a lot of times you hit an error if NA exists. So there's so many little things to know, and we don't talk about NaN that much, but that's it. Nice. Great job, Jordan. And then, oh, that's awesome. Well, good job. And it's not going to be here anymore. For 7b, would you use the plot function? Let's look at 7b. Which 7b? 7b is make a histogram of the values of performance. Yeah, we got that. What a worthless histogram. I love it. Love the stuff we put in here. Okay, so movie. Here's what you should do. Always run your vector. Make sure you know what you got. Take your vector here now. Draw them inside of a hist. Boom, there's your histogram. Now you want to do a little mathematics on it. I gotta stop. It's too much fun. Log 10. So this kind of points to the transformation of variables. Boom, nice job, Andrew. Yep, definitely you're allowed to put them in there when I put them in there too. But that's got it. Yep, just taking a histogram, making a histogram of it. Once again, there's videos covering histogram and box plot and log 10 and all that good stuff. But you know what I should be able to do? What I should be able to do is I'm going to do this from scratch here. We go. Crack those knuckles. I'm not going to crack them. That was not cracking my... I don't like cracking my knuckles. Okay. So what I should be able to do here is create a plotly object from scratch and create a histogram. So I'm going to give it a shot. We're going to try to create this plotly object from scratch. So you have to create, let's say, fig, and then we're going to go plotly. This is from me practicing this weekend because I make some of these videos to like teach myself and make sure I can explain it. So we're going to, oh no, that's plotly. We want plotly, the function. I was like, because it was telling me. So now we're going to call first, we're going to call the data frame. So we're going to call the data frame movie, calling the data frame movie. The second thing is we're going to call the variable and we're going to give it a thing. We want this to be on the x-axis. We're going to do this, and it's been doing that, I think, because it's on the x side of it, so I do it. It says do that, so, and performance. I wish it would autocomplete, but it doesn't. Type equals hist. So here we go. Now I'm going to report my plotly figure, and what I do, is it histogram? Histogram. There we go. Oh, it's broken. How'd it break? Is performance not the name of it? Did I mess that up? What? Well, that's weird. Where is my histogram? It looks like it did it. Well, oh! Is it really that weird? Whoa. 4H, you got it. We'll go for 4H. I kept getting NAs too. What did you change? Madeline, can you post your code real quick? Post your code, Madeline. I'll take a look at it. Post your code in the chat. Oh, that's the histogram. That's the histogram. It did make the histogram. Can I do a log 10 on this? Can I go log 10 inside of here? That is the histogram. It's so hard to see, but that's the histogram. Oh, there's the box plot log 10. See, look at how much, look at how, man, Plotly is so, it's so nice. And then we should be able to do, if I've been practicing and knowing how to code, this is just Brian practicing real quick, is I should be able to go figure pipe into, this is piping option, pipe into layout, and layout title equals movie performance. And there we go. And I could store this into figure now. So just in moments, and I could do an x-axis and y-axis I want on this, but just now I've created this graphic right here, and there's other options we can control, like the alpha level. Plotly's just, it's got so much good stuff in it that should make it easier to see through if I want. Did it? Yeah, it made it more clear. So the alpha level controls the opacity of the object, and so you can control the color you want and everything. Let's take a look at this. So pretty neat. Oh, and you can control it. You can zoom back out. You can grab the scale here and zoom in or whatever you want. So you could see this log scale right here. And we should start including this. We'd have to teach a whole section on like how to make figures, but this is just me practicing this week and making the video, and I'm very happy at what the knowledge I've put into my brain to like remember how to do it. Let's take a look at your code here, Madeline, and then we'll look at the other one. You put for the rows. Okay. But wait, Madeline, do you have where you saved the rows? Show me. I need your code where you established rows also. You don't think the quotes? Yeah, I think. Oh, no. Performance needs quotes. This code looks to be right. This code right here looks to be right, and that's because I destroyed it. That code is right. It was the creation of your, it was your check. Do you have equals here or double equals? Because that'll, if you have equals, it never created it. Oh, good, Vidrana. Rows. Okay, this is where it has to be in the first thing. So let's see what this has. Did you run the line of code? Did you run line 321? Because watch this. I think that might be it. I think you didn't run line, no? When you run rows, look over here and look at rows. Is it reporting these rows to you? No, it's fine, it's fine. Do you see these rows being reported right here? Do you see in your global environment these rows being reported? Like, look at your global environment, and do you see these rows being reported? If you do that, this is correct. Okay, so now the issue has to be down here. Run this line of code again. I'm looking at it. People always say in office hours, I was like, Brian, when you look at it, it works. And I'll be like, I'll look at it. So they'll be like, Brian, look at my code, make it work. And I think Andrew's probably heard that joke. Like, I'll walk over to someone's computer, and I'll be like, okay, just run this and run this. They'll be like, okay, it works. And I'll be like, I looked at it. It's magic. Is it working now when you run? Because I don't see any differences between our code. So, and always knit. Like if you worked on your assignment, maybe knit it, make sure it works. So, and I think there was a question about, there was another question, 4H. We'll do 4H. Let me put a note here so we don't forget 4H. So let's do 4H. 4H. There's a red squiggle line under the parentheses. It must be the way your parentheses are located is just make sure this is on a brand new line. That's the code right there. Make sure it's on a brand new line. You might have to send me this, Madeline. I'll take a look. It sounds like it's something small. We'll get it fixed up, but don't like if you work. Yeah. Email me a picture and like use snipping tool or Command Shift 4, Command Shift 4 on a Mac or snipping tool. What's up, Jerry O'Connell? And just take a picture of your code and then send me your RMD file. Remember, whenever you're sending me code, send me the following things. Send me one. There we go. Send me the email title correct. Send me a picture of your problem and send me your file. Because sometimes it can be something earlier on, but send me like, hey, Brian, my code won't work here, and correct email title, and I'll try to get back to everyone as soon as possible. That's what we do. So great job, Madeline. Sorry we couldn't fix that right now, but we got super close. We're right there. We know where the line of code is running a problem. You've created your rows, and it's just this problem. Great job, Madeline. It's just I understand it can be frustrating. I know when you first start coding, it's like not that we're kids, but whenever you first learn something like riding a bike and when you're falling, it just sucks. Like you fall, you scrape your knees and you're just like this is painful. I don't like this. And then you're like I don't want to do this anymore. But if you learn how to bike, it's a cool thing. You're like, "Oh, I can bike around the city. I can bike on the highway." Not that I ever did that as a kid. Maybe I did. Why would I ever do that? Why did my parents let me do that? Okay. Find the elements of the sequence that are multiples of 5. Find the elements of the sequence that are multiple of 5s. I need some punch-out music. Yeah. So, we're going to find the elements that are multiples of 5. How in the world are we going to create something that's multiple of 5s? I need help in the chat. Create a sequence of multiples of 5s. Who can create the sequence of multiples of 5s? I was listening to some Mega Man right here. I need new music. That's not going to get me copyright claimed. People are probably bored of my Mega Man music. I'm not. Gets me hyped. I need to make this sequence right here. Yep, Jordan, I like that. That's some good hints right there, Jordan. So, let's do it. Starting from 5, going to 3185 by 5. Please run this to make sure you have what you want. Great job, Jordan, right there. You guys got it. And so we've got from 5 to this by this. We make our sequence. We look at it. Exactly what we want. And then we want only the elements of the what. And we're supposed to take the median of this, I think. The following chunk: box office, columns for each part, print, and run the median. So we have to find the median of this. Where? Oh, it's down here. Wait, how did I lose it? Okay, only those elements. Oh, and it's of the box. It's of box. I was like, of what? Box. And box is not in here right now, but I think it's earlier on. There. Okay, yeah, there it is. So here's box. It's created now. We've got box. And we want only the elements that are multiples of 5. So what do I want? I want the things that are in box that are contained in that. So I want the things in the box that are contained in that. How do I do that? What will I join them with? I basically have it written. I just need to delete and then write something between them. Because I want the things in the box that are contained in this. What will I do? What shall I do? I want the things in the box that are contained in there. Yep, Jordan, great job. Contained in. Yep. The elements of the box that are contained in this sequence, it'll check everything in box to see if it's over here. This will report trues and falses. Great job, Sarah, right there. Excellent work. Now I want the positions. I'm going to try something right here. Let me try something. What did I hit? I hit a wrong button. I hit not square brackets. Really? We're going to do it right this time. Ready? Box that. Those. Let me try this. Box, which. Yeah, it looks the same. Looks to be the same. And yeah, those are the values. So I think both these codes work the same because trues and falses can be used to find positions. I've been thinking that for a while and I was like, well, can't you just do it that way? Yeah, you can. Both these codes do the same thing. So technically you don't have to turn them into position numbers because with the trues and falses right here, it'll treat this vectors of trues and falses and it'll only return the positions of the trues inside of box. It does make more logical sense to report the positions and then return the positions. Like just by a coding standpoint, you could call this right here positions. And then when you go here, you could put inside of here positions. So now these are the positions that we're reporting. We're only reporting those positions in the vector. So this might make more logical sense. Like here's the positions of the elements that meet the condition. They have box values contained in it. And so this gets us the positions of the elements, and then we go to the box and report the median of those elements. So this is how you want to code it. Once again, be careful. Don't write down the multiple ways. This is just a second way right here that I was testing out. It worked. That's got it. Amazing office hours. Any other last questions? Do we need NA remove equals true? You could. It's superfluous. It doesn't do anything because there are no NAs. I don't know why NA remove, I guess they want to alert you if you have NAs. NA remove is set to false by default, but you don't need it. Great question for you, draw another 10 points. You don't need it. It's It's code that doesn't do anything because since there are no NAs, there's nothing to remove. So we only need NA remove equals true when there are NAs to remove, unless we want it to report NA. It'll report NA if we have NAs when we ask for like something like mean, or I think you can do sum, but if you do like mean or median or max or min, all of those need NA remove equals true. We could check to see if sum has NA remove equals true, or if it has NA remove. I don't think it does. Oh, it does. It does. Well, even some, you have to remove the NAs if you want. No, great questions. Yeah, thank you. Because there's so many things. And if you guys can't tell, I mean, just like I'm really happy with myself for making this little quick histogram because I love Plotly. It's so cool. You can look at the difference between the Plotly graphic, and we'll go way back in time right here. Let's just make it hist. Ready? Hist of, hist of log 10 of movie and performance. Did we lose it? No, we did, I think. So we can go to box office. And so there's that. Or we could just take this right here, and we could just drop that in there and run our code again. And we can see the difference between the two graphics created. So here's the Plotly object, and here's the base R object. Oh, did we lose it? Because it had to go to like a cooler. Oh, it goes to viewer. Oh, that's what it goes to. So you can compare. Here's the histogram like that, and here's the histogram here. So, we could add colors to the bins. Like, I want to make it look cooler. But also we've changed the title of ours. And ours we can hover over and report the values. So we've got two different histograms right here. And R does an all right job by itself. There's R's histogram. And then here's the Plotly object histogram where we can hover over. You can also change it pretty easily by changing it to a y-axis if you want. And I should try. I'm not good enough yet to know how to add multiple histograms in. It's like, I'm trying to think. Now it's looking weird. That's a weird looking histogram. What is the code again? It's, I don't know. Mine off star soon. I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna look at it. Histograms in Plotly and R. The code is, got to put them all in your head. You can always look. You can always find it online. Add histogram. It's that easy. It's just add histogram. So this code, add histogram in Plotly, such a cool option, is if we go here, we're going to put it back on the x-axis. And now it's back on the x-axis. We can add a histogram here, which we're going to do the log 10 of, let's go to budget. So we've got here log 10 budget. And then is it going to do them? How will it do it? Let's take a look. Looks pretty crazy right there. So there we go right there. There is the budget versus the, wow, and it's cool because it's budget and box office. And better yet, we're going to give them names real quick because we got to make these graphics look good. So the first histogram is going to have the name budget. Is that budget? No, it's box office. Box office. And the second histogram is going to have the name equal to budget. I should say log 10. Log 10. Box office. Log 10. Budget. Cool. And then we create them right here. Uh-oh. Name. What did I do wrong? Oh, right here. Name. There we go. There we go. And this is what we like to, display is graphics like this right here. I'm gonna try to change around the bins real quick on this, but you can turn either of these on or off now. And it's nbins x, I think. That's a function or an argument I've had to learn. But you can turn these on or off, and you can view the different budgets and all this stuff right here. So I just love it. And I think the additional argument here is nbins x equals to 20. Didn't get mad at me. That's way too few bins. Or wait, yeah. 30 bins. Yeah. It's working. So we can create different histograms here with different bin amounts. And it does kind of like an auto feature for it. But if you notice, we could stack them or do different things, but these are kind of side by side or histograms put on the same axis. And I love all these features. Go up to 50, which is probably closer to before. 100? Sorry. Yeah, that's about what it was at before. It's the original amount of bins. So it's important to know all these stat to one things like bin widths. So it's like how many bins are you creating, which will control the bin widths of these histograms. And then we can kind of see the overlap between, movies having this skewness to them and all this. But excellent work. Fun for office hours, fun for the end. A little Plotly at the end right here. Cause trying to learn it in my spare times is kind of my side project, is getting better at Plotly, learning how to do all these little things. Really cool, really fun. But I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Bye.